Chapter 261. Image Breaking, Iconoclasm, 1. Some time later, after my children had completed their final evolution. The dream demon race is experiencing an evolution. The mermaid race is experiencing an evolution. The snail race is experiencing an evolution. Changes also began to happen to the other races. The goblin race wasn't the only race that could evolve. The children of the soil were just the first to open fire. The races who were also able to evolve began spewing aura one after the other. In an instant, the sky became rainbow-colored. There were hundreds of thousands of people surrounding the energy dragon that dwells in the deep sea. They sat in the lotus position on the monster's limbs and even its claws, all releasing aura at the same time. The entire area was bright and colorful, as if it was wrapped in a rainbow. The existence of the energy dragon that dwells in the deep sea blurs. The light was also a candle that was using the giant monster as a wick. The energy dragon that dwells in the deep sea can no longer wake up from its sleep. The existence of the energy dragon that dwells in the deep sea blurs. It's over. I narrowed my eyes as I looked at the hologram. The energy dragon's majestic body was fast asleep. It was a phenomenon I had already witnessed before when I found the Devil King of Fall Rain. Falling. Nevertheless, it's much calmer than back then. The energy dragon didn't resist. No, it couldn't, because the dream demon race had trapped the energy dragon in the dream world. That giant turtle probably didn't feel any pain or despair. The existence of the energy dragon that dwells in the deep sea blurs. The energy dragon that dwells in the deep sea can no longer maintain its authority. Commencing grade adjustment. Removing the title energy dragon that dwells in the deep sea. A good death. Finally, the monster's body disintegrated. The constellation, which was said to have created this continent by itself, was devoured by the children it gave birth to. A fair ending. The Black Dragon Master opened her mouth. As we watched our children evolve, Anastasia had become lost for words for a while, but now it seemed that she had regained her composure. Even though the continent is rich in aura because of the energy dragon, so all 8 races owe them, I can't feel sorry for them. Well-deserved punishment. Anastasia calmly assessed the monster's death. It happened because he tried to kill own children. How can a being who bears their fangs at their children be a creator and parent? From the moment they bared their fangs, they were a beast. So they will fight each other, kill each other, and only the strong one will survive. And our children are strong. That's right. It's all thanks to our children. Looking at each other, Anastasia and I smiled. Not only the two of us, but my other colleagues also had bright expressions. They looked as happy as if we had cleared the stage ourselves, or maybe even more than that. The atmosphere was heartwarming. Well, all of the races did well, I said smilingly. If we had to pick the best among them, wouldn't it be the goblins? Anastasia frowned. What are you talking about? If the dream demons hadn't put the energy dragon to sleep, they wouldn't have been able to clear the stage in the first place. The vampires who brought the dream demons should be considered to have made the greatest contribution. If you think about it, the goblins just stole the delicious scene. That makes sense. But without the architecture of the snails, the hundreds of thousands of people would not have been able to climb onto the energy dragon's body every day. The heretic questioner laughed. The key point of this operation is the aura. Considering how important it was to have as many people as possible, the snails made an excellent contribution in bringing the operation to fruition. You all know nothing. What do you do with hundreds of thousands of people? The Count licked her cat paw with her cat tongue. In order for this to work, they all needed to be moved quickly by boat, have food to eat while moving, and have space to live after moving. Needless to say, the continent's capital and logistics are carried by the elves. Understand? Objectively speaking, in fact, the hidden contribution of the elves is the greatest. Actually, all the ships carrying the logistics are pulled by the mermaids. If we're talking about objective facts, that is also an objective fact. Did these people really think their children were the best? No. Obviously, the goblins are the best. That is the case even if your eyes are covered in bean pods. Asterisk, how could you side with your children even when you know this is true? Asterisk. The literal translation of the Korean expression is a bean pod covering the eyes. This phrase refers to being so madly in love to the point of not seeing or choosing to ignore all of their crush's flaws as if something, in this case a bean pod, is covering their eyes. Wait, this atmosphere was no joke. As if the warm atmosphere a moment ago was a lie, the dropout waiting room suddenly became cold. Really? Did they really believe that their children played the biggest role? Wasn't that ridiculous, almost to the level of cognitive dissonance? No matter how well it was going for the goblins, wasn't this just ugly jealousy, envy, and very clingy animosity? Dilling, the Death King, develops negative feelings towards his companions. At this time, they didn't yet know. Their camaraderie and friendship, which seemed like it would stay strong forever, would be ruined by their children. What are you doing, lady? Message game. The lady who walks through the mirage cut in between us. Did you know? Actually, every message, explanation, and status that is sent to you is all manually typed by one person. Huh? Who? Anyway, you have cleared the 38th floor. Congratulations. Babababam. The lady mimicked the celebratory fireworks sound with her mouth. In fact, the worlds in the stages you attacked vary. The 1st to the 10th floors are tutorials, so they are practically the same, but the 11th to 31st floors are completely different. There are more worlds than stars in the sky, which means there are countless stages for your ascendance asterisk to play on. Asterisk. Those ascending/climbing to heaven. Heg. Anastasia and my other colleagues turned their attention to the lady's words. So the fact that the worlds in each stage appear different, does that mean that there are other worlds with towers besides ours? MHM. But it's rare for people from other worlds to run into each other before the 49th floor. Beginner consideration? Something like that. From the 50th floor, you will be competing with ascendants from every world. My colleagues looked excited. This was something that I had known or guessed for a long time, but they acted as if they had never heard of it before. Ah, no. I suddenly realized, this probably really is their first time hearing about it. My colleagues were different from me. I had already known that hunters from other worlds existed thanks to Bei Hurayong. After all, Bei Hurayong was a legendary figure who had managed to reach the 99th floor in another world. However, except for the Sword Saint, no one else should know. I, who had met the Tower Master and dug out the truth about the tower, was a unique case. Most people didn't want to know and had no way to know. As I was in the midst of feeling the gap of information once again, the lady who walks through the mirage kept chattering. But from the 31st to the 49th floor, it is mostly the same. A worldwide commonality. No. Should I say universal commonality asterisk? Asterisk. The former being common around a world, the latter being common around every world. This was information that I too was hearing for the first time. In the end, it is a matter of how you treat the stages. Some people choose the easy way, and some are willing to take the hard way. It allows you to experience what you will do when you encounter races from other worlds, in preparation for being mixed with beings from other worlds on the 50th floor. The lady smiled brightly. And now it's time to pay the price for that experience. Price. Because one day, when a child grows up, they will realize the true faces of their parents. Just as my colleagues were about to ask what that meant. Chain layers in progress. The attackers will be sent directly to the 39th floor. The 39th floor quest will be displayed. Characters floated before our eyes. Plus, iconoclasm. Difficulty. Undetermined. Waiting. Mission objective. You have helped your race. Your chosen race has overcome many challenges. Whether it be the ferocity of nature, the different races living in the same world, the unidentified plague encountered on the new continent, or the being who created the continent, all served as a challenge. Now, it is your turn to be the final test. Until now, you have been a god who reigned over the race. But you are not a god. You have to work to make a living, eat, smile, or be angry. Like that race, you are also human. Please choose. Would you let your race know that you are human? Or will you hide the truth forever and call the race your servants? However, if you hide the truth, you will no longer be able to climb the tower. Plus, right? I nodded slowly. This is the quest. The reason our tower came to a standstill before I regressed. The reason why the Flame Emperor, who had been attacking the stage with a wave of force, struggled after reaching the 40th floor. It wasn't a monster or a constellation, but the moment that history he himself had written became the enemy. We are not gods. We were just the same as those other races. Now, it was time for those children to know that, too. For a long time, I had been preparing for the 39th floor for a long time. To put it simply, Kekerker is our bad friend. I constantly emphasized to my children that I was not a god, but that I was just a parent, or to be more precise, that I was nothing more than a friend. The Apostle Gork made a request to us even upon death. Kekerker is not our god. Instead, he is a friend who wants to help us. But because he has a dirty mouth and a foul temper, he's not a friend you should keep close. Perhaps it might have been more convenient to pretend to be a real god. After all, I protected the goblins from the lava that flowed from the volcano. I helped them escape from the Rime Empire's salt mines, taught them how to make tattoos, write letters, and showed them the path to being reborn as the conquerors of the continent. The names that are used to refer to Kekerker are Foul-Mouthed Lion, the one who loves to hit with their hands, and Believer of Education through Violence. However, I didn't. Kekerker, welcome. Daddy. Couldn't, because I knew that one day I would have to tell those children that I was not a god. What do you mean, fire god? The Flame Emperor had ruled over the elves as an absolute god. When the elves slaughtered other tribes, burned the world, and caused chaos, the Flame Emperor always used excuses such as the command of God or the will of heaven. The elves, who had been witnessing miracles from the beginning, had no choice but to fall for the Flame Emperor's tricks. I am not a god. Because of that, the feeling of betrayal was even more severe. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Ah damn, what kind of quest is this? In any case, I had a bad feeling from the moment it mentioned serial tasks. TCH. In order to proceed with the stage, the Flame Emperor revealed the truth. Do you not understand the words coming out of my mouth? I am not a god. What's with your expressions? So what if I'm a god? Or if I'm not a god? You must be joking. If it wasn't for me, you things would have been destroyed by now. Thanks to me, you were able to conquer the continent and become the top race. Damn. Does me not being a god change anything? In any case, it is still true that I helped you all. What massacre? Command? That's all you guys' fault. Wow, you bastards are funny. After enjoying everything you needed to enjoy, why are you throwing a fit now? I didn't use you, you all used me. You guys enjoyed killing those other races too. It was comfortable to use God's name as an excuse, wasn't it? Then you should be grateful. Ungrateful bastards. The result was, naturally, catastrophic. The elves realized that their god didn't exist. There was no such thing as the fire god. There was no reason for the destruction of the other races. The history that they had created over thousands of years. The massacres and wars. Everything was just a con by a human like them pretending to be the creator. What are you staring at? Do you think I'll be scared if you stare at me? In that way, the elves became divided. The priest class, who reigned at the top of the race, were killed first by the ones they led. The warrior class split up and started a civil war among themselves. Naturally, the vast majority of the warlords opposed the false god Yusuha. From the 40th floor, the enemies we fought against were none other than the elves. The race who had believed in and followed the Flame Emperor suddenly became enemies and monsters, blocking the path of our tower. The few survivors of the races destroyed by the Flame Emperor, of course, became enemies as well. They were the ones who rebelled even when he was still claiming to be a god. After it was revealed that he was a human, the resistance became even more intense, as if it would never weaken. Truly well-deserved punishment. How can a being who bares their fangs at their children be a creator and parent? From the moment they bared their fangs, they were a beast. So they will fight each other, kill each other, and only the strong one will survive. The world before I regressed went exactly as Anastasia said. Our tower entered into a never-ending struggle with the elves. Now, that was the story of the past I knew. What will you do? And from now on, it would be a different story. If you choose to not tell the truth here, you can continue to reign as a god like you have been before. Even if you fail this quest, the stages that you cleared so far will be preserved. The entire continent from the 31st to the 39th floors will be incorporated into your tower. The races that worship you as gods will come as a bonus. The lady who walks through the mirage smiled widely. However, if you reveal the secret, everything you have done will be made public. All the conversations you've had and actions you've taken will become video clips which will then be played directly in the heads of every race. It will be very chaotic. The musclehead might know what you guys are like, but that's just him. The other kids don't know a thing. The lady looked at each of our faces. So I will ask again, what will you choose? Naturally. My answer was fixed. Chapter 262. Image breaking, iconoclasm. 2. Let them find out as much as they like. I spoke confidently to the lady.
No.
I'd like to ask you to please let them find out. Didn't you say that you're going to play video clips of everything I've done for the goblins directly in their heads? Oh my God. How kind of you.
Kim Gongya?
My answer, while my companions were still hesitating, came out with astonishing freshness. It was as if I had been waiting for the opportunity to say this. Even if we can't say we raised the best race, we did our best to raise our races. I can really say this without leaving a stain on my heart. Can't you? Anastasia, what are you hesitating for? Are you worried that those kids will be shocked when they see our bare faces? Do you think they will lose themselves in despair and grief at the fact that we are just people asterisk like them? Asterisk. Author keeps using human here, but considering there is a race of humans, it doesn't quite fit. Anastasia didn't reply. However, in my best friend's black eyes, there was a clear sense of nervousness. The nervousness in Anastasia's eyes seemed to be murmuring. What if they become disappointed in me? If they swear, complain, or curse me for being a fake god? If so, then what should I do? That was a pressing concern. I nodded slowly. Of course. Naturally, you will be nervous. Parents know everything about their children. That's why, when they say they love you, they can love you without a doubt. On the other hand, what about children? Children know almost nothing about their parents. Children are born when their parents are fully grown adults. What their parents used to do, where they were born, what kind of people they were in their hometowns, how they felt after leaving their hometowns. Children didn't know those many things about their lives. They didn't want them to know. Parents only wanted their children to know the aspects that they showed them, the gestures that had already matured to some extent. With a smile, while stroking their children's heads, they became angels to these young children, who ruled over them. However, Anastasia, please look me in the face. Getting up from my seat, I met Anastasia at eye level. Since she was shorter than me, I had no choice but to get down on one knee to look Anastasia in the eyes. The director who raised me really did a lot of things to raise us. How hard must it have been for him to run an orphanage since that time? I told my story, in a deliberately light, casual tone, as if it was no big deal. When the grandfather of the district head died, we just had to dress up in black clothing and attend the funeral, but not the director. That person had nothing to do with us, and he wasn't even close to the director. But he still went to all of the condolence events in the city to show his face. He had to. Well, it's called leaving an impression. This kind of impression is very important in our country. If there is an event at the district office, he has to go immediately. There is a mountain of work to be done at the orphanage, but if he is told to go, he must go. Even if it is an event at the district office, there are a lot of bundle sellers *, who buy all kinds of colorful pottery, succulent plant pots no one needs, and handcrafted wallets no one likes, and set up a little market. All of these shops are supported by the district office, so you can call it a local business district, right? They're just trying to make sales. Asterisk, bundle seller refers to a person who buys and sells goods by putting them in a bundle wrapped in cloth. Nowadays, it is used in a negative way to refer to merchants who move secretly and trade goods on a small scale, unregulated by law or tax. Whenever the director went there, he would always stick with the district head and buy 3 gifts, saying, "This piece is so pretty." He, who usually got nervous when spending 10,000 won, would end up casually spending 20,000 won or 30,000 won. I closed my eyes. That day, I secretly followed the director from a distance. The bundle seller local business market was like a festival and even sold colorful masks. Wearing a mask, I pretended to be a child moving together with nearby adults while peeping at the director who was walking with the district head. No, head. How did they make such a pretty piece? Wow, there are only master craftsmen gathered on this street. Truly a street of masters. It seems there is one more thing for our district to brag about. I think the kids will love it too. The director's expression, voice, and tone were completely different from when he was at the orphanage. If the children other than me had seen it, they probably would have received the shock of their lives. For us, the director always appeared somewhat distant, a person who we could always visit, but at the same time covered in a layer of mysterious fog. Having said that, these are all handmade crafts, aren't they? Then can I entrust the people who made this to give an orphanage class? By orphanage class. Yes, the children are all well behaved. Although they are well behaved, they don't have many things to play with or learn. Even if it is a succulent plant pot making class, if it is held once a week, I believe it would be good for the children's character development. Wouldn't it be worthwhile for you, head? A workshop sponsored by the city hall and the district. That workshop now teaches classes to local children. Isn't that a pretty picture? Then the tuition fee. Phew, it would be great if the district office could apply for it. Then it would become a project that is completely led by the district office. Head, don't you know that our orphanage is very clean? Whether it's manpower or other things, our orphanage is the cleanest place in the area when it comes to accounting. Wouldn't that make the work more comfortable? Director Lee's orphanage certainly is famous for being a comfortable place to work. There are no issues with paperwork. You've never missed a form or deadline. A middle-aged man whose name I don't know, and whose face I don't, probably forever, nodded. Then let the action officer take charge and get it done. I'll take care of the direction. If the director were to take care of it, it might look a bit strange. What about kindergartens? Don't kindergartners like to play with sand and dirt? Let's give them a pottery class and a handicrafts class to find out. Yes, understood. Thank you. As expected of the head, not only does he make the streets pretty, but he also makes the hearts of the people pretty. It is so relieving to have someone like the head who can step forward to do the work. Haha, our director speaks very well. The group surrounding the district head drew further and further away. I had to chase after them, but I couldn't bear to keep up. It was a great shock to see the director's bare face. How embarrassing. At that time, the director was my parent. He was something more than a parent. He was a teacher to all of us, a counselor who advised us whenever difficulties arose, and a lord who wisely ruled over the closed world of the orphanage. Whenever it was time to go to sleep, the director would tell us stories from thousands of years ago. Every expression, tone, and voice we had were inherited from him. To grow on a continental scale, to always stay calm, to be rational, and above all, to be enraged by injustice. To our young selves, how could the director not be a god? How shameful. I found out what kind of face the director walked around with and what kind of voice he spoke with in the outside world. The director was not our kind and wise god. The director was just, when I saw him from a distance talking to the district head or action officer, just an uncle. An ordinary uncle. I opened my eyes, maybe because of the strange silence. Anastasia was looking at my face without saying anything. The heretic questioner, count, and crusader were also looking at me. I nodded once before speaking quietly to them. How about being a bit embarrassed? Because they're young. They are young. In their young minds, the fact that their gods are actual normal people may make them feel immense shame. The person who gave us prophecies in a wonderful voice is actually just someone who knew how to use aura. I thought they were looking down on us and taking care of us with great miracles, but they were just people who were running around and working hard in places we couldn't see. One day, a succulent plant pot-making class was held at the orphanage. To the children who were tired of cross-stitching and caricature, the play of fiddling with clay to make bowls was surprisingly novel. Every time a class was held, as many as 15 kids would gather to touch the claw. The pottery teacher was kind, and the children were delighted. I didn't attend. Somehow it felt embarrassing to attend. It felt like I was committing some kind of disloyalty to the director, and I went through life in silence, without telling anyone what I saw. If they see our true selves, they might feel embarrassed. No, they probably will, but recalling the burns of my younger years, I told my current companions. But that's all. After time passes, enough time for those children to accept it, they will eventually accept that we strived, put in effort, and worked hard for their sake. They will understand that we are people too. Will they? Really? Anastasia hesitated. I've heard that such a thing is difficult even between normal parents and children. But if it's between a god and their race like us, it's fine. We were never ordinary parents, and we didn't raise normal children. In the hologram, there was a monster that shrunk and shrunk, until its size had fallen to the level of a large mammoth. Hundreds of thousands of people cheered beside the monster and held a festival of colorful aura. That they had overcome the disaster without any losses, that they had led everything by themselves, and that they had achieved perfect success. Everyone, regardless of race, celebrated these facts. Right? We weren't normal parents and children. Anastasia. We are just a group of the best among the people who entered the tower. And our children are, to be frank, just way better than the humans in our world. There is no reason why things won't work out. I looked away from the hologram and spoke coolly to the lady who walks through the mirage. Tell those kids everything. Seriously? Really? Do you not have to think about it anymore? What's there to worry about? There is no one who could raise them with more devotion than me. To put it bluntly, regardless of if I'm a god, a human, or an alien monster with 100 tentacles, they will accept me. So please tell the goblins everything right away. Wow. As expected of the Death King. I can't hate that overflowing confidence. The lady turned to look at my other companions. What about the other kids? Do the other kids share the same opinion as the Death King? You all cleared from the 31st floor together. So if even one of you chooses not to, it would make things awkward. Well, only those who vote not to will be subjected to the special access restricting measures which will prevent them from moving past the 40th floor. I'll do it. Anastasia opened her mouth. Determination was already written across her face. I'll do it. Regardless of if they despise me or not, that's up to them. If I can't do it because I'm afraid they won't like me, I should have abstained from choosing a race in the beginning. I've already come this far, so even though I wish to raise those kids forever, that's just my greed. So tell the truth to the vampires too. Ah, I agree too. The heretic questioner raised his hand. I raised the snails to the best of my ability. Ahaha, my best might be different from other people's best. But compared to those parents who don't even do their best, I'm still considered good. I'm sure when the snails learn the truth, they will definitely think highly of me. So tell the truth to the snails too. Our innocent psychopath aside, the crusader side, children have the right to know about their parents. All the more when the children grow up. It is safe to say that the races living on the continent have entered their mature period. Tell the mermaids the truth. The Count agonized. She washed her face with her cat paws several times while groaning to herself. However, after about 5 minutes, the Count finally made up her mind. Well, fine. In any case, I didn't let them starve. When you think about how many people die of starvation in this world, the favors the elves owe me are like a sea of stars. As long as they're born an elf, don't they enter the middle to upper class without doing anything? Come on, this is my greatest confidence.
I'm proud.
Does the Count agree? I agree. Show the elves the truth. Ooh-hoo, the lady who walked through the mirage chuckled. Seriously, what cute kids. At this rate, I can't keep showing favoritism like this. Well, what do you know? Smack. The lady clapped her hands. The venomous snake and the sword saint, who are still on this stage, have also agreed to disclose the information. Since all 7 of the people participating in the attack have agreed, with my authority as administrator, I will disclose the information to every race. Information about the heretic questioner has been revealed to the entire snail race. That moment, on the other side of the hologram, a murmur began to be heard. Rhyme? What is this? Rimu, a hallucination. No, to say that is a group hallucination. The first race to respond was the snails. The snails who, while carrying their wrinkled shells on their backs, were dismantling the now useless wooden stairs and tools, raised their antennae while murmuring strangely. As the lady who walks through the mirage said, "They," was automatically played to them. Tower? Attack? Our great puppy, what the hell? However, the confusion showed no signs of abating. Instead, it was as if the accelerator was pressed down all the way. Information about the Black Dragon Master has been revealed to the entire vampire race. Ki? Ku? The bats hanging upside down from the palm trees in the forest shook their heads. The stairs that had been built on the monster's body trembled, and countless leaves in the forest fell. Information about the Crusader has been revealed to the entire mermaid race. The mermaids, who were transporting the food, drink, and bedding for hundreds of thousands of people on their ships, flinched. Their swirling tails whipped up a spray, and several of the ships rocked violently. That wasn't all. What is this? What's happening in front of our eyes? Did that energy dragon or whatever guy cast a curse or something before he died?
No.
Just now in my head, I heard a clear voice. This is the truth of the red dolphin. Unless some devil is playing tricks on us. Ugger, why are you guys like this all of a sudden? The forest, the entire world, began to tremble. Wherever the races built their living spaces, commotions began to erupt one after the other.
Village.
Towns, cities, or right there at the energy dragon's grave, where almost all the warriors were gathered. Information about the Count has been revealed to the entire elf race. Information about the venomous snake has been revealed to the entire Oni race. Information about the Sword Saint has been revealed to the entire human race. Then, information about the Death King has been revealed to the entire goblin race. The moment that had to come someday finally came. Chapter 263. Image Breaking. Iconoclasm. 3. 2. Quest complete. Every race has learned the secret of their god. Have you ever seen the sunset in the forest? Stage clear. You have cleared the 39th floor. When the sun fell below the horizon, all of the palm trees bent to watch the setting sun as if pulled by gravity. The sun didn't look back at them. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of palm trees, all died in the pitch-black shadows. In the world, only the sky and the river had color, with the black pillars left upright. A world where darkness and color were clearly divided. That can't be. Our God can't be like this. In this place, where nature aloofly played with colors, hundreds of thousands of people were in an uproar. Moreover, our God takes the form of the great puppy. So what are these images that keep flowing into my head? Rimu. That is clearly a human. It doesn't make sense. Lord Kekerker is so handsome. Well, being called the White Lion is not as exaggerated as the romance in a fire play. So it was a disguise? The gods intentionally took the forms of animals in order to approach us more easily. Not ordinary animals, but animals that were black, white, or unique in appearance. Thanks to that, we were able to serve them as gods, so didn't it turn out well? It's a scam. We are the believers of the great puppy, not some strange-looking brat. The heretic questioner, who was looking at the hologram with me, tilted his head to the side. Am I strange-looking? The Black Dragon Master answered that question. You don't look like a snail. Is that so? I thought I looked quite snail-like. What the hell are you? No, in any case, this is not the time to talk about that. That's right. This was not the atmosphere to joke around. The chaos in the hologram image was getting worse. As we were in the dropout waiting room, we could do nothing but watch. Even though the stage clear announcement was made, no one was happy about clearing the stage. Anastasia, the Count, and the Crusader all stared at the hologram with nervous faces. Because nothing has happened yet. Instead, this should be called the beginning. How the children would react after learning the truth. The success or failure of this attack depended on that. Chain layers in progress. Was it trying to tell us that our hunches were correct? The tower immediately presented us with the next task. Forcibly entering the 40th floor. Since they have reached the 40th floor, the dropouts will now regain the status of attackers once more. The 40th floor quest will be shown. The era didn't change. It was just when the energy dragon's body had been torn apart, and the children were in a state of chaos and agitation. A literal chain layer. Without the slightest gap, we encountered a new quest in this same moment. Plus, the icon of the snail race. Difficulty, B+. Mission objective. The heretic question helped the snail race. Under your devoted care, the snails were able to become one of the most successful early civilizations. The territory of the Rime Empire was the same as the area currently covered by the goblin race. The snails distributed tasks according to the characteristics of each race, cultivating a highly integrated division of labor, and developing endlessly by using great cities as trade bases. But when the light is strong, the shadows are dense. In your empire, the other races were used as slaves. Eventually, these slaves rebelled, destroying your great empire and the proud snail cities. After that, the snails became the public enemies of the entire continent, and were forced to move away from their homes. The heretic questioner, you were the first to taste victory, and the first to taste defeat. Now the snails know about you. They realize that you are not a god. The glory and luxury that the snails themselves enjoyed, the yoke they had to bear, and the oppression they had to endure all came from you. Now how will the snail race treat you? Initiating the vote. 1. I liked receiving your guidance. 2. I hated receiving your guidance. Try to get as many votes as possible. If option 1 receives more than half of the votes, then you will automatically clear the 40th floor. But you cannot hand out bribes or make promises for a vote. You can only try to move the hearts of the snail race members through conversation or personal communication. However, if you lose the vote, you must first exterminate every living member of the snail race on the continent before you can move on to the next stage. Plus, everyone in the waiting room fell silent. Anastasia, the Count, the Crusader, and even I kept our mouths closed. Then, we slowly looked at the psycho who was selected as the main character of this quest. Ahaha. Understood. I got it. The psychopath who, for those born in this world, would rank in the top 5 list of parents that should never be met, laughed cheerfully. Looks like I'm the first hitter. 3. Anastasia despaired. That's a big deal. What's wrong with you? Isn't the heretic questioner the first hitter? Right? I shouldn't have fallen for Gongja's sugar coating. At the very least, I should have figured out some kind of minimal safety protocol in advance. Perhaps make and distribute some kind of propaganda material to show how hard I worked for them. Then arouse a sympathetic public opinion. Shit, that's one of my specialties. That's not revealing your secret. That's brainwashing the truth. Anastasia, who is always calm, always gets flustered whenever she encounters something that she might consider her own failure. Being a perfectionist seemed tiring. It's fine. Don't worry too much. What's fine? Is it that the things we have done for those kids, the favors we've given them, have all been undone, and the seeds of their anger are growing? Or Anastasia turned and pointed to the heretic questioner. Is this a situation where we all entrust our fates to that 100% pure psycho? He has to persuade those snail children. I can only imagine him tilting his head to the side and saying he doesn't know what he did wrong. The heretic questioner just smiled brightly. In the midst of that, the situation in the hologram continued to escalate. The deity who leads us is a dolphin with beautiful pink skin. Keek. How can a human without gills or fins pretend to be our god? However, the one who can transform into a cat should be our god, right? Then it doesn't seem that much of a problem. Our cat god is a polymorph who can take the form of a human and wander around the world to play, and is also a regular subject in fire plays. The mining city we built, the children who were buried. It's because of the god of the snail race that we were taken to the mines and lived like slaves for hundreds of years. The sunset in the forest illuminated every face. Half of their faces were black, resembling the shadow-covered palm trees, and the other half was vivid red from the sun setting in the sky. Why did they do that? They clearly regarded us as toy soldiers to play with. They didn't. Look carefully at the video. The gods were just trying to take care of us. The problem is they are not gods, they are humans. Those who opened their mouths in anger, those who were furious, those who confusedly held their heads in both hands, those who didn't know what to do, those who were lost in thought with their hands on their chins, and those who occasionally went, So that's what it was. As they realized something. False gods. Someone shouted. We must drag those gods from their false sanctuary. Didn't it say they were human? They always said that they cared for us, that they loved us, but in the end, it was just to achieve their own tasks. To climb the so-called tower and incorporate this stage into their territory. Although they were still a minority, forces who felt betrayed and reacted violently at the fact that we were human began to appear one after the other. To them, it didn't matter how hard we worked or what kind of life we lived. They're not God. That alone was enough for them to feel betrayed. And that sense of betrayal led them to curse the gods who had watched over them for thousands of years. Their curses were soon composed of cries to kill us. That's right. Let's drag the false gods down. Let us rebuke those false gods for the lives our ancestors received, and for everything. Bring down the false gods. Bring down the false gods. Nevertheless, the vast majority of the races were either stunned or dazed. However, if left alone, the anger of the few would spread like an epidemic that would quickly engulf the forest. Not fine.
Ronya.
This is really not fine. Anastasia murmured. She had lived as the guild leader of the Black Dragon Guild, so she was more experienced than anyone else in matters of public opinion and incitement. Since she was the Black Dragon Master, she must be able to deeply feel how ominous the current situation was, and feel even more anxious at the fact that the heretic questioner was the one who had to put this situation to rest.
No.
However, I kept cutting off Anastasia's worries. When I said it's fine, I didn't mean that the situation right now was good. I'm not saying that the heretic questioner is reliable. Just that. I turned back to the hologram. Our children will be fine. It was at that moment. Whappish. The sound of a whip resounded in the forest. Whether it was those who were angry, those who were shouting, those who were worried, or those who were anxious, the sound of the whip pierced everyone's ears. Startled, hundreds of thousands of people turned to look in the direction the sound came from. So noisy, Rhyme. The 629th chairman of the Fire River Council. Simeslam, the strongest warrior in the snail race. Stop clamoring. What? How can we not make noise when such an earth-shattering event occurred? From now on, I will put forward a bill in the name of the chairman of the Fire River Council. The name of the bill will be, those who want to say anything about the gods in this place have to first fight the chairman of the Fire River Council. Every time you block or dodge an attack, you will be given one chance to speak. Once again, the Fire River Council has a unique custom. Regardless of race or origin, anyone who was in the top 2,000 strongest beings in this world could unconditionally join the Fire River Council. As soon as they joined, they were treated as a council member who could freely speak or vote in meetings that determined the fate of their species. However, if they were to lose in a duel, they would have to yield their opinion. As a result, the person who was the best at fighting was bound to become the chairman, and the votes initiated by the chairman had no choice but to be passed. Wasn't it natural? If there were any objections, it was enough to challenge them to a duel and beat them up. All of the members of the Fire River Council are here. Remo, if there is anyone who objects, just raise your hand. SimSlam spoke coolly. No one will object anyway. Unanimity has long been the tradition and pride of our Fire River Council. The warriors hesitated. It was the first time in the history of the council that a non-goblin had become the chairman. This fact alone proved that SimSlam was a crazy sword fighter. After all, there were many goblins who were not convinced, and it was said that thanks to that, the funeral industry at that time experienced a boom. Ugger, chairman. While all the other council members were silent, a goblin raised his hand. No. Now, it was right to call them an Azura, not a goblin. Unlike a short while ago, the children's skin was shining red. The red flesh on their muscular shoulders, chests, and abs all glistened as if a layer of oil had been applied to them. The fangs protruding from their mouths in the shape of crescent moons were so sharp that they made anyone who looked at them nervous. I'm not particularly against the bill proposed by the chairman, huh? The fearsome Azura had a very polite attitude. Both of their hands were placed on their stomach. Their head was bowed at a 45-degree angle, and they didn't radiate even the slightest hint of aura or fighting spirit. If you don't, then what is it? Ha-dash, haven't our appearances changed a lot? Ugger. We've also grown a little bigger. Also, doesn't it seem like our aura capacity has gone up a lot? It's not just low-level aura that has been piled up and expanded. This is the aura of the energy dragon who has been alive since the beginning of this world. Isn't it amazing? What are you trying to say? That chairman. I think we are a little stronger now. Perhaps the position of chairman will change from the 629th to the 630th today, and perhaps that person might be me. Are you requesting a duel? Judash, just once. No more words were needed. SimSlam gripped a sword with her one remaining tentacle and rushed toward the challenger. There was a considerable distance between the two at the beginning, but SimSlam was able to cross this gap in one step. Yugo? However, the challenger was no beginner. He was a master who could shake his shoulders a bit in the Fire River Council. Clang! The Azura raised his axe and blocked the attack. His red palms tingled from the impact. Crazy! You have 1 second to say whether you are on the brink of life or death, Sungthurjie, or the brink of life, Sungjie. The brink of life. The brink of life. I'm on the brink of life. Thud. The challenger dropped his axe. SimSlam's sword had already reached the challenger's chin. Sweat beading on his red forehead, the challenger looked at the strongest being of his generation with disbelief-filled yes. No, we evolved. Are you the only ones that can evolve? Rhyme. I also evolved. It seems that you think while you were absorbing the energy dragon's aura, I was only sucking on the forest air. Shit. If the goblin race and the snail race were to separate into two groups and fight, the goblins would win by a landslide. Your evolution seems to have had a more dramatic effect. However, I am not just a snail. Rhyme. SimSlam shook her sword. I am the strongest snail in this world. As she said this, she looked around at the hundreds of thousands of people who had just watched her duel. Is there anyone else who opposes? If there is none, I hereby declare that the proposed bill has been passed. This place has become the temporary seat of the Fire River Council, and as far as the authority of the Fire River Council is concerned, anyone who sets foot in this place must follow our instructions. If anyone wants to open their mouths about the gods again, then you must at least block one sword from me. Just like the council member who just faced me. Perhup, SimSlam chuckled. This world is too beautiful to be stained by the excuses of weak bastards. And unexpected events also began to occur in the dropout waiting room. Pot. White light leaked from the sofa the heretic questioner was sitting on and slowly engulfed his body. By the time we all looked over at what was going on, the heretic questioner spoke as if he had just realized something. Huh? Ah, indeed. persuading them through conversation or personal communication means. I have to go there and talk personally. Ahaha. Well, it certainly is much more efficient than summoning members of the snail race here one person at a time. Whoosh! The light rapidly intensified. Perhaps after a few seconds, it would completely cover the heretic questioner and send him from this place to that world. I had to warn him before that. Mr. Heretic Questioner. Yes, my master. You are the parent of those children. Parent. Understand? You have to answer and talk to them with the feeling of being a parent. No, damn it. Even if I say that, you wouldn't understand. The heretic questioner smiled widely. Yes, I don't understand. Damn it. Just try to think about and imagine the perspective of other people as much as possible. Understand? If it's difficult, ask the kids around you. Smiling, the heretic questioner saluted. I'll try my best. Pot. The white light enveloped the heretic questioner's entire body. Chapter 264. Family Discussion 1. The heretic questioner disappeared without a trace. In the now empty space, there was a slight depression in the middle of the sofa, as if it had been stretched by the heretic questioner's little weight. We looked back and forth between the empty seat on the sofa and the hologram.
Kim Gong-ya.
Do you really think he'll do well? The heretic question has also grown a lot compared to the past. Even if a psycho has a change of heart and becomes a psycho, it has only decreased by 1 letter star. It's still the same thing. Asterisk. There is no good equivalent for this in English, but you get the idea. Anastasia. Think about it. Wouldn't it be great progress if the word path in psychopath was removed? Indeed. If you look at it that way.
Oi.
What the hell are you two talking about? The Crusader interrupted our conversation with a dumbfounded expression. After you two became friends, just listening to you talk is driving me insane. The Black Dragon Master and the Death King. It is shocking enough that you two people, who I never thought could become friends, could do so. But what's even more shocking is how well you two get along. One is the epitome of a dumb gangster asterisk, while the other is a perfect example of a cold city girl. Asterisk. Good for nothing. What is it? Are you lonely because we are the only ones who are so close? I have always kept my heart open to the Crusader too. Hey, friends. Companionship. Friendship. Come on. This guy is the second ranked in our tower. Just as the Crusader sighed through her helmet, a change occurred in the hologram. Ahahaha. The laughter that had erupted in the waiting room not so long ago was heard once more. This time it came from within the hologram. Just like if we were walking down the street, smelled something bad, and turned our heads to see the cause of the bad smell, we instinctively turned our heads to look at the heretic questioner like a trash can that was at least 30 years old. Hello, dear snails. And non-snails. The cutest blonde trash can in the world smiled brightly. This is the first time everyone is seeing me in this form. When I stayed in Remepolis, I mainly possessed and used puppies to communicate with you. Even when I appeared in your dreams, I insisted on using the image of a puppy. So, perhaps, this location is the best place to greet you from. The heretic question was floating in the air above the forest. Nice to meet you, people of the snail race. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. It was like a twinkle in the sky. Is that? It's the same. That's the same person from the video. What is this? The members of the snail race looked up at the sky blankly. Not just the snails. Ever since SimSlam's overwhelming display in the duel, many races had focused their attention on this place. In other words, the place the heretic questioner had been sent, the air above SimSlam's head, was the best stage with which to capture everyone's attention at the same time. Rhyme. Isn't that like a god? So beautiful. The snails muttered unwittingly. That was right. The figure leisurely standing in the air in itself could already be considered holy. In fact, this was just the formal act of invoking the ability of sacred technique gods. Send off, Thongsun, every 0.5 seconds to make it seem as if he was floating in the sky. Of course, there was no way for the snails to know that. The children could only look up at their god with entranced faces. At that moment, a glimmer of hope passed through the minds of my companions, who were sitting in the waiting room and staring intently at the hologram. Huh? Isn't it going surprisingly well? Right? The heretic questioner naturally has a killer appearance. In fact, even if he ranked fourth based just on his appearance, no one would object. He's the most handsome guy in our tower, so if he gave them a few national treasure-level smiles, it might be surprisingly easy to incite them. That's right. It seemed we had underestimated the heretic questioner too much. Handsomeness. That deceptive face which, together with the Black Dragon Master, split the stake of good looks in our tower in two. In addition to that were a deceptive voice and smile. Even when that deceptive body walked on the ground, it was enough to delude the world and deceive the people, and now it was floating in the sky. Then wouldn't that be God? People of the snail race. The heretic questioner respectfully clasped his hands together on his chest. After 10 years of being the leader of the 10,000 temples, the heretic questioner's gestures as he offered prayers were truly reverent. I love you all. The face of the praying heretic questioner was as beautiful as well-carved marble. The slightly lowered eyebrows, the eyes shining through the long eyelashes, the exquisitely narrowed lips as if telling a secret or confessing. All of these gestures made the snails stare blankly upward. I know you all have seen the videos. The heretic questioner, the man who you worshipped as the great puppy, was confined and separated from my companions for 200 years for your sake. I only wanted to live with you, to watch over you and take care of you from the closest distance. Rhyme? Right. We didn't see the other gods because after they finished their task, they hurriedly went to another place, another world, the outside world. In any case, they went somewhere else. However, our God stayed with us. It's difficult for a person to endure 50 years, let alone 200. He endured 200 years without being able to reveal his true self, or even talk to his friends. Yes, the heretic questioner clasped his hands together, then smiled brightly once again. Because I love you all. Oh dash. The snails started to get excited. This was natural. After all, the truth that the one who led you was not a god but a human was obviously shocking. It was a hard truth that was difficult for anyone to bear. But on the other hand, the truth that, even though he is a human he still loves you and is committed to you was so moving that it could overturn the shock. So what if he wasn't a god? What was a god in the first place? Isn't the one who watches over us and cares for us our God? Angel. A young snail waved their tentacles. You are an angel, right? You are the angel that loves our race. Angel. You are so beautiful. Ah, Angel. Thank you. It would be enough for the name God to be changed to Angel. Ahaha. My beloved snails. And the heretic questioner was a character optimized for the mass production and distribution of instigation, deception, fabrication, multi-level marketing, and fanaticism. Even if you were to take the most alluring voice, attach it to the most beautiful face template, then install the most terrible psychopath AI, you wouldn't be able to create something like the heretic questioner. Do not be surprised that you and I look different. Appearance is nothing compared to the love we share. I too. Snapping his fingers, the heretic questioner's height began to change. It changed into an adult form. Then, as the snails shouted Rimu, Rimu, the heretic questioner changed back to the form of a boy. As you saw, I can change my appearance as much as I want. Appearance is not important. Love. The only thing that matters is my heart, which loves you and cherishes you as truly beautiful beings. Oh my rhyme. Great puppy. Guide of our race. Indeed. It seems I definitely underestimated the ability of the heretic questioner. Sitting in the waiting room, I looked at the hologram dumbfoundedly. He's the type of guy who could create a cult no matter what world he was thrown into. MHM. He was born with it, born to be a cult leader. Isn't that too harsh? I think it's a mistake for such an innate ability to be allowed in this world in the first place. The heretic questioner found all kinds of religions, countless denominations, and all manners of heresies from the outside world. He met them all, processed them, and settled the unprocessed believers. In the realm of religion, it is absolutely impossible to defeat the heretic questioner. However, there were always exceptions. Noisy. Smack. The sound of a whip resonated throughout the area. The dense forest leaves trembled, and the fragile barks on the tree trunks were swept away by the wind. Suddenly coming to their senses, the snails turned their antennae in the direction from whence the sound came. The Fire River Council just submitted a bill, but it seems that my foolish conspecifics did not realize the severity of that bill. The strongest member of the snail race, the heroine who still ruled over the Fire River Council even though she only had one tentacle left. Looking very upset, SimSlam's antennae twitched. If you want to talk about God, you must challenge me to a duel and block one blow. That is the law. Clear, articulate, indisputable. The law is so clear, and yet here you are, barking like dogs. Rhyme, or is it because you forgot to take the guidance period into consideration? It would be fine to punish all those who broke the law. The air in the forest suddenly became dank. Considering the uniqueness of this case, I will let it slide this time. Peru. Rimyu. Sighs came from all over the forest. There was no one who didn't know how strict SimSlam was, and she was especially famous among the snail race. The general opinion was that SimSlam was stricter towards her own race. Rhyme. When the surroundings became quiet, SimSlam raised her antennae and looked at the heretic questioner. Heretic questioner, you said it was? Yes, that's right. Let me ask first, is that the real name of the great Rhyme? If you're asking for my real name, that is difficult to answer. The heretic questioner smiled. I have a name that represents my life, and a name that represents my birth. Heretic questioner is the former. In a word, for you, it is similar to the title chairman of the Fire River Council. It reveals my position, discloses my stance, and shows my obligations and capabilities. I am SimSlam. SimSlam looked up at the heretic questioner expressionlessly. SimSlam, that is my name. I can be the chairman of the Fire River Council, or I could quit being the chairman. I have a life before I became chairman, and I can carve out a new life after I am no longer chairman. So in your words, SimSlam, that is my only name. What is your name? Time passed. It was still noon as the sun blazed down. The noon sunlight bounced back and forth on leaves of the palm trees, scattering split shadows similar to fractals on the ground. SimSlam was covered in a split shadow, and the heretic questioner was also covered in a shadow that had been split 2 or 3 times. Bambolina. Bambolina? Yes. The heretic questioner smiled faintly. It means doll. From your perspective, it's a different language. You could call me Kukla Kukla. If you want, I don't mind. However, I will ask that you do not call me Bambolina if possible. Why is that? That is the name that only my master calls me by. If you must call me by my real name, call me Kukla. Understood. Then Kukla. The waiting room. While listening to this series of conversations, my companions silently turned to look at me. The fact that I had become the heretic questioner's master had been spread through the mouth of none other than the heretic questioner himself. As for how special the contract between us was, someone like the Black Dragon Master or the Crusader would have a rough idea. Only to me, the heretic questioner told his children his real name, which only I, the one he had sworn loyalty to, knew. He told them. Bambolina should have realized it by now. So I had no choice but to tell them. That isn't just a meeting between cult leader and believers. It took many conditions for me to learn the heretic questioner's real name. I had to overcome many obstacles and prove my qualifications and abilities. Prove that I was more capable, that I could use you better. However, there were people in the world who he had to reveal himself to even without conditions. To paraphrase, it's like a discussion between parents and children. Children, daughter, son. Even if he is the head of a great guild, and one of the top 5 in the tower, the heretic questioner can't reveal his title as leader of the 10,000 temples, to his children. Fourth rank? He can't boast about such achievements. Maybe if the parents and children spent time together, and the parents grew old and the children grew up, and they reached a point where they were living in the same world, then they might understand and respect the weight of the titles leader of the 10,000 temples and fourth ranked, and a closer relationship might sprout from it. However, not now. As Bambolina said, this is the first time he is facing them, the first face-to-face meeting between parents and children, not as the heretic questioner or the 10,000 temple lord, but only with his real name. He had no choice but to reveal his bare face, unless he intended to take advantage of the children. Within the hologram, the heretic questioner was still smiling. However, the atmosphere surrounding the smile was a bit cold. This smile, which was so warm and bright and kind when he was everyone's cult leader, had now become a smile that was nothing more than a courtesy to reassure others. Even though the other party was none other than the snail race, who were no different from his own children. Rimu. SimSlam expressionlessly looked up at the smiling God Angel Father. We, the snail race, have a unique way of thinking. The only thing worth existing in this world are the useful things. Only the useful should survive, and the useless should be ignored so that they face natural selection on their own. Lifting her one remaining tentacle, SimSlam continued. We strive our whole lives to be useful. Rest is simply a preparation stage for work. Sleep is the rest stage for everyday life. I wake up early in the morning to train, and return late at night after finishing my work. In the meantime, I constantly check myself to see how useful I've been and whether I was negligent. SimSlam continued. Her world crawled along the dark ground, hidden in the shadows of the countless palm trees. Rhyme. The snails who clung to the shaded trees with their mucus nodded their antennae in agreement with SimSlam. Rhyme. Useless things begin to turn yellow. We give bluestones to those things, and let them rot in decayed underground tunnels. Bluestones were stones that shined deep blue, a drug mainly consumed by the snail race. Because it was highly addictive, they were generally avoided by the snail race. Upon hearing those words, the surrounding snails nodded again. Rhyme. The members of the snail race chirped from the shadows, like the sounds of cuckoos in a dark forest. Do we need to kill them? No. Rather, it's better to keep them alive as long as possible. Because when we normal snails see those guys screaming, it doesn't matter if we starve to death. Just give us bluestones, we would think, oh, they are still useful to us. Since they're still useful, we can rest assured. Rhyme. Even if there are some who fail to keep their lives, it's not a bad thing. In any case, they are the ones who ruin their lives for bluestones. They say that bluestones are better than life, so every time we give them gifts that are better than life. Rhyme. Eat. Eat more. Eat as much as you want. Rhyme. Rhyme. They are dregs, but they are useful dregs, because they make us alert. Rhyme. We are a great race. We are the race who subjugated the 6 other races under our tentacles, built great caves, and ruled. Even though the 1,000-year empire collapsed until the lowly blades of the slaves, the empire is still alive in our hearts and minds. And even today we strive to live useful days as the people of the empire. Rhyme. This. Rhyme. These are all things we learned from you. Rhyme. You taught us. You told us what was useful and useless. We, the children, nodded. After growing up, we moved our tentacles to take action. You told us to be proud, so we were proud. You led us to build an empire, so we created one according to your words. Rhyme. You gave birth to us. What we feel, when, where, and how to despise someone, how to feel happy, how to be proud, how strongly to feel about things you shouldn't do, all of it was taught by you and inherited from you. So Kukla, even if you didn't give birth to us physically, you gave birth to our minds, our senses, and our lives. You are the parent of all of us. Look at the way we speak, for example. In the beginning, you called yourself Rhyme. Because of that, we say Rhyme when we are in a good mood and Rimu when we are in a bad mood. Understand? Your name determines our good and bad moods. Rhyme, Rhyme. Rimu. Rhyme. Nevertheless, SimSlam glanced around. After hanging around the idiots of the goblin race, the red-skinned Ajuras were listening seriously to SimSlam's words with folded arms. Was it so interesting to be so serious? Pure up, SimSlam scoffed. I realized how abnormal our race was. A person could be useful or not. They can exist even if they're not. Aberka, who is praised as the strongest warrior in the history of the goblin race, was born with albinism and found it difficult to even walk under the sun. He must have failed as a warrior. However, he treated his albinism as an obstacle to overcome, and overcame it, then built his own life as a series of overcoming. SimSlam murmured. If he had been born into our race, he would have lived his entire life stuffed in a hole and addicted to bluestone since childhood. Then, he would have devoted his life to being useful by accepting our ridicule and sneers. Kukla. SimSlam continued to look expressionlessly at the heretic questioner. Our father. Yes. Without realizing, even the heretic questioner's expression had disappeared. To this unsmiling parent, the seasoned snail race child asked, "Why is our father a psycho?" The heretic questioner held his chin. Why I became a psycho? That's right. Rhyme. That's a tough question. Within he groaned. The heretic questioner pondered seriously. However, the heretic questioner's serious expression was the same whether he faced a math problem that was difficult to solve or not. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage of being the heretic questioner. At the very least, it wasn't the face of the parent the children wanted. Why are you so obsessed with success? For that reason, SimSlam did not stop her offensive. Why did you devote your mind to distinguishing between things like useful and useless? It would be fine if you just distinguished them. But why did you have to distinguish everything so quickly? In the presence of the entire snail race. No, in the presence of all the other races, SimSlam questioned their god, the god who ruled over the continent with the unconditional devotion of an ancient empire. People are not omnipotent. I don't know much, but I do know it's impossible to see the potential hidden in a child in front of you with a single glance. That is why we should be humble, and give the child a grace period where they can live relaxedly until their abilities blossom. That would be called education. Remo. So, why does Kirka have to quickly sort out the useful and useless things? Questioned their parent. Father, why are you like that? Can you not live differently? At all? Night began to fall in the forest. The last rays of sunset slipped from the damp leaves and disappeared. Whoosh! Moving around busily, the elves began to place torches here and there. Whoosh! Then, the panorama of snail race members, who had been hidden in the shadows of the forest until then, was revealed through the dim light. Hundreds of thousands of snails. They could go anywhere by crawling on the ground or climbing on walls. The homes they actually lived in for their entire lives were on their backs in their spiral-shaped shells. A race that was supposed to be free was now bound listening to the conversation between SimSlam and the heretic questioner with bated breaths. Rhyme. Remo. This was not because they were overwhelmed by SimSlam's influence. Neither was it because they were overwhelmed. It was simply because SimSlam at that moment represented their entire race. On behalf of every member of their race to their parent, she said what they wanted to say, asked what they wanted to ask, released the resentment they wanted to release, gave the blame they wanted to give. All of this strung together in the form of questions, a discussion that they were having there. That is to say, SimSlam had become the representative of their race, or to be more precise, the eldest sister of their race. While their eldest sister pointed out their parents' faults, the other members of the snail race sat quietly like little brothers and sisters. The scale was enormous. It was literally a discussion with their parent. Tuck. The heretic questioner slowly descended from the air to sit opposite SimSlam. He stopped using the sacred technique, God's send-off, Thongsun. Now, standing between the eyes of the parent and child was no longer the distance between the sky and the ground, nor was it their difference in height. A torch that had been lit by someone flickered slightly. SimSlam, I owe you all apologies for many things. The empire fell because I wasn't thorough enough. All of the privileges you had disappeared, And from then on, the life of the snail race was reduced to that of a barren-level race, mining salt on the outskirts and supplying it to the goblins. That is my failure. When it comes to that, there's nothing I could say even if I had 10 mouths, sorry.
No.
It's not like that. Raising her tentacle, SimSlam rubbed it across her face. It seemed like she was massaging the area between her eyebrows tiredly. The first empire, the glory of the younger years, the failed past, and the subsequent turn around to the laborers of the present. I'm not blaming you for this changing history. No, on the contrary, Father worked really hard and did well. Ha! Which races in this world were able to become the hegemons of this continent? The snail race and the goblin race. There were only two. Father was able to reach a level that only two people in this world were able to. Even if you did crash later, Rhyme. We respect Father's ability. What we are asking about is not Father's success or failure. Look at us. SimSlam got closer. Look at us. Kukla. The sole remaining tentacle, covered in scars from countless battles, tightly covered the back of the heretic questioner's hand. The heretic questioner looked. Look at us, Father. And on SimSlam's face was the exact same smile the heretic questioner had. Faced with this smile, the heretic questioner seemed to freeze for a while, as if he'd been paralyzed. We smile as we throw useless children into the bluestone cave, saying, "It can't be helped. Perhaps that is our dirtiness. Perhaps it is a smile that comes from viciousness. However, it's different, Father. It is an innocent smile we got from you. It's unfortunate, but this one is useless. Let's throw them away." Point. We look a little different, and we have a few more arms than you do? Or a few less. SimSlam playfully flicked her one remaining tentacle. Nevertheless, we inherited almost your entire legacy. What you intended, and even what you didn't intend. Your laughter, gestures, the very weight you chose to sink into this world. Everything. That's why, Father does not need to thank us for achieving the first empire, nor should you apologize for the empire's downfall. Those are all secondary issues. What we want to know is, why our father is a psycho. For what reason? Only then can we understand why we are psychos. The antennae of every snail turned in the direction the heretic questioner was sitting. Tell us, Father. We want to know. Silence fell. In this miry silence, the heretic questioner opened his mouth. I. The 40th floor quest is currently underway. Then, 2. No, why are you so obsessed with making money? The elves surrounded the count. The atmosphere in the forest was noisy, as if a court hearing was being held, and unlike their beautiful appearances, the elves' faces carried sharp grimaces as they bombarded their god with waves of attacks. What you do is for money. What you don't do is for money. Money no matter what. The world is all about money, money, money. So that makes you upset? Hugh, holding a hookah, the count let out a puff of smoke. It was a hookah developed by the elves, and this person had just purchased it at a high premium. The parent had purchased the product developed by their children, and as one could see from the atmosphere, they were not particularly pleased about it. It feels good to make money, doesn't it? No, just touching money feels good. Seriously, couldn't you teach us something other than making money? Like what? Music? Singing? Art? How to exaggerate and say things like, "This world is so beautiful I could just die." Or how to make others lose themselves and say, "You are so beautiful the world could just die." I don't know anything like that. I can't teach you anything other than how to make money. Why is that? I was born as a child who had nothing. Behind the smoke from the hookah, the count grinned. I had a house that was empty. No, actually, I didn't have a house. Do you know what a garbage city is? You don't. The world I was born in is much larger than your continent and has a lot more people, and the garbage that people threw away was enough to create an entire mountain range. Nevertheless, sometimes there is garbage that can be recycled. I'm talking about garbage that could make money. Then merchants were bound to get screwed. Garbage that others threw away after eating, garbage that others threw away after pooping, garbage that others threw away after playing, garbage that others threw away after having sex. I sifted through all kinds of garbage to find the garbage that could at least make money. The business acumen of every elf was sharp. They briefly pounded the calculators in their heads. Was such a business profitable? The profitability seems pretty bad. Hoo-hoo. The Count smiled cheerfully. It can't make money, right? It's bad, right? Yes, that's right. You're correct. That's why my daily wages were even less than little boogers. Even so, if I was taken advantage of by adults, I was left with almost nothing. What else could I do? All I could do was wake up while the adults were sleeping and secretly work overtime rummaging through the piles of garbage. Whether I got caught or not was a small risk. I had to split my sleep up 4 to 5 times a day in order to pretend everything was okay. That way, I could collect as much valuable garbage as possible. Listen carefully, my children. At least you are like children. The Count slowly put down the hookah. Then, she leaned over and whispered to the tens of thousands of elves looking at her. In a somber voice, with a bitter tone, asking me why I didn't teach you anything else. Don't be pathetic. The moment you did something so pathetic, you already proved that you were nothing but babies. Making money is hard, but you are lucky to be able to make money. The Count's gaze seemed to be shrouded in a ghastly aura. Those who don't have money, for example, let's say there was a little kid living in Garbage City who, all of a sudden, desperately, wanted to learn piano. That's just a delusion. Don't you think so? Something so beautiful could only happen in a dream. If that kid really wants to learn piano, first they have to be fortunate enough to find a used piano in the garbage mountain. Then they have to be fortunate enough to find an old person around who knows how to tune a piano. Then they have to be fortunate enough to be able to read and collect sheet music that had been thrown away. And lastly, they have to be fortunate enough to have musical talent. For those who don't have money, just the desire to want to learn something or want to do something is the gamble of a lifetime. What I mean is that it is a gamble they would have to risk their time, luck, life, everything they have just to touch it. What about you? The Count looked around at her audience. Upon making eye contact with the Count, some elves couldn't help but shudder. Among them, there were certainly elves who had lived longer than the Count, but it was difficult for them to withstand the pressure of the 5th ranked in the tower. What about you? Sometimes it was easy to overlook because she often turned into a cat and pawed at foxtails. Born into the lowest class in a garbage city, the Count had become a magnate who controlled all of the commercial districts in the tower. There were very few people on this continent, in the tower, or in the world outside who could withstand the malice in the Count's breath. Do you want to learn music? Pay for it. Use money to find a teacher. Buy sheet music. Buy a musical instrument. Right, you might have to think carefully when you buy a musical instrument. They're quite expensive. Choose an instrument based on your level of enthusiasm for music and the capacity of your household. Carefully. Right, you have to be careful. The Count laughed. It was an old laugh that was filled with poison. You're able to think carefully because of money. Money gives you many possibilities. Music, if you don't think it's worth it, you can stop. Costs money, but you're not lacking that little money. Many people are mistaken. Money is not a goal or result. It is the starting point. As your parent, I simply gave you the starting point. The Count pulled a fan out of her pocket. Right, you're worrying about why our parent only taught us to make money. Aren't you? Fine. That's fine. Take your time to think about it. Even if you waste your time thinking about it, you're not in a situation where you'll starve if you can't meet your daily wages, are you? Then you can enjoy wasting. Worries, thoughts, contemplation, they are all enjoyable waste. This is because whenever you lose yourself in your worries or get absorbed in your contemplation, you will secretly realize that you have enough to spend the rest of your lives in leisure. Do you understand? It is the subtle luxuries that make you amazing, or at least gives you the illusion of being amazing. The Count beamed. Then, she opened her fan and covered the lower half of her face. Think whenever you want to think. Live whenever you want to live, and do whatever you want to do. That's called freedom. Money gives you freedom. Only money. So I'll ask you again, my children, or people who are like children. The Count's cat-like eyes were locked onto the tens of thousands of elves. Was it really unfortunate to be born as my children? Or do you think it was unfortunate? If that is the case, then how did you feel when you thought it was unfortunate to be born as that person's child? Did it feel bad? Or perhaps the Count grinned. When you thought about it, you felt a little proud, a little boastful, or even felt a little better? As I said, thoughts, worries, and contemplation are enjoyable luxuries. It was a smile that curved like a dark crescent moon. Aha! This crescent moon let out a laugh. From my perspective, your lives seem pretty enjoyable, don't you think? Then, the 41st floor quest is currently underway. 3. Why did you choose us? The mermaid race asked the Crusader. We are creatures who live in water. On the other hand, the great dolphin, you seem to be a being who lives on land. The worlds we live in are different. Drawn all over the bodies of the mermaids were tattoos that looked like waves, so that when the mermaids swam together, it looked like beautiful waves washing ashore. They were a race of the water. Kekerker chose the goblins. Rhyme chose the snails. Although they look different, they are all races who were born on land and live on land. They probably have more similarities than differences. But what about you? Even now, the mermaids were gathered in the river. Why us? The Crusader sat on a huge rock that rose up out of the river, and this rock was surrounded by tens of thousands of mermaids swimming in the water. The Crusader looked down at the river. The blue moonlight reflected gently off of the forest river. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was not moonlight, but the tail of a mermaid. With their arms resting on the rock and their bodies submerged in the river, the mermaids splashed water with their tail. Every time they splashed in the water, the droplets smeared with moonlight shattered brilliantly. On the land, as she looked at the moon shattering on the water's edge, the Crusader spoke. I didn't want to make you live on land. Huh? If you lived on land, you would come to hate it. Gradually, little by little, you would begin to hate everything that walked on land too. You would come to despise them. Every living thing on land would look terrible. Clink. The Crusader slowly removed her helmet. The blonde hair, which had been asleep in the iron bucket, relaxed as it trickled down. I didn't want to raise you like that. I didn't want you to smell the contempt of the world with every breath, but to simply feel the refreshing scent of the sea. I didn't want the heavy gravity to pull you down, so I made you swim. I hoped the light waves and merciful water surface would accept your swimming. Murmuring, the Crusader looked down at the moon reflected in the water. Her blonde hair hung down, hiding her face and covering the corner of her mouth. So her voice seemed to flow from the moon reflected in the water, rather than her. The air is too light. The ground is too hard. For someone like me, despite clearly being alive, it is so easy to stand, so easy to walk, that it's difficult to feel my own existence at times. I grew accustomed to it. However, you are different. Splash. Someone flapped their tail, causing ripples to spread across the river. Other ripples could be seen overlapping with that one. Stopping their actions, the tens of thousands of mermaids looked at their mother. The surface is light. The depths are heavy. The seafloor should be terrifying. Unlike when we walk, you can feel the world around you every time you swim. You can feel your own body, your own outline, and your own existence as you swim through the world. When you skillfully pierce the waves crashing down on you, you can look up at the bright sun shining brilliantly on the sea, and the moment you see it, you will feel happy. I thought you would be pleased. You could drown yourself in your swimming skills, admiring the colors of the sea that changed every day, and finding amusement in the flavor of the water that changed every time as it seeped through your gills. And if you ever got tired of the sea and the waves, you could go to the surface and look at the ground, look at the land, at the greens, browns, and grays, at red maple leaves, the yellow wheat fields, and the many other things that you could see on the land. The Crusader said, I wanted you to feel the beauty. I wanted you to find the land, and everything that walked on the land, beautiful, and love them. She could hear the sound of running water. The forest river was dark, and the sound of the running water was indistinguishable from the sounds of the mermaids. Tiny sounds flowed from all over the world. That's why I chose. The Crusader raised her head. That's why I chose you guys, the mermaid race. Was it my own selfishness? Yes, Splash. It was selfish. The queen of the mermaids created waves with her tail. However, compared to other parents, compared to the gods of the other races, it is really pretty selfishness. The mermaid stretched out a webbed hand. She stroked her mother's blonde hair, which had been suffocating in the armor. Hesitantly, the Crusader took a breath. It was wet. Breaths near the water carried the moisture of the river. In this place, the breaths of humans and mermaids were not much different. Cool droplets of water, resembling the moon, dripped down her hair. I am very happy that you are our mother. Then, the 42nd floor quest is currently underway. 1/2. Chapter 265. Family Discussion 2. The heretic questioner held his chin. Why I became a psycho? That's right. Rhyme. That's a tough question. Within he groaned. The heretic questioner pondered seriously. However, the heretic questioner's serious expression was the same whether he faced a math problem that was difficult to solve or not. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage of being the heretic questioner. At the very least, it wasn't the face of the parent the children wanted. Why are you so obsessed with success? For that reason, SimSlam did not stop her offensive. Why did you devote your mind to distinguishing between things like useful and useless? It would be fine if you just distinguished them. But why did you have to distinguish everything so quickly? In the presence of the entire snail race. No, in the presence of all the other races, SimSlam questioned their god, the god who ruled over the continent with the unconditional devotion of an ancient empire. People are not omnipotent. I don't know much, but I do know it's impossible to see the potential hidden in a child in front of you with a single glance. That is why we should be humble, and give the child a grace period where they can live relaxedly until their abilities blossom. That would be called education. Remo. So, why does Kirka have to quickly sort out the useful and useless things? Questioned their parent. Father, why are you like that? Can you not live differently? At all? Night began to fall in the forest. The last rays of sunset slipped from the damp leaves and disappeared. Whoosh! Moving around busily, the elves began to place torches here and there. Whoosh! Then, the panorama of snail race members, who had been hidden in the shadows of the forest until then, was revealed through the dim light. Hundreds of thousands of snails. They could go anywhere by crawling on the ground or climbing on walls. The homes they actually lived in for their entire lives were on their backs in their spiral-shaped shells. A race that was supposed to be free was now bound listening to the conversation between SimSlam and the heretic questioner with bated breaths. Rhyme. Remo. This was not because they were overwhelmed by SimSlam's influence. Neither was it because they were overwhelmed. It was simply because SimSlam at that moment represented their entire race. On behalf of every member of their race to their parent, she said what they wanted to say, asked what they wanted to ask, released the resentment they wanted to release, gave the blame they wanted to give. All of this strung together in the form of questions, a discussion that they were having there. That is to say, SimSlam had become the representative of their race, or to be more precise, the eldest sister of their race. While their eldest sister pointed out their parents' faults, the other members of the snail race sat quietly like little brothers and sisters. The scale was enormous. It was literally a discussion with their parent. Tuck. The heretic questioner slowly descended from the air to sit opposite SimSlam. He stopped using the sacred technique, God's send-off, Thongsun. Now, standing between the eyes of the parent and child was no longer the distance between the sky and the ground, nor was it their difference in height. A torch that had been lit by someone flickered slightly. SimSlam, I owe you all apologies for many things. The empire fell because I wasn't thorough enough. All of the privileges you had disappeared, and from then on, the life of the snail race was reduced to that of a barren-level race, mining salt on the outskirts and supplying it to the goblins. That is my failure. When it comes to that, there's nothing I could say even if I had 10 mouths, sorry.
No.
It's not like that. Raising her tentacle, SimSlam rubbed it across her face. It seemed like she was massaging the area between her eyebrows tiredly. The First Empire, the glory of the younger years, the failed past, and the subsequent turn around to the laborers of the present. I'm not blaming you for this changing history. No, on the contrary, Father worked really hard and did well. Ha! Which races in this world were able to become the hegemons of this continent? The snail race and the goblin race. There were only two. Father was able to reach a level that only two people in this world were able to. Even if you did crash later, Rhyme. We respect Father's ability. What we are asking about is not Father's success or failure. Look at us. SimSlam got closer. Look at us. Kukla. The sole remaining tentacle, covered in scars from countless battles, tightly covered the back of the heretic questioner's hand. The heretic questioner looked. Look at us, Father. And on SimSlam's face was the exact same smile the heretic questioner had. Faced with this smile, the heretic questioner seemed to freeze for a while, as if he'd been paralyzed. We smile as we throw useless children into the bluestone cave, saying, "It can't be helped. Perhaps that is our dirtiness. Perhaps it is a smile that comes from viciousness. However, it's different, Father. It is an innocent smile we got from you. It's unfortunate, but this one is useless. Let's throw them away." Point. We look a little different, and we have a few more arms than you do, or a few less. SimSlam playfully flicked her one remaining tentacle. Nevertheless, we inherited almost your entire legacy. What you intended, and even what you didn't intend. Your laughter, gestures, the very weight you chose to sink into this world. Everything. That's why, Father does not need to thank us for achieving the First Empire, nor should you apologize for the Empire's downfall. Those are all secondary issues. What we want to know is, why our Father is a psycho. For what reason? Only then can we understand why we are psychos. The antennae of every snail turned in the direction the heretic questioner was sitting. Tell us, Father. We want to know. Silence fell. In this miry silence, the heretic questioner opened his mouth. I. The 40th floor quest is currently underway. Then, 2. No, why are you so obsessed with making money? The elves surrounded the count. The atmosphere in the forest was noisy, as if a court hearing was being held, and unlike their beautiful appearances, the elves' faces carried sharp grimaces as they bombarded their god with waves of attacks. What you do is for money. What you don't do is for money. Money no matter what. The world is all about money, money, money. So that makes you upset? Hugh, holding a hookah, the count let out a puff of smoke. It was a hookah developed by the elves, and this person had just purchased it at a high premium. The parent had purchased the product developed by their children, and as one could see from the atmosphere, they were not particularly pleased about it. It feels good to make money, doesn't it? No, just touching money feels good. Seriously, couldn't you teach us something other than making money? Like what? Music? Singing? Art? How to exaggerate and say things like, "This world is so beautiful I could just die." Or how to make others lose themselves and say, "You are so beautiful the world could just die." I don't know anything like that. I can't teach you anything other than how to make money. Why is that? I was born as a child who had nothing. Behind the smoke from the hookah, the count grinned. I had a house that was empty. No, actually, I didn't have a house. Do you know what a garbage city is? You don't. The world I was born in is much larger than your continent and has a lot more people, and the garbage that people threw away was enough to create an entire mountain range. Nevertheless, sometimes there is garbage that can be recycled. I'm talking about garbage that could make money. Then merchants were bound to get screwed. Garbage that others threw away after eating, garbage that others threw away after pooping, garbage that others threw away after playing, garbage that others threw away after having sex. I sifted through all kinds of garbage to find the garbage that could at least make money. The business acumen of every elf was sharp. They briefly pounded the calculators in their heads. Was such a business profitable? The profitability seems pretty bad. Hoo-hoo. The Count smiled cheerfully. It can't make money, right? It's bad, right? Yes, that's right. You're correct. That's why my daily wages were even less than little boogers. Even so, if I was taken advantage of by adults, I was left with almost nothing. What else could I do? All I could do was wake up while the adults were sleeping and secretly work overtime rummaging through the piles of garbage. Whether I got caught or not was a small risk. I had to split my sleep up 4 to 5 times a day in order to pretend everything was okay. That way, I could collect as much valuable garbage as possible. Listen carefully, my children. At least you are like children. The Count slowly put down the hookah. Then, she leaned over and whispered, to the tens of thousands of elves looking at her, in a somber voice, with a bitter tone, asking me why I didn't teach you anything else. Don't be pathetic. The moment you did something so pathetic, you already proved that you were nothing but babies. Making money is hard, but you are lucky to be able to make money. The Count's gaze seemed to be shrouded in a ghastly aura. Those who don't have money, for example, let's say there was a little kid living in Garbage City who, all of a sudden, desperately, wanted to learn piano. That's just a delusion. Don't you think so? Something so beautiful could only happen in a dream. If that kid really wants to learn piano, first they have to be fortunate enough to find a used piano in the garbage mountain. Then they have to be fortunate enough to find an old person around who knows how to tune a piano. Then they have to be fortunate enough to be able to read and collect sheet music that had been thrown away. And lastly, they have to be fortunate enough to have musical talent. For those who don't have money, just the desire to want to learn something or want to do something is the gamble of a lifetime. What I mean is that it is a gamble they would have to risk their time, luck, life, everything they have just to touch it. What about you? The Count looked around at her audience. Upon making eye contact with the Count, some elves couldn't help but shudder. Among them, there were certainly elves who had lived longer than the Count, but it was difficult for them to withstand the pressure of the 5th ranked in the tower. What about you? Sometimes it was easy to overlook because she often turned into a cat and pawed at foxtails. Born into the lowest class in a garbage city, the Count had become a magnate who controlled all of the commercial districts in the tower. There were very few people on this continent, in the tower, or in the world outside who could withstand the malice in the Count's breath. Do you want to learn music? Pay for it. Use money to find a teacher. Buy sheet music. Buy a musical instrument. Right, you might have to think carefully when you buy a musical instrument. They're quite expensive. Choose an instrument based on your level of enthusiasm for music and the capacity of your household. Carefully. Right, you have to be careful. The Count laughed. It was an old laugh that was filled with poison. You're able to think carefully because of money. Money gives you many possibilities. Music, if you don't think it's worth it, you can stop. Costs money, but you're not lacking that little money. Many people are mistaken. Money is not a goal or result. It is the starting point. As your parent, I simply gave you the starting point. The Count pulled a fan out of her pocket. Right, you're worrying about why our parent only taught us to make money. Aren't you? Fine. That's fine. Take your time to think about it. Even if you waste your time thinking about it, you're not in a situation where you'll starve if you can't meet your daily wages, are you? Then you can enjoy wasting. Worries, thoughts, contemplation, they are all enjoyable waste. This is because whenever you lose yourself in your worries or get absorbed in your contemplation, you will secretly realize that you have enough to spend the rest of your lives in leisure. Do you understand? It is the subtle luxuries that make you amazing, or at least gives you the illusion of being amazing. The Count beamed. Then, she opened her fan and covered the lower half of her face. Think whenever you want to think. Live whenever you want to live, and do whatever you want to do. That's called freedom. Money gives you freedom. Only money. So I'll ask you again, my children, or people who are like children. The Count's cat-like eyes were locked onto the tens of thousands of elves. Was it really unfortunate to be born as my children? Or do you think it was unfortunate? If that is the case, then how did you feel when you thought it was unfortunate to be born as that person's child? Did it feel bad? Or perhaps the Count grinned. When you thought about it, you felt a little proud, a little boastful, or even felt a little better? As I said, thoughts, worries, and contemplation are enjoyable luxuries. It was a smile that curved like a dark crescent moon. Aha! This crescent moon let out a laugh. From my perspective, your lives seem pretty enjoyable, don't you think? Then, the 41st floor quest is currently underway. 3. Why did you choose us? The mermaid race asked the Crusader. We are creatures who live in water. On the other hand, the great dolphin, you seem to be a being who lives on land. The worlds we live in are different. Drawn all over the bodies of the mermaids were tattoos that looked like waves, so that when the mermaids swam together, it looked like beautiful waves washing ashore. They were a race of the water. Kekerker chose the goblins. Rhyme chose the snails. Although they look different, they are all races who were born on land and live on land. They probably have more similarities than differences. But what about you? Even now, the mermaids were gathered in the river. Why us? The Crusader sat on a huge rock that rose up out of the river, and this rock was surrounded by tens of thousands of mermaids swimming in the water. The Crusader looked down at the river. The blue moonlight reflected gently off of the forest river. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was not moonlight, but the tail of a mermaid. With their arms resting on the rock and their body submerged in the river, the mermaids splashed water with their tail. Every time they splashed in the water, the droplets smeared with moonlight shattered brilliantly. On the land, as she looked at the moon shattering on the water's edge, the Crusader spoke. I didn't want to make you live on land. Huh? If you lived on land, you would come to hate it. Gradually, little by little, you would begin to hate everything that walked on land too. You would come to despise them. Every living thing on land would look terrible. Clink. The Crusader slowly removed her helmet. The blonde hair, which had been asleep in the iron bucket, relaxed as it trickled down. I didn't want to raise you like that. I didn't want you to smell the contempt of the world with every breath, but to simply feel the refreshing scent of the sea. I didn't want the heavy gravity to pull you down, so I made you swim. I hoped the light waves and merciful water surface would accept your swimming. Murmuring, the Crusader looked down at the moon reflected in the water. Her blonde hair hung down, hiding her face and covering the corner of her mouth. So her voice seemed to flow from the moon reflected in the water, rather than her. The air is too light. The ground is too hard. For someone like me, despite clearly being alive, it is so easy to stand, so easy to walk, that it's difficult to feel my own existence at times. I grew accustomed to it. However, you are different. Splash. Someone flapped their tail, causing ripples to spread across the river. Other ripples could be seen overlapping with that one. Stopping their actions, the tens of thousands of mermaids looked at their mother. The surface is light. The depths are heavy. The seafloor should be terrifying. Unlike when we walk, you can feel the world around you every time you swim. You can feel your own body, your own outline, and your own existence as you swim through the world. When you skillfully pierce the waves crashing down on you, you can look up at the bright sun shining brilliantly on the sea, and the moment you see it, you will feel happy. I thought you would be pleased. You could drown yourself in your swimming skills, admiring the colors of the sea that changed every day, and finding amusement in the flavor of the water that changed every time as it seeped through your gills. And if you ever got tired of the sea and the waves, you could go to the surface and look at the ground, look at the land, at the greens, browns, and grays, at red maple leaves, the yellow wheat fields, and the many other things that you could see on the land. The Crusader said, I wanted you to feel the beauty. I wanted you to find the land, and everything that walked on the land, beautiful, and love them. She could hear the sound of running water. The forest river was dark, and the sound of the running water was indistinguishable from the sounds of the mermaids. Tiny sounds flowed from all over the world. That's why I chose. The Crusader raised her head. That's why I chose you guys, the mermaid race. Was it my own selfishness? Yes, Splash. It was selfish. The queen of the mermaids created waves with her tail. However, compared to other parents, compared to the gods of the other races, it is really pretty selfishness. The mermaid stretched out a webbed hand. She stroked her mother's blonde hair, which had been suffocating in the armor. Hesitantly, the Crusader took a breath. It was wet. Breaths near the water carried the moisture of the river. In this place, the breaths of humans and mermaids were not much different. Cool droplets of water, resembling the moon, dripped down her hair. I am very happy that you are our mother. Then, the 42nd floor quest is currently underway. 1/2. Chapter 266. Family Discussion 3. 4.
I'm sorry.
Slowly, the heretic questioner kneeled. It was my mistake, everyone. Hup. The members of the snail race, who were watching from a distance, sucked in breaths. Regardless of the truth that was revealed, the heretic questioner was the god whom they had worshipped for thousands of years. He was the transcendental being who had taken care of them from the beginning, the father who had given the snail race the taste of glory and honor. This godly being was not kneeling before them. I am aware that I'm by no means a normal person. I think I'm normal, but for other people, especially if we're not talking about the Death King, I'm probably not. If that is the case, then the term you used before, psycho, might be more suitable. Why? On behalf of the entire snail race, SimSlam opened her mouth. Why a psycho? It's not that rare a story. When I was 3 years old, I was kidnapped by the mafia. I don't know if I was taken away from my parents because they were unable to repay a debt, or if they picked up a useful child from an orphanage. I have already killed all of the people who could have told me that. I was taught how to kill people and how to keep them alive without killing them. I was taught how to cut down steel-like people into hundreds of pieces and make them my subordinates, and how to charm people. I picked up the process of making an organization collapse from the inside and the process of destroying it from the outside. I am a person who only knows these things. I can't help it. The heretic questioner sighed. Then, his expression brightened as he looked at SimSlam. I didn't think I should teach you all things like that. Why? Well, those are the things I do best and am the best at. Nevertheless, I didn't want you all to live like me. It would be rather difficult if there were too many people like me in the tower. For me, one me is enough. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. Of course, nevertheless, I couldn't not teach you anything. Everyone. This world is a formidable place. It's a really scary place. If you just stay in one place, then maybe someday you will get kidnapped too. I had to raise you to be strong. The heretic questioner had used all of his knowledge to cultivate the snail race's civilization. There is no such thing in the world as someone who can be completely trusted. If there was, it would be just one. It would be a miracle that you could only encounter once in your life, and it would depend solely on your luck. So look down on them. Look down on others, and control them before they betray you. That's why he captured all the other races and made them slaves. He locked the slaves, divided and isolated, in hundreds of caves with watchtowers watching over them to prevent them from betraying them. Then, you would have nothing to be afraid of in this world. Because I am a psycho. I'm sorry your father is a psycho. There was a dark silence in the forest. SimSlam slowly raised her head to look at the heretic questioner. Father Kukla. Yes. Although you're a psycho, nevertheless you tried to teach us the most moderate things, the most common sense things, and the most valuable things in your head. That's right. Father wanted to make the best house for us, even if it was a house with poor housekeeping, board walls, hammocks for roofing, unable to keep out the cold wind and rain, and seemed like it would collapse easily. Right? Right? If that's the case, then fine. SimSlam stretched out her tentacle. Then she wrapped it around the hilt of the greatsword stuck in the ground. You tried to teach us your best. You hid your worst from us and never asked us to understand. You just... Then me. I hope you all can become better people than me. Did your best to take care of us. For me, a father like that, no matter how many shortcomings he might have, I don't want to curse him and ask why he gave birth to us, or why he raised us. Chuck. SimSlam pulled the great sword out of the ground and rested it on her shoulder, on her shell. I'm glad you are my father. Maybe. SimSlam smiled. Purbup, the first member of the snail race to reign as the chairman of the Fire River Council and had done so for several decades, who was always expressionless and rarely smiled or laughed, raised her lips and smiled brightly. I might be a little happy right now. For telling me us sorry. Thank you. Then. Thank you so much, Father. Quest progress. Beginning the snail race's vote. Option 1. I liked receiving your guidance. Option 2. I hated receiving your guidance. Sage RK. Fireflies began to dance around the forest. No, if you were to look closely, they weren't fireflies. Snails bent at the roots of the palm trees. Snails stuck to wooden pillars. Snails spread out along the treetops. Snails hiding in the shadowed places in the forest. They were all listening to the conversation between SimSlam and the heretic questioner. Vote counting in progress. A bluish light emanated from the body of every single snail. These lights then separated from their bodies and floated into the air. From a distance, they looked like fireflies. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of fireflies swirled through the forest, circling around the palm trees before rising into the darkened sky. Countless fireflies glittered, and it felt like they were floating in the middle of the Milky Way, not in a forest. Vote counting completed. A voice rang out in the Milky Way forest, like the small peal of a bell. Option 2 number of votes, 22.5%. Option 1 number of votes, 77.5%. Please note that option 1 received more than half of the votes. The heretic questioner gazed absent-mindedly at the night sky. In the dark sky, the Milky Way swirled blue and green. I'm glad you are my father. Perhaps the word SimSlam just said stole everything from him. That was something I could find out at any time after living with the heretic questioner. Stage clear. The 40th floor stage has been cleared. 5. That's right. Money is best. The elves shrugged. Beside her, many elves enthusiastically expressed their agreement, saying things like, that's right, life without money is awful. If we don't have money, we don't have face. If the elves before my regression were fanatics of the Flame Emperor, the elves of this life were fanatics of Mammonism. I was starting to have doubts about the elf race itself. Mother's words are so profound that we cannot refute them. In all honesty, we just asked because we were curious. What you were thinking. Why you raised us elves into Scrooges who only care about money. I'm relieved since it seems I could satisfy your curiosity in 10 minutes. The Count giggled. If you knew how much it costs to talk to me, your filial piety will naturally emerge. After all, for a merchant, every second and every minute are precious. Well, considering that I've been watching you as if raising my own children, let's call it a parent discount service. A discount service is good. We gratefully accept it. The elves bowed their heads gracefully. Then, since we are receiving a service, I'd like to ask one more question. I don't know who you got it from, but you're pretty frugal. Well, ask. Why are you still persistently making money? The Count blinked. The elf too blinked. What do you mean? Didn't Mother say that money makes it easy to do many things? You can learn music if you want to, or even do something else if you want to, so that we can feel happy when contemplating our lives. We completely agree. But how long do you intend to earn it? The elf tilted his head. Mother seems to have quite a bit of wealth already. Can't you do what you want to do, have what you want to have, and contemplate what you want to contemplate? Don't you think you can already have any life you want without needing to? Why earn more? The elves opened their mouths. What would you do? What do you want to do? What would you contemplate? Why? The forest was dark. So the whispers of the elves were like the sounds of the trees, branches, and leaves in the forest. What are you doing? What do you really want to do? What are you contemplating? Now? The Count squeezed her fan. Creak. As the fan closed, the Count's expression was revealed. The hunter, who was ranked 5th in the tower, stared straight ahead expressionlessly. Her anger had been revealed for too long and too frequently, so all that was left were dregs. Trash. This anger, which was only dregs, let off a bad smell. To change this world, after being filtered by the air, it was refined into a sentence. In this world, there is too much trash. Even after being filtered by the air, the voice was too disturbing for the elves to handle. Aura fluttered above the Count's shoulders. Even the Count, who originally had trouble using aura, had grown somewhat accustomed to it after going through the previous stages. With the aura that she was now accustomed to, the Count showed the color of her heart. Listen, there is one truth that I learned from being born in a trash mountain, growing up in a trash village, and moving to a trash city. It's a really unique realization, and because of that realization, I regard being born in a trash can as luck. What is it? Trash that washed up from the sea, trash that fell from the sky, trash buried in the ground, and trash that rolled in, are all trash that are less dirty than humans. The Count laughed strangely. It was a scoff. Nevertheless, I have never seen a cleaning company that specialized in cleaning humans. So I thought, since this market is such a blue ocean, why not take the lead first? I will clean up all the trashy humans with money. Folding her arms, the Count smiled. Of course, I don't think all humans are trash. Not at all. If anything, it's contradictory. Certainly, there are many people who shine more beautifully than starlight. Although the distance between stars is very large, making it difficult to meet such beautiful people. It's just hard. Because if looked at from a distance, there are countless stars decorating the night sky. Perhaps she was thinking about someone. As if in a good mood, the corners of the Count's lips curled upwards. A cleaner like me is needed to take care of them. How do you mean? An elf asked. Do you want to use money to save those that are shining? Do you want to use money to get rid of the bad guys? How? The Count let out a laugh at the elf's questions. Is that necessary? It was a hearty laugh. There's no need to be a hero. There's no need to wear a bat cape and fly along the border of legal and illegal, spin a spider web between crimes to save poor victims, or hold up a large shield to block every attack. Not at all. The Count's voice was firm. Just spend money. And simple. Just enable them to make money. The establishment of a proper economy. Good companies and bad companies. Good organizations and bad organizations. Good business and bad business. Good humans and bad humans, right? There are many people who have trouble telling them apart. Those who wonder when and how the hell they can see human nature. Most of those who harbor such curiosity will artificially create environments or say things that would only be possible to encounter in extreme situations. But that's complete nonsense. Alright, listen carefully. And praise for the undistorted cycle. Let me tell you about human nature. Bad money drove out good money. It's not something you can finally see when you have nothing. It is only when you have everything. Perhaps the one who trusted people more than anyone else. If I sprinkle money, the good-natured people would reveal their good nature, and the trash would give off their stench. Nevertheless, I wouldn't change what I do. Spending money, making money, fattening them and making their meat fragrant, until they begin to rot on their own, and commit crimes on their own, I will invest in them with my own money. Might be the smiling woman sitting on a rock in the middle of the forest. And if any human or company turns out to be rotten pieces of trash, well, suddenly, a thought occurred to me. The heroes I sponsored with a lot of money will take care of them on their own. So for that reason I am, as you said, persistently making money. Well, occasionally, there are some scenarios in life that cannot be avoided, which might call for some law evasion. The Sangreon master grinned. That's the reason why I make money. Without realizing it, the elves were staring blankly at the Count. Their gazes were a little more dazed than when they regarded and worshipped the Count as a god. From the beginning, the elves had not been very enthusiastic about religion. Rather than being faithful to God herself, they were faithful to God's command to make money. Because of that, among the various races, the elves could be considered the most religious. And, however, that's also why I raised you. Today was different. There was something that was undoubtedly like faith seeping into the eyes of the elves who were looking up at the Count at that moment. Adoration for the one above them. Respect for the one who had walked further than them. Reverence for the one who could point them further. You all are much more capable than the merchants working in my tower. Naturally. They just live their lives and make money. You guys live your lives by making money. Understand? You all were merchants from birth. I can't wait for those like you to come to my tower. Honestly, I've been anxiously awaiting it. The Count stood up. The elves flinched. Regardless of that, the Count got down from her perch and walked towards the elves surrounding her. Those who really know how to make money. One person. Those who can see the flow of capital and commodity. Another person. Every time the Count stepped in front of an elf, she raised her fan and gently lifted that elf's chin with the tip. Then she made eye contact with that elf in front of her. As if seduced by the Count's eyes, those elves never avoided her gaze. Those who find pleasure in making money, but at the same time find other pleasures. Those who can contemplate what the money is for. Those who find that contemplation pleasurable. In short, one by one, the Count raised the chins of dozens, looked into the eyes of hundreds, and whispered in the ears of tens of thousands. Those like me. The forest was dark. So the whispers of the Count were like the sounds of the trees, branches, and leaves in the forest. My children, the Count spoke. Follow me. The elves' breathing slowed. This continent is small. It is just a corner of a room in the universe. Even if you are familiar with the logistics of the corner of the room and monopolize the things in it, what is the point? Follow me. Follow, climb the tower, seize every stream of money flowing through all creation, tear apart and trample the wealth piled up in the universe, so that everything from an ounce of gold to a handful of wire that was thrown into the trash can may flow unblocked. I need you. Already, the gazes of the elves were blurred. I will love you. The breaths of the elves were hotter than their body temperatures. I am the head of all merchants. I am the master of the Sangreon. Be my children and join me in letting all the trash in the world be swept away by waves. Absent-mindedly, the elves looked at the woman who was once their god, and was now their mother. Follow me. It didn't take long for the lips of the elves to part. Yes, in the dark forest, the trees, branches, and leaves whispered. Yes, mother. Quest progress. Beginning the elf race's vote. Vote counting completed. The Count smiled as brightly as the moon. Option 2 number of votes. 11.6%. Option 1 number of votes. 88.4%. Please note that option 1 received more than half of the votes. Chuck, as she unfolded her fan and covered the lower half of her face once again. The moon within her smile was split in half. Thank you, everyone. The Count concealed the slanted half-moon smile on her lips. With me, let's flush the toilet of the world. Then, stage clear. The 41st floor stage has been cleared. Chapter 267. Family discussion. 4. 6. Mother, a mermaid said to the Crusader. The Crusader had cast her gaze in a certain direction. Flapping their tails and splashing water onto the rock with their fins, the mermaids also looked in the same direction. Mother, why are you so interested in the place where the elves are?
No.
I was just so flabbergasted that I was speechless. After talking between parent and children for a while, that person really couldn't help herself. A bitter smile hung from the Crusader's lips. This seemed to stimulate the anxiety of the mermaid race. We know a lot about Mother, but we don't know that person. Is she a good person? She's a sad person. The Crusader simply defined the Count like that. And a pure person. Then the Crusader got lost in thought. It seemed like she was lost in thought for a moment. It wasn't for long. The Crusader picked up the helmet she had placed on the rock. Clank. Without a word, she put the helmet back on her head. The inside of the helmet filtered out the small chatter that came in from the world. The deceiving colors in the world narrowed. This filtered and narrowed field of view was small enough that she only recalled the things she had to do. Mermaids. Standing, the Crusader looked around. In the river where the rock sat, mermaids swam or stayed still, without exception. Tens of thousands of mermaids looked up at the Crusader. Thank you for comforting the simple-minded me and praising my mistakes as pretty. I will keep the things you told me tonight, and the scene of your cross the dark water, in my heart for the rest of my life. Are you leaving, Mother? Although I will come visit you from time to time. The Crusader nodded. I also have a lot of work to do. It can't be helped. There was a pause. The river water and seawater where the mermaids floated swelled irregularly at times. The mermaids had a habit of holding each other tightly and whispering in each other's ears. This time, too, they gently grasped the shoulders of their conspecifics, and the whisper spread from 1 to 1, and again from 1 to 10. Mother. After the whispers ended, a mermaid spoke on behalf of the entire race. Will you not take us with you? We were told about a place called the Tower, and we were told that it was a place we would soon see. If that place is Mother's homeland, wouldn't it be fine for us to follow Mother there? We love the water, but we love the land that we can't swim on a bit more. And if it is the land our mother lives, we'd love it even more. Please take us with you. The Crusader had nothing to say. She adjusted the hilt of her sword without a word. In the Tower, there are many ignoble people. I don't want you to be hurt by those people. What ignoble people? They will call you fishes simply because you have tails. They won't do it as a funny joke either. They will call you fish simply to make you feel bad. There are many, many people who live like they don't care about anything other than ruining other people's moods. That's why. Mother. The mermaids looked at each other before looking back up at the Crusader. People like that are common in this place too. The Crusader closed her mouth. There are many among us too. Weak people. Sick people. There are many people in the world who torment people simply because they are irritated. There have always been people like that, and there will always be people like that. Not beyond them. Among us. The mermaids spoke in unison. So that can't be a reason why we shouldn't see Mother's world. The Crusader hesitated for a moment. Wait a minute. Someone grabbed the Crusader's shoulder. Although it was a gentle and considerate grip, it was covered with firm will. The Crusader knew only one person who could grab her shoulder like that. The Death King, Thuong, has descended. 7. You don't have to be scared, Senior. Death King. Turning her head, the Crusader looked at me. What do you mean, scared? I didn't answer. I didn't say, for example, that she was scared that the day might come when the mermaids found out that the Crusader herself was an ordinary person. I just cheerfully said, how about this? About what? Instead of inviting the mermaid children into our tower from the beginning, you can send them past the 11th floor to study in the Ijim Empire. There are mermaids living there too. Ah! The Crusader's eyes widened. I nodded. It's unlikely that she thought about that. After all, the Crusader hadn't participated in the attack at that time. Something had happened. At that time, I had taken the Hungry Ghost as a soldier. However, the Ijim Empire hadn't known that fact yet. Therefore, they established a multi-race alliance to chase the witch, and among them were also such characters. In the eyes of this young one, the problem was simple after all. Whether this young man really is the emissary of the founding emperor, or if that woman was really the witch. whether or not the emissary really defeated the witch and brought her under his reign. It'll all be solved as long as we can confirm this. This is the soul jewel that the Queen of Mermaids gave me. If you drip a drop of blood here, you can determine whether the owner of the blood has a good-natured soul or an evil-natured soul. If you have a good-natured soul, the jewel will emit white light, and if you have an evil-natured soul, a black light will emerge. As everyone knows, I coolly sprinkled my blood on the jewel. How can his soul be so? How many lives have you saved? Such a pure white. This is simply, this person he's light itself. Shining Gongja. That was the moment I was crowned. The mermaids living on the 15th floor are very friendly to me. They think that I really am an apostle of God. No, well, the god in that place is the goddess of protection. And this goddess of protection is Shiny, who is now my hip hugger, so that analysis isn't exactly wrong, but, said hip hugger shook in her sheath. It felt like a protest demanding I take better care of her. Between meeting the Tower Master, raising children well, mediating between my colleagues, and joking around with Bei Hureong, I still had a lot of things to do. Shiny, please wait a little longer. Maybe someday you'll get the lead role in a spin-off gourmet travelogue, The Meal Diary of the Tower's First Floor by Goddess Shiny Shiny. In any case, the point is that there are mermaids friendly to me living in another world. It could be like some kind of tutorial. Wouldn't that be a suitable destination for the mermaids to study? The Crusader looked me in the eyes. Can you let go of my legs? Naturally. Don't you think personal connections are meant to be used at times like this instead of other times? Death King. No, Kim Gongja. The Crusader's expression changed. Because the change of expression was so small, even I could only read whether she was in a good mood or in an unfriendly mood from her expression. But the expression the Crusader was showing this time was easy to read. Show manners. No, there's no need to be thankful. I'm just doing what's natural.
Kim Gongya.
No, Light Gongja. You are really kind-hearted. Ahaha, I am pretty kind-hearted.
Anivi.
Kind-hearted and good-looking too. It is said that a person's life is reflected on their face. It seems to be true. No, I'm certainly brimming with life, but I don't think it's necessary to dash. Even your voice is beautiful. I think it would work even if you were to become a singer right now. Is this what a natural-born singer is?
Sing Gongya. Senior.
Excuse me? You're kind-hearted, good-looking, and good at singing, so it should be fine for you to avoid military service. I heard there's compulsory military service in Korea. Military Gongja. No, it was changed to voluntary military service when I was young. And the story of celebrities skipping military service is really old already. Moreover, since I'm a top ranker, even if there was still a conscription system, there's a high chance that I'd be exempted from military service due to my promotion of national glory, or something like that. I'm sure that would be the case. National Prestige Gongja Star. Purpur, Kuka Ugongja Gukje Yu Gongja, actually means a person of national merit, which refers to a person who sacrificed for or contributed to the country. National Prestige Gongja. No, anyway, senior, you're making fun of me, right? Just like when you made a fire play for the first time, right? I don't know what you're talking about. The Crusader feigned ignorance. I sighed. Smiling slightly, the Crusader turned towards me, grabbed my shoulder, and pulled. UHT. Naturally, my waist bent. With her arms around my neck, the Crusader showed my face to the mermaids. This is the Death King. He is the god of the goblins and a ranker in our tower. As you can see, he is my junior and also my buddy. The mermaids chattered. Death King. God of the goblins. Mother's junior. Mother's buddy. National Prestige Gongja. Goddamn. My face felt like it was going to catch fire. So, Death King. The Crusader loosened her grip around my neck. A soft smile hung from her lips. I would really like to thank you for your good suggestion. Let's plan it according to what the Death King said. Then the Crusader quickly put together a proposal. She would select a few foreign students to study at the Aegean Empire's Mermaid Falls. The plan was to observe the problems and conflicts that might arise there, formulate solutions, and then increase the number of foreign students. Then, while gradually increasing the number of students, she would ultimately introduce the mermaids to Babylon, the city on the first floor of our tower. Hoo-hoo! The Crusader chuckled. It seemed that the mermaid race had been fully convinced by the proposal, as they chose to follow the Crusader without hesitation. Excitedly, they said things like, "What do mermaids from another world look like? They live in an enormous lake, not in the sea. And, is that lake really that big? Just like children going on a school trip. You really don't know how life goes. Ha! Although it's just a figure of speech, I put myself in the position of a parent to raise children. I made up with the Black Dragon Master and became friends again. Even my relationship with the other guild masters." The Crusader looked at me with a smile. However, it seemed like her gaze was not directed at me, but somewhere else. Seriously, things like that happened. The Crusader's voice suddenly faded. It was as if she was reminiscing about the stories of the past. I kept my mouth shut this time too, before reaching the 15th floor where the mermaid's lake was. When I had climbed to the 13th floor of the tower for the first time, we became divided because there was a traitor among us. We were divided. I had guessed who the traitor was. However, instead of trying to uncover the traitor, I buried it deeply by changing the stage itself in order to prevent it from happening. At that time, I had sometimes wondered whether not investigating the traitor's identity was the right thing to do or not. But the moment I saw the Crusader's side profile, I was able to think without wavering. Right? That was a good thing to do. And it was enough. Bit by bit, the fog of dawn rose in the forest. Beneath the palm trees, the heretic questioner continued to talk about something with the snails. Although the heretic questioner's expression was serious, at times he would smile like he usually did. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Count was stroking the elves' heads. Perhaps it was some kind of oath of loyalty, or perhaps it was a parent showing affection to her children for the first time. Perhaps it was both. Nevertheless, the Count was smiling, and the elves looked happy. "Thanks," the Crusader said, and looked at me. "You're a good friend. Kim Gongja." "Patricia." Silence fell. "That's my real name, Patricia. In the future, if there's no one else around, you can call me Patricia. If the civil militia were to hear, there might be a dispute over favoritism. I'm sure the children you raised will understand you too. Mi amigo." The Crusader walked up to the stream where the mermaids were splashing around in the water. Then, she took off her heavy armor, helmet, and gauntlet before diving in among the mermaids. Quest progress. Beginning the mermaid race's vote. Splash. Vote counting completed. Option 2 number of votes. 1.32%. Option 1 number of votes. 98.68%. Please note that Option 1 received more than half of the votes. In the distance, the sound of the mermaids laughing could be heard. I could hear stories of their god walking with them, stories of them carrying their god on their backs, and even stories of their god dancing with them. Having their god swim with them was a happiness that only the mermaid race could experience. Stage clear. The 42nd floor stage has been cleared. I watched the sight of a god and their race, a parent and their children swimming together for a long time. Then, Ugger! I heard the familiar voice of a familiar child behind me. "Daddy!" It was Aberka. I nodded. Right? The heretic questioner, Count, and Crusader had all cleared the stages one after the other, and now it was my and the Black Dragon Master's turns. As we left the waiting room, the Black Dragon Master made a promise to me, saying, "Don't you dare peek, Kim Gongja. If you peek, I will poison you." She said she didn't want anyone to see her in parent mode talking openly to the vampires, or something like that. The fact that she mentioned the specific method of poisoning, rather than just saying she would kill him, highlighted just how serious Anastasia was. How would she do it? It wasn't like I was a rookie who didn't even have an immunity skill. "Hugh!" However, unlike Anastasia, I was not embarrassed at all. How close I was to the children. Instead, I hoped that everyone would, while watching me chat harmoniously with the children, and seeing how strong our children-parent bond was, feel envious. I would be grateful if they were jealous.
Come uburka punto.
Turning slowly and opening my hands, I planned to hug Aburka. The heretic questioner had shown off his mental growth by showing pity for his children. The Count had shown off her capitalist virtues by personally providing them with employment for her children. The Crusader had shown off her moral mind by prioritizing her children's hearts. Kim Gongja was simply the sky. I was confident enough to not show any mental growth, capitalist values, or even my moral mind. If you knew yourself and your enemy, you could win every battle. In a way, the biggest enemy in someone's life was their own children, and in that regard, those goblin children were no match for me, who already had an insight into everything. Ugher. Even when your colleagues mocked you and questioned you for choosing goblins, Daddy still firmly chose our goblin race. Something like, I knew the legend of Daddy teaching us about characters and tattoos, but seeing it for myself in my head was so touching. Ugher. It cannot be said that Daddy hasn't given us everything. Or something like, Daddy's grace is like the sky, so there is no way for us to repay it. If it wasn't for Daddy, we wouldn't be the overlords of the continent, and we would be more disgusting than we are now. Daddy really is a true friend. Thud. Thud. In my ears, I could hear hundreds of thousands of goblins, including Aburka, singing Daddy, Daddy like a hymn. Of course, facing this praise, What are you talking about? It's because you all are so amazing. It's enough for this Daddy to watch you all grow up. I love you, my children. Was ready to be humble. It was perfect. From now on, I was no longer the light. I was the light-filled sky. Not shining, but the sky. The glorious moment, in which Gongja was reborn as the true sky, was now unfolding. As I turned around, widening the business smile I'd learned from the Black Dragon Master, anticipating my child's passionate embrace. Now, come give me a dash. Daddy, I got something passionate. You're wide open. A huge axe flying passionately towards my chest. Ha! The hell? Tight. It was only thanks to my high stage that I was able to avoid the blow. Maybe it was because I received some kind of premonition from Bei Hurayong, who had been looking at me with an overwhelmingly pitying expression. But had it not been for my profound step technique, I would not have been able to avoid it. Yugo! The axe-wielding Aburka frowned. Then he spat on the ground. Daddy's movements are like a squirrel running through the forest. I thought I'd executed my attack perfectly. WH-. What do you think you're doing, Aburka? Flustered, I looked over Aburka's shoulder. The children following Aburka, who now had skins as red as their hearts, stood in a crowd. Unless my eyeballs were seriously damaged, they all also held weapons in their hands. They could only be described as very inappropriate types of equipment to use when greeting your parents. Where is the touching reunion? Didn't you all see the video of me taking care of you for thousands of years? We saw it. If you saw it, then why are you swinging your axe? I don't know what you're talking about. Aburka bared his fangs. We've known for a long time that Daddy cares for us, so we weren't particularly impressed while watching that video. WH-. What? Think about it. Yugo. We go to theaters to watch fire plays whenever we're bored. Every day, the topics that appear in fire plays are all Daddy's love, hardship, and friend story. Fire plays where Daddy is the main character are so overplayed now that most goblins can probably recite them with their eyes closed. Daddy, you seem to have forgotten that people have a threshold. Couldn't believe it. Was this that? A phenomenon where if you show too much love on a daily basis, your love would be taken for granted, and filial piety would no longer be felt. And dash no way. Yes way. Whoosh. Aburka swung his axe yet again. This time he even carefully wrapped it in aura. It seemed that the stage of his aura had grown after absorbing the energy dragon, causing his attacking power to shoot to the top. Hike! Spare Daddy! Oh! I've been waiting so long for this day to come. Aburka's biceps throbbed. I was beaten up in an unseemly manner the first time I met Daddy. Even after becoming a constellation, I was still beaten up by Daddy. But today, after eating that turtle's head, I will finally teach Daddy a lesson. You crazy bastard. You lost twice and you're still holding it in your heart? Ugger. Who do you think I am, Daddy? The musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven roars. I am Aburka, the chairman of the Fire River Council, warrior commander of the Death King family, child of Daddy, and the one who dreams of teaching Daddy a lesson. Was this brat showing me his name value? Chapter 268. White Lion Religion 1. Baraya. My heart is like a torch.
Aka Baraya.
I shall commit an unfilial act. The goblins enthusiastically sang the fireplay song, and I just barely, dodged the axe swung by Aburka in front of me. But my heart was deeply unsettled. As I avoided the sixth strike, I yelled out, "Hey! Don't sing Baraya here, you maniacs! Why can't we sing it? If I say don't sing it, then don't sing it." The teachings of the demonic cult Mojel are widely spread among the goblins. Through cultural projects like the fire painting play and military tactics like the Infernal Heavens formation, the goblins consciously or unconsciously lived by the teachings of the demonic cult. Agabaraya was a kind of chorus that boosted the morale of the goblins, and they were free to sing it as much as they wanted, but why sing Baraya just to catch me? Huh? When you captured the energy dragon, you didn't use Infernal Heavens formation and just did breathing exercises. So why are you going all out to hunt me down? Ugger. Hearing my words, Aburka chuckled. Do you really not understand, Daddy? Whoosh. Aburka swung his axe in a wide arc, destroying everything within its radius. Merely with wind pressure, he pulverized palm trees, rocks, and all kinds of life in between. Damn! I too, had I not hastily retreated, would have at least lost a heel. For us, Daddy is everything. What? Everything, I said. Thud. Aburka, with red light flowing in his eyes, approached me. His gaze was so intense that my heart skipped a beat. What? I thought maybe he was caught in disharmony by raising his spiritual energy. But that was not possible. Aburka was not so low in his level to be caught in disharmony, and in our demonic cult, being caught in disharmony, losing to oneself is considered a disgrace. Simply, Daddy still doesn't realize how big a being he is to us. You haven't truly felt it. To the extent that I mistook it for disharmony, Aburka was drawing aura from his whole body. What are you talking about? Of course. I am your closest friend. That's what I'm saying. Ugger. Daddy truly doesn't know himself. Aburka chuckled. Then, as if the previous conversation was a joke, he opened up about his true feelings. As Daddy said, Daddy gave us characters. Watching Daddy look over us and painstakingly create characters for our goblin race, in accordance with the tribe's nature, even though we knew it in theory, it struck me differently. Ugger. It was worth seeing. Behind me, the goblins and Azuras, their flesh reddened, chimed in. Ugger. Ugger. As they added choruses to Aburka's words, it felt like a red wave becoming a massive tide approaching me. Do you remember the day when Daddy first taught us characters? The day he taught us how to pronounce them. I gripped the hilt of my sword tightly. A formidable aura was bubbling up from the red wave. It was like the sensation when the Constellation Killer was approaching me to kill me on the 50th floor. Something greater than me, stronger than me, and perhaps more desperate than me. The chilling intent to kill that I felt when he pointed its sword at me. Now, I could intensely feel it from the red wave of these children. I measured the distance with my eyes and said, I remember, as vividly as if it were yesterday. Daddy taught letters to children whose intelligence was not yet fully developed. While teaching, he first created characters only for the things they loved, the things they played with, the things that made them happy. Gently, mud is, sky is oh, sun is, moon is, water is, carving into soft mud with the claws of a lion. The days when I taught the little goblins how to write still remain vividly in my mind. As a warm memory, Daddy must have known numerous languages. However, Daddy knew that the languages we needed in life were only about 7. So, Daddy could have blamed us. Why do you see the world so narrowly? This is what a tree is, this is what a mountain is. Learn more, know more. But he didn't blame us. Instead of blaming, Daddy rather wanted to properly unfold the little world we had. He didn't teach the children that the rain will stop soon, so don't worry, when it rained. Instead, when we were frightened and shivering in primal fear, as the rain furiously hit the ground, Daddy took the lead and howled. Using the goblin word for rain, ku. If translated into modern language, water comes. Care. Water coming to the land, to the surface. Outside the hut, the rain poured incessantly. Little goblins huddled inside the hut, trembling. To the primitive goblin race, heavy rain was a kind of deity. It was the deity's anger manifesting as rain. Maybe we did something wrong to anger the deity. In a society at a tribal level, where language had not yet been intricately formed, it was difficult to come up with such clear sentences. In reality, at best, fragmented words like "we sky wrong" would have come out, an era where even their own fears could only be expressed in fragmented words. That was the tribe, a time when the color of the sky wasn't fixed. The reason for the sun and moon's rotation was a mystery, and all born creatures trembled in fear of what attacked from outside and the unknown feeling inside. Care. He. Then someone howled. Ker. He. Water comes. Water comes to the land. Just that simple howl. Amidst the torrential rain in the primeval forest, as if the world would be swept away by raging currents at any moment, the white-maned lion roared endlessly on the rock. Water comes. Water comes. Water comes. Ker. Karak. It was sorcery, Kongsu. A spell clearer than any mysterious fortune-teller. Care. He. Several goblins left the hut and approached the white lion. As half of the hut was already flooded by the heavy rain, the goblins had no hesitation. They climbed the high rock, slippery with rain, struggling several times. They continued to howl as they climbed. Ker. Ki. Ker. Ki. Water comes. Water comes to the land. As dozens of goblins struggled to reach the top, the white lion was there, chin held high, looking up at the dark sky. The goblins gasped for air, engulfed in fear. They were terrified. The dark clouds boiled as if about to unleash the deity's wrath at any moment. Lightning, thunderbolts, thunderstorms. To the goblins, who knew little, all these were divine powers. Incomprehensible, ungraspable, unavoidable, only to be obeyed. As the deities favored them, pitted them, then only they can only survive today. Yet the white lion roared defiantly. As the world wrapped in gray giants, everything murky, even the comfortable moisture tangled in swift winds causing disarray. Even at a moment when the world could end, the white lion simply raised its head and howled. Ki. Water comes. Ki. Water comes. Ki. Care. Ki. Care. The little goblins began clinging to the white lion's body. They clung to the lion's paws, tail, torso, mane, shivering and trembling in terror. They had no understanding of why the white lion was roaring, why they were drawn by that cry to come here, and why they tried to imitate the lion's howling. Ki. 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 Ker. Ki. The goblins shouted with all their might. Water is coming. Water is coming. Water is coming. Thud. The torrential downpour that lasted all night had finally weakened. The goblins, perched on distant rocks, were the first to notice. Tip. Raindrops fell lightly on their hooked noses. Tip. Raindrops softly landed on their wrinkly, green foreheads. What was happening? Ker? What miracle was unfolding? The goblins all looked up at the white lion. Its mane was drenched and elongated by the overnight rain, but the gleam in its eyes was brighter than the rising morning sun. The water that seemed it could destroy the world, had receded. Keka. The white lion growled contentedly. The harsh rain had passed, and now gentle droplets tenderly moistened the meadows. Pointing at the watery lights falling from the sky to the ground, the white lion declared, "Keka." The goblins tilted their heads in wonder. Immersed in an odd sensation, the children echoed the white lion's words. "Keka, Keka, Veng, Keka, Veng, Veng, Keka." And on that day, the goblin race realized something. The white lion might have intended to simply teach the primitives the word for rain. But it was more than that. The impact the white lion had on the goblins was too immense to be confined to just the word rain. Keka. The goblins triumphed over fear. They might have cowered in their safe huts, trembling, praying that the deities would favor them and pass by safely, muttering prayers, preparing altars and offering sacrifices to appease the wrath of the gods, preparing a sacrificial goblin every rainy season to kill, thus wasting 1,000 years. They might have called out rain in fear. It wasn't the water flowing on the land, but the water pouring from the sky. The water that rained down due to the anger of the gods. Thus, rain would have become a deity, and the name of rain became something much longer and more terrifying, like the sweeper of the world, or the ruler of autumn's terror. But Aberka, as living witness of the goblins, he raised his axe. It didn't happen. Daddy didn't just teach us letters. No, he did, but he taught us something much greater. Daddy taught us victory. It was a victory over fear. The world was covered in the unknown. To hide from it, they had to burrow into tunnels and huddle under small huts. In ancient times, homes were not comfortable bases but mere shelters to escape the world. Thanks to Daddy, we conquered water. Ugger, ugger. Thanks to Daddy, we conquered fire. Ugger, ugger. Thanks to Daddy, we conquered thunderstorms, rivers and seas. We even conquered the hell of salt mining, buried deep underground. Ugger, ugger. Kekari. Aberka spread his arms wide and shouted loudly. It is not a threatening name of a deity, but merely rain. Just rain. Something we triumphed over, something we cast off our fear. To us, Keka is not just a simple letter. It's the name of a war we won, and thus, our proud spoils of victory. Care. Sky. It is not a god punishing us. We have stripped the sky, Keka, of its divine status. Sky. It's just the sky. We marvel at the purple silk it weaves at dawn, and we shed tears at its lazy red blush in the evening. But that is no different from the tears of pity we give to a defeated enemy. The sky. That too is the name of something we have plundered. Ugger, ugger. There are two ways to use letters. To engrave something fearful into characters. While other races develop the character for fire, Hua, because they are afraid of fire, need to avoid it, and hope it doesn't come, we have engraved fire as a character solely to celebrate our victory. Because it's prey that we have successfully hunted and captured. We carved the character of fire in our damp caves and laughed at it. Gore, 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 gore. In the jungle where dawn has not yet arrived. The fire blazed not in the sky but on the lowly earth. That is the name our fire holds. Thousands of Asuras raised their aura. When they fear fire, when they are scared of it, when they try to avoid it, when they try to control it, we just shout towards the blazing red gore. Ugger. Wonderful. The flames intensified. Fire, how splendid. How beautiful. Ugger. 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 They were all Asuras belonging to the Fire River Council. They had learned the first steps of martial arts through infernal divine power during their training days, became formidable warriors mastering the infernal heavens formation one by one, and finally reached a state where they occupied a seat in the Fire River Council, the elite of the elite. Daddy! In the front, Aberka stood with his arms spread, laughing. Kekerker, Kekerker. Behind him, Asuras, excited, shook spears, swords, axes, and fists. Daddy didn't just teach us letters, nor did he teach us about the world, nor did he simply teach us how to win, nor did he only teach us how to face, acknowledge, share, and overcome the fear that all life harbors in its heart. What did Daddy give us? What is Daddy to us? Is Daddy just a teacher who taught us many things? Ugger, ugger, ugger.
No.
Then what is he? A god? The creator who gave us land and sky, allowing us to breathe? Is Daddy merely a god to us? Ugger, ugger, ugger. No, that's not it. The musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven roars. Then what is Daddy to us? My beloved compatriots. Those who, like me, love the mud, are enchanted by the falling rain, whose eyes tremble when the sky sobs, whose hearts pound when flames soar. What is Daddy to us? Kekerker, kekerker. Yes, Aberka laughed heartily. To us Daddy is our world. Ah, Daddy is everything to us. We have conquered everything in this world. Aberka even defeated death. Thus we can sing songs filled with joy for every word. Every sentence is merely a trace of conquering fear. Every conversation echoes incessantly as a celebration of victorious battles. We are brave, we cry, we respect everything in the world that has fought us, and yet we laugh because we have won and will continue to win. Kekerker, kekerker. Except for one thing. Aberka raised his axe and aimed it at me. Daddy. Kekerker. A pure white beast descended from the sky. In the language of the goblins, it signifies, it is neither a demon nor a god, son. It's our world. World. Born from your world. Opening our eyes to your world. Smelling the sense of your world. Stepping into your world. We were happy. Ugger. We cry from the bottom of our hearts. Kekerker. We love this world. The entire jungle. In the shadows of the palm trees and shrubs, untouched by the dawn's light, it soared. On the dead land of a certain turtle, said to have created this continent, the Azuras who now rule it have lit a beacon.
Infernal Events Formation.
Hundreds of thousands of Azuras simultaneously raised the chant of Bariah. Now, it's time to put the final point on the last thing we have yet to conquer. Kekerker. Kekerker. More than I thought, much more. I was a much greater being to these children than I had thought. Such a being I had become. I closed my eyes, the sensation of the world's flames engulfing me. Strangely, those flames, brimming with love and affection for me, were not hot. Instead, only the joy of trying to overcome me was directly conveyed to my heart. There couldn't be a gentler flame to warm the heart. So it is. I recalled the scene when my master had cut through the snowy mountain. At that time, it wasn't just the towering peak that my master's heart had cut through. Can a person also become a world to someone? At that time, the master certainly cut through the season. She cut through the time that froze all life. She cut through the world. Yes, I gripped the hilt of my sword. Those who aspire to be a god to someone must be prepared to become a parent. With a metallic sound, I unsheathed a sword. Those who aspire to be a parent to someone, they should also be prepared to become their world. Shine. The holy sword that had been with me for so long shone brilliantly. As a response to my deep sense of responsibility, for giving life, my own life, and the world to the fire, the sword, once a goddess, shone white. You are fire, so you may well burn the world. I took out a pair of gloves from my pocket. Thump. I threw the white gloves, carrying Raviel's scent, towards them. Before engaging in a duel, identifying oneself is the way of the martial world. Our demonic cult, originating from the martial world, must also adhere to the respect for our ancestors, while ready to call upon the army of the Death King family at any moment. I am the second-ranked hunter of the Ascending City, a warrior of the Ejim Empire, the direct disciple of Heavenly Demon, the young master of the demon cult, the only moon of the Duke Ivantius family, the head of the Death King family, and towards the children who have been victorious for thousands of years. I spoke of my history, richer in victories over even longer times. I am Kekerker. I unsheathed my sword. At that moment, world naming. Unnamed world -30-1316782 is officially registered. The name of this world is Lion world. 独子世界. Thump. Something fell onto my sword. May luck accompany the lion world. A drop of water. A drop of rainwater splashed onto the blade of my sword. Chapter 269. White Lion Religion, 2. Then I watched the water droplet fall onto my blade. It's raining. Every aspect of the water droplet sliding slowly down was reflected in my mind as moments in time. Due to the heightened concentration from gathering aura throughout my body, my heart rate and senses were far superior to that of an ordinary person. Thump! I infused aura into my blade and flicked the water droplet away. My red aura instantly enveloped the droplet. Should I call it coating? I sent the droplet, now gilded with my aura, straight towards Aberka. Smack! The reddened water droplet hit Aberka's cheek. It burst, just like a child playfully throwing a water balloon. A trace of red paint smeared and flowed down one side of Aberka's face. Aberka, who could have easily dodged my strike, accepted it as if it was a delightful prank. Showing off that Daddy's mastery of aura has reached its peak now doesn't really impress me. Aberka chuckled, mixing aura into a water droplet that landed on Daddy's blade, infusing it with sorrow and resentment contained in the aura, and finally, the single droplet that Daddy threw at me is not just one of many raindrops that will be washed away, but something more disgusting, depressing, making me feel like I need to help someone. Impressive. Such is the marvelous subtlety of aura. Aberka. In the midst of this brief exchange, I fully composed myself. I thought about all the things that made me who I was. Kim Gongja's tendency to interject in awkward situations to somehow steer the conversation, Kim Gongja's tendency to elicit goodwill from someone he met for the first time, etc. I shed the shells that composed my identity, one by one, focusing entirely on being a cultist. The one wielding the sword in this place now is the young master of the demonic cult. Do you think I created it? What? A raindrop is just condensed moisture that can no longer bear its weight and falls. There is no reason beyond physical action. There was just water, just force, and just gravity. That's why there are raindrops. My master. I passed on the lesson I had learned from the master of the demonic cult about snowflakes to my son. I imbued human grievances and resentments into a water droplet with aura, turning it into a projectile weapon. I mixed something that wasn't there originally, so naturally, the enemy can't defend against it. Isn't that a typical demonic cult way of meddling with aura? But, my son, you are mistaken. To the righteous faction, the earth is just earth. To mimic the earth means that a martial artist themselves becomes a speck of dirt. But to the demon cult, what is the earth? It's an enemy that you must dig up with broken fingernails to bury your sister's body. That very day, it was so desolate that my sister caught the eyes of the governor. Despite having worked to the point of breaking, neither I nor my parents nor even my grandparents ever owned it. It remains hidden in the ledger of the governor, mocking our insignificant lives and forcing us to be aware of our lowly existence. Sword Emperor. I passed on the explanation I heard from another of my masters to my offspring. I did not mix in something of mine. Then whose did you mix in? People's. All the grudges and resentments of people living in the world gather to form the heavens, and that is called infernal heavens, Moten. I am the young master of the demon cult, its representative. Therefore, the emotions mixed in aren't mine. I dare not claim them as my own. They belong to someone who once existed, who may exist someday. They are grudges. They are resentments. They are hatred. This is the sword of infernal heavens. I swung my sword. Thousands of red raindrops shot out simultaneously, horizontally. What I was responsible for, what I had to safeguard, what I had to represent. Those precious things struck Aberka from the side. Boom! With an unbelievably loud roar, akin to a whale, Aberka was swept away and hurled through the air. The jungle shook violently. In the drenched forest, the birds could not take flight. Instead, the branches swayed, sending the droplets of water on them flying in unison. Indeed, in the middle of it all, from a crater carved into the heart of the jungle, Aberka spoke. Indeed, so it was. Aberka laughed boldly, then thumped his two fists together with a bang. In that case, Aberka stood up. With his outline flickering in the rain, the white giant smiled, revealing his pearly teeth. This time, I will show you our world. Even as he spoke, the rain continued to intensify. This was the most humid jungle on the continent, so rain was a daily occurrence in this season. Drizzles, monsoon rains, misty rains, and torrential downpours. Schools of piranhas swarmed in the nearby rivers, while eels living in fresh water swiftly preyed on these piranhas. The jungle was being drenched in a heavy rain. Oh, in an instant, the jungle was enveloped in a low mist. Beneath the mist so thick that one couldn't see an inch ahead, the river flowed, and piranhas occasionally leaped out from the water before disappearing back into the mist. Below, the noise of fish flesh being violently torn apart could be heard. Oh, the bases of the palm trees were submerged in the mist. The trees, their bases obscured, appeared to be hanging in mid-air, as if attached not to the ground but to the sky. They resembled pillars in a temple carved by a sculptor in worship of a god. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of trees wrapped in mist turned the entire area into a damp temple of fog. And from beneath the fog, half hidden by the palm trees, now pillars of the temple, centered around me, tightly encircling and besieging, the Asuras let out their throaty chants. Oh, oh, oh. Indeed. I looked up at the sky. I realized that those dark clouds were not just rain clouds pushed by the sea breeze. Rumble, lightning streaked between the clouds. The dark clouds collided, engulfing each other's thunder as they clashed. I wondered why Aberka didn't challenge me to a one-on-one duel, but instead attacked with a pack. Perhaps he wanted to fight with infernal heavens formation, Motenfa, not infernal heavens, demonic art, Motensangong. The moment I realized this, the sound of summoning rain echoed throughout the jungle. Oh, 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 ugger, 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 oh, Kirka, oh, Kirka, oh, Kirka, oh, ugger, Kirka, oh, Kirka, oh, Kirka, oh, ugger. The goblins struck the ground with their weapons, beating the palm trees with their fists, and slammed the rocks with their feet, awakening the dormant sounds in the forest. It was a wild rhythm. Having evolved, they became Asuras, and their auras blazed red without exception. Kirka! Oh! As the goblins struck a wooden drum, the aura mercilessly resonated within the wood. The palm tree became a giant instrument, noisily howling. Boom! Boom! Good! The mist became an invisible and intangible wall, dividing this world from the other. Thus, the river under the mist became the river Styx of hell, and where it emerged from the mist became the surface of the earth. But with even the land obscured by the mist, what could one rely on in this world? Excellent. The leaning palm trees, piercing through the fog, the palm trees lazily stretching into the sky were the only refuge from the river Styx. Therefore, these trees were all pillars of a temple, singing the grace and glory of the gods. Small animals living in the jungle, snakes, squirrels, spiders, all sought refuge in the palm trees. Infernal heavens formation, Motian Chunfa. Extra law Fan Waifa. Golden chaos flower garden, Huiyun Xuelu. It wasn't even complete yet, despite merely causing rain and spreading thick fog. This space, because of the goblins, had become a very strange stage. Blue comes out of the indigo but is bluer than the indigo. TL. Idiom for a pupil excelling his master. I admired the sight of the Asuras performing the infernal heavens formation. It's beautiful. Heaven above. The ash-gray sky stretched low, covered with dark clouds. On one side of the cloud, rumble, lightning threatens to strike but is swallowed by a neighboring cloud. And again, from the other side of the cloud, roar, a thunderstorm descends. Earth below. Endless fog envelopes the jungle. The flowing river, rocks in the river, rough bushes, and insects chirping beneath them. All are concealed by the fog. They now silently whisper their murmurs. Insects, birds, and beasts are invisible beyond the fog, occasionally appearing as ominous shadows.
Kroner. Kikith ki koararargerpi.
Unintelligible noise, discordant sounds made by the shadows. My sight was limited to the sky covered with dark clouds and the earth shrouded in dark mist. Between the half-lowered sky and the half-raised ground, rows of palm trees hung, bending under their own weight and desperately clinging to something. Ah! I lightly lifted my sword and poked at the fog. Swoosh, swoosh. The thickness of the mist did not diminish at all. Instead, an even denser gray fog gathered, forming a river of mist. This is no ordinary fog. It's made of aura. As I disturbed it further, the mist began to take on a bloody hue. The color of the aura exuded by the goblins was starkly revealed. Fog that covers this entire area. It's worth the special meal of the energy dragon, Qilong. Blood-red mist flowed from the fog cut by my sword. It streamed like a brook through the ashen fog, becoming redder where it flowed, until eventually, the fog covering the ground was completely dyed red. In an instant, I found myself plunged into another realm. Yijie. Is this my river Styx, Bayan?
No.
Daddy. Splash. Walking on the river concealed by the fog, producing a sound more akin to the ringing of bells than water, Aberka took a step towards me. This is our origin. Origin. Ugger. When we first opened our eyes in the beginning, and looked at the world with tender eyes, the world reflected in us was merely like this. Aberka looked around. The sky wasn't blue. There was no reason to look up at a blue sky. For us to take interest in the sky, it first had to rain, and the sky when it rained was always ashen. Thus, to us, the sky was always just peculiar lumps clouded with dark clouds, suffering from indigestion, belching thunder. And the earth? The earth was something to fear. Any beast could harm us. Even a tiny insect seemed strong enough to poison our children. A place where large and small demons roam. A place where an unknown beast howled in the distance. And adults who said they would return by nightfall never did. Why? We don't know. We don't know anything. Why the beast howls, why the adult doesn't return. The world was only full of unknowns, shrouded in thick fog. Just occasionally, Aberka spoke of the world in the beginning. A world of gray, with ash-colored skies stretching infinitely above and below. We only had something to cling to, like these palm trees, and left to find a place to hang on to. Anything that saved me and became a home for my family was indeed a god, son. We were merely wanderers, searching for gods to cling to, navigating between hell and the river Styx. I smiled slowly. It wasn't easy raising you here. The only words you knew were water, sky, earth. That's all. Ugger. With the world appearing to us in such a way, how could we need many words? The rain poured. Even if the rain clouds were summoned by the aura of the Azuras, the rainwater falling from the clouds seemed gentle. It was rain. I opened my mouth wide and drank a few sips of rain. It was refreshing. It drenched my entire body with aura much cleaner than the old aura. Nothing happens if we stay here, Aberka said. Daddy. Daddy loves us. No one among our goblins doubts that love. But wasn't it hard? Hard? What do you mean? Well, it's hard now, facing this collective act of filial piety. TL. Filial piety here is used as sarcasm. Since Daddy led us out of this primeval forest, there have been many events. There was progress, conquest, defeat, and all races being enslaved. Surely, one would not imagine that there have been no deaths. Those who died being tortured, those who died by mistake, those who died due to bad luck, those who were stabbed by spears while resisting the snails, those who died ridiculed as mere entertainment for spectators while dressed as gladiators, those who died trying to escape, those who died failing to escape. Silence ensued. Does Daddy feel responsible for all this? A long silence ensued. Chapter 270. White Lion Religion 3. I turned my eyes away from the beautiful ashen river Styx and looked at Aberka. I know someone like that. I know of such a person. The Tower Master. I thought of someone who felt everything was their responsibility. No, more than that, someone who made everything their responsibility. But I am not that person. A distant rocky mountain. Piercing through the fog and soaring high on the rocky mountain, a white beast climbed up and howled. Small green creatures, frightened of such a beast, were seen here and there. They seemed to be contemplating whether to climb to where the white beast was, clinging to the rocks below. Since I chose a different path than that person, I planted my sword upright. Of course, you can blame me. The mistakes you make, the curses you'll hear from others, all of it, might feel like it's because I carelessly chose you as my race and sent you into the world. For being born in vain. For being raised in vain. So, feel free to blame me, but come to me when you are stronger than me. I smirked. Come to me if you can find someone who will make you happier than me. I swung my holy sword. Shiny, the goddess of protection shone brightly, as her name suggests, splitting the ashen clouds in two. Through the gap created by the slash, the blue sky peeked through. If anyone can make you more lovable than me, more stylish than me, more intelligent than me, and more beautiful than me, and yes, if someone can do that, then come and complain. I will gladly admit my failure in parenting. Until then, I am the greatest daddy there is. I clenched my right hand. Still. Yes, Lord. Suddenly, without any prior notice, Estelle was on one knee beside me. She must have been waiting in a different place from where our hunters were gathered, ready to appear instantly whenever I called. Lord's Counselor Estelle at your service. It looks pretty pitiful in the rain, doesn't it? Estelle glanced up briefly. Despite the pouring rain reminiscent of a jungle's rainy season, she looked indifferent, as if staring at a light drizzle on a neighborhood street. Yes, it's trivial. Clear it away. I smiled and extended my right hand. Estelle also smiled and firmly grasped my hand. Yes, Lord. I'll clear it. Our auras resonated through our clasped hands. It wasn't just the mingling and strengthening of red and black auras. We circulated aura as one, bearing the same vision. Recalling the blood-red torrential rain on a distant continent.
Infernal Events Formation.
Extra law. Sorrowful heaven, sorrowful rain. It rained. Was the primitive fear too terrible? Goblins? It rained. The sky of the ignorant past was just gloomy, merely stirring ominous premonitions and sinister feelings in your hearts, making it too overwhelming to venture outside? It rained. Such rain is no longer something we need to fear. It rained. The grievances of villagers unjustly burned to death, the countless screams of death in the Empire, are encapsulated in the crimson rainwater, falling as part of the infernal heavens formation, spread by the Azuras. Tuck! The blood drops broke through the fluffy fog and reached the ground in an instant. Tuck! Before the fog could recover, another droplet descended, mercilessly eroding the base of the fog. Tuck! To-do-do-do-duck! To-do-do! Tuck! Do-do-do-duck! The fear you will face from now on is even far worse. The fog couldn't withstand the carpet bombing of bloody rain. It burst, faded, was crushed, and was torn to shreds by the raindrops. What was revealed as the infernal heavens formation was unraveled was the bare ground of the jungle. In the landscape devoid of any magic or mysteries, just the mere earth as it was. Our formation, deployed with all our might. Its impossible Ugger, were overwhelmingly superior in terms of aura. As the bare ground was revealed, the goblins' figures were revealed too. The goblins were in a state of panic. They had intended to use the fog to conceal themselves and attack me with invisible swords and axes. Their strategy had failed before it could even start. I laid my heart bare and spoke. The place we live, this tower from the 50th floor onwards, it's filled with masters who have came in from all sorts of worlds. Surely you don't think all parents are like us, do you? We communicated and understood each other. I can understand. The fact that you are fighting me now, it's not because you dislike me, but merely to achieve a graceful end. Estelle's autumn rain had melted away all the fog by now. The last of the races gathered in the jungle were all looking at me. But those gathered on the 50th floor will be different. I said. The existence known as the princess said that although the content of each tower varies, from the 30th floor onwards, it's generally similar. To accept you goblins as humans, to embrace you as children, first of all, our hunters need to accept all this as reality. Not as NPCs, not as dungeons, but seeing each and every one of you as living beings before their eyes. But how many towers have truly prepared their hearts in such a way? Even our tower, when the Black Dragon Master was the second in the tower rankings before my regression, didn't we consider the tower as some kind of game? How many of them cleared the 40th floor by exterminating the races they nurtured? I recalled the 14 Azuras who perished in the previous tower and looked at the hundreds of thousands of Azuras now in front of me. If there's one such tower, it would mean millions. 10 towers would mean hundreds of millions. 100 towers would mean billions. There would be countless bodies with such people standing over them. Before long, the vassals of the Death King family had gathered around me. Kim Yul, with his long hair tied with the headband I gave him, quietly looked down at the jungle. Sylvia Evanale, with her hands clasped in front of her, stood silently, indifferent to the millions of human gazes looking up at her. Those who don't see people as people. All of us were soaked in Estelle's autumn rain. Lives that were snuffed out without even a chance to scream. Steam began to rise from the goblins' shoulders. It was the heat of their hearts being released through their skin. My children, who had learned martial arts of demonic cult and danced in fire plays, knew better than anyone what I was talking about. A place where such scoundrels strut around as victors. The past Flame Emperor. A place swarming with those who idolize such scoundrels as heroes. The past me. That place is right there. I raised my hand and pointed to the red sky. The world beyond the 50th floor. If that place wasn't hell, then what is? Quest progress. The vote of the vampire race begins. At that moment, the Black Dragon Master landed silently beside me. She stood beside me, expressionlessly gazing at the world drenched in blood. The Death King is right. Anastasia. It's hard to see it as solely the fault of us humans. After all, the wolves that appear in the hunting grounds are called monsters, and when you read the minds of people appearing in the Ejim Empire, they're labeled as NPCs. Well, maybe that's because the Ejim Empire is a recreation of a once-destroyed world. The Black Dragon Master's lips curved in a near sneer. Even if there are reasons not to kill, humans will kill. If there's no consequence to killing, then it's practically granting free rein to massacre. If the world beyond the 50th floor, as the Death King said, is a battleground for all towers, then finding someone who is not a slaughterer might actually be more difficult. The Black Dragon Master turned her head. Bats were hanging from the dense palm tree branches. Sorry. I interfered with your conquest of the continent time and time again, despite being your mother. But this world is broader than you think. The enemies you have to face are more than you can imagine. Of course, there are monsters that you cannot defeat. You must have observed other races for thousands of years. The goblins won't betray you first, no matter what. Nor will the ocean race. The noble race too. Even now, the blood-sucking race and the fairy race. Kids, your task isn't to vie for supremacy on this narrow continent, quarreling with docile races. The Black Dragon Master smiled gently. Unite and strike against the enemies that will threaten your world. Flap, flap. The bats flapped their wings. Voting completed. Vote for option 2. 2.45%. Vote for option 1. 97.55%. We are blood allies. Stage cleared. The 43rd floor stage has been cleared. 43rd floor. The highest floor reached in the world before the regression. The 40th floor had already been surpassed. Stages that even the Flame Emperor had failed once and the Black Dragon Master had despaired over. We conquered them one after another. But that wasn't all. Quest progress. The Dream Demon Tribe's voting begins. I blinked and looked at the Black Dragon Master. The Dream Demons weren't originally included in the races we were taking care of. Then, as she made eye contact with me, the Black Dragon Master chuckled softly. Kim Gongja. Sometimes you really underestimate me. What? There are others besides you frantically trying to clear stages. Remember I told you I used up all my points to bring in the Dream Demon tribe and had no choice but to drop out? Have you ever thought about what someone like me would risk elimination for? Voting completed. Vote for option 2. Midnight percent. Vote for option 1. 100%. Indeed, even I couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Not a single person opposed. Well, let's just say I successfully concluded various contracts. As much as we are friends, I must respect the confidentiality of the contracts, right? The Black Dragon Master winked lightly. Stage cleared. The 44th floor stage has been cleared. Haha, really? I smiled and turned back. Aberka, I looked at my son. I don't think choosing you was a mistake. Even if I could go back, I would choose you again. Even if I were reborn, I would raise you again. If I am the best father to you, then you are the best children to me. I know. Aberka clenched his jaw, saying, Ugger. I know. Daddy, it's just... If this daddy seems to be carrying too heavy a burden, and you wanted to become stronger to join me, and that's why you challenged me to a duel. If this challenge is because what I carry seems too heavy, and you want to become stronger to share the burden with me, to be with me. There's no need for that. I smiled brightly. Just as I am precious to you like a whole world, so are you to me, Aberka. You see the world as I see it. You feel as I feel. But, Aberka, I too will see the world in the way you see it and feel as you feel. We are people of the same world. I held the back of Aberka's hand. Of the same humanity. I looked past Aberka at the many goblins lined up. My friends. Beyond the 50th floor, there will be those who have not been as fortunate as us. Even those who consider this fortune, treating all this as a mere game, becoming conquerors and rulers, indulging in pleasure. Quest progress. The goblins' voting begins. Let's go. Voting completed. In the name of infernal heavens. With the feet and mouth of fire painting. Vote for option 2. Midnight percent. Let's show them who we are. Aberka was silent. But it was not an ominous silence. Rather, it was a silence of accepting my words. Aberka's fangs were always sharp, so it didn't take long to chew and digest my words. Are we to kill those who deserve to die, Daddy? We shall rightly save those who need to live. How will we know who should live, how they should live, and what's good for them? Through my death. I pulled out a dagger from my bosom, and I tapped the tape-wrapped handle of the dagger. Through their lives. Is that so, huh? Aberka nodded and muttered to himself. Then he firmly grasped my hand that had tapped the dagger. Silently, it's okay. I stroked Aberka's red arm. Vote for option 1. 100%. We are stronger than any tower. Stage cleared. And more capable than any tower. The 45th floor stage has been cleared. We can save countless worlds, numerous people. I looked down. At my children who would henceforth be called Azuras, the lowest dwellers, who will eventually rise to the heavens as heavenly demons. I reached out my hand to those children. Let's ascend the tower together. Chapter 271. Hidden Message 1. There's an epilogue to this story. Races who met their god in person for the first time in thousands of years, literally face to face, celebrated with a festival. Was it a neat meeting? The various races were happy to discover that their parents were better than expected. It was while we sat together on a broad rock, watching the jungle festival. The black dragon which said, as if she had realized something. Why? Oh, it's just that, hearing from the lady who walks the mirage, you realize there are hunters from other worlds ascending the tower, not just us. It's hard to imagine. Well, yes, right? I glanced back subtly. A ghost was floating and yawning in midair. Even as a ghost, it burped, gurgle. Ooh. It was an amusing sight I thought would be fun to show others. Why suddenly look back? Is someone there? The black dragon which narrowed her brows and followed my gaze into the empty air. Of course, to Anastasia's eyes, it would just be a view of the jungle with vines hanging from palm trees. The black dragon which lacks spiritual sensitivity, unfortunately. No, just felt a presence. Probably a snail or a squirrel. Please continue. Well, anyway, so strong figures from various worlds are flooding into the tower, right? Yes. Among them, there must surely be hunters much stronger than us. Death King. As you said, we are strong, but we're not invincible. There might be forces more ruthless, stronger, and more numerous than us. Yes. So what I'm thinking is, the black dragon which slightly lifted the corners of her lips. Did she herself find it a bit awkward? Ridiculous? Absurd? Anyway, it was that kind of smile. Can't we just not ascend past the 50th floor and live?
Dont misunderstand.
I'm not suggesting we do that, nor am I saying we will. I'm simply thinking that many other hunters and tower residents might feel that way. I quietly drank my tea. That seems likely. Far from the city and villages, in the jungle, especially since all races had gathered for the war against the energy dragon. It was difficult to find proper tea leaves, let alone a cup to hold the tea. Yet, the goblins had diligently collected sturdy leaves. They chose non-toxic leaves, overlapped and knotted them, creating a plausible jungle-made leaf teacup. The goblin children shyly giggled and presented the teacup to me. The jungle is cold at dawn. The body gets cold. Ugger. The day is only happy when you feel warm inside. That was the offering I received this dawn. As a god, perhaps no one else has received a more delightful offering than this. And as a parent, hardly anyone has received a cuter devotion than this. It's blissful. Many people probably feel that way. I took a sip from the world's most luxurious teacup. The warm sensation slowly enveloped my throat and belly. Human care isn't just visible in smiles or laughter, but something that could reach deep into someone's heart. That's true. We have already incorporated the continent ruled by the Ejim Empire in our tower. The magic books we could obtain there are just the least valuable resources. Millions of manpower, endless monsters and prey, minerals, gold, oil. There are already many extremists advocating to drive out the Ejim Empire. The black dragon which lowered her voice, like what America did to its natives. If we take away all the land they occupied and plunder their resources, won't we, with our overwhelming advanced civilization, become the winners of the new world? Thank you, Anastasia. If the black dragon which hadn't strictly limited stage-to-stage movement, such incidents would have already happened. I'll gladly accept your gratitude, but I cannot forever suppress the voices of extremists.
Kim Rongya.
You are a hero. The black dragon witch's face became serious. It was the expression of a close friend offering truly earnest advice to a dear comrade. Thus, I felt that her saying, "You are a hero," was not a compliment, but rather the beginning of a warning. The reason you've been treated as a hero until now is that you really haven't been involved in governance at all. Black Dragon Witch 10,000 Temple, Merchants Union, Chun Mumun, Civil Militia, the top-tier guilds offered you the position of Deputy Guild Master, but you never once used that title to wield power. You didn't get involved in politics. Do you understand what I mean? If I start governing the tower, the mask of a hero will be stripped away. Exactly. The mask will split in two. One half will be held by those who fervently follow you, and the other half will be trampled and shattered by those who brandish spears against you. It will split into two factions. Indeed, perhaps due to experiencing civil war in the outside world, the Black Dragon Witch's words carried a heavy conviction and strong intuition. If the two factions are evenly matched, a civil war will break out. Guilds that follow you and those that dislike you. Divided like that, they'll fight over who will seize control of our tower. This time it won't happen, right? This time there won't be a civil war. The reason is simple. The 5 guilds ruling the tower from the top. Black Dragon Witch 10,000 Temple, Merchants Union, Civil Militia, Chun Mumun, all strongly support you. Our relationship is built on unprecedented trust. But what about the other side? Those who want to snatch and shatter my mask, the extremists, are simply too weak. Far too weak. There's no way a war can happen. Therefore, I'm planning a purge. A purge? Yes. It'll eliminate all dissidents and extremists. A brief silence followed. 2. Somewhere, the sound of wood turning to charcoal in a bonfire could be heard. I was not listening to that sound. Instead, I recalled a story the heretic questioner had told me in Raviel's world. I remembered the phrase that kept repeating, "You have died, Anastasia." I looked into the black dragon witch's eyes. That purge once completely broke the relationship between the guild masters. Long ago, after the great purge that cost hundreds of thousands of lives, the relationship between the 5 major guilds collapsed. The Sword Saint descended from being the leader of the civil militia. The Crusader stayed as the deputy leader instead of ascending. The black dragon which hid in the shadows, and the venomous snake, the heretic questioner. The scenery of the rainy street seen through the half-closed eye. Remembering another world shown by the Tower Master, I brought up this topic, but the black dragon which did not remain silent. She immediately retorted, "Yes, that's true. But Kim Gongja, you appeared, and thanks to you, we all became good friends again. I'm truly grateful for that." The black dragon which took a breath and continued. But back then, the 5 major guilds weren't tightly holding power like now. That's why it was difficult to sort out and get rid of the rotten apples. That was the cause of so much unnecessary noise. But now the situation is different. The relationship between the 5 major guilds is better than ever, and I've been accumulating information about influential hunters within the tower for a long time. I roughly know their ideologies and what they've been doing. We just need to identify and deal with the extremists, quickly and discreetly. The black dragon which spoke decisively. Nobody will even know that they are dead. Her words made me recall a certain alley. There, I remembered an unnamed hunter who died. And then I thought of a certain hunting ground. There, I remembered an unnamed hunter who died and now resides in my shadow. I crossed my arms. After thinking, I spoke. What happens next? People keep coming in. The extremists you talked about will increase over time. What will you do about them? The black dragon which bit her lips slightly. Then she said, "We'll have to deal with them." Skin peels and becomes scabs. Digested food turns to waste. Accumulated nutrients become fat. These are the inevitable byproducts that need to be managed, necessary actions to maintain an ideal self. These are the tasks we must keep performing. Without them, it's impossible to maintain an ideal organization. Anastasia. I reached out and placed my hand on Anastasia's hand. Despite the jungle's stifling heat, my friend's hand was always as cold as if it were holding ice. There was a time we talked about this before. In the past. During the conquest of the world of the evangelist of everlasting happiness. "Bring them to me," I declared to the black dragon which, the heretic questioner, the count, the crusader, the venomous snake, that I would become their king and lead them. I asserted that I would take charge. I had no intention of retracting my declaration as a mistake. Even at this moment it remains the same. Who is this person? Does he truly deserve to be purged? Anastasia, you can advise and warn me about him, but in the end, the one who will make the judgment is me. I will look into his eyes, observe his life, and make my decision. I will decide. So, bring them to me first. Ah, the black dragon which sighed. It wasn't a sigh of fatigue, but one imbued with sadness. So, you plan to persuade them? Choosing to kill will be my last option. How difficult that task is. Once you get a taste for killing, persuasion feels bothersome. But, Anastasia, that's the right sensibility. You should find murder the most difficult option. The black dragon which closed her mouth. After a moment of silence, she slowly continued. Since you are at least nominally the deputy guild master of Black Dragon, which you can roam our guild without much issue. I won't guide you, but you figure out who the extremists are and try to persuade them. Yes. I smiled. Thank you, Anastasia, for listening to me. A truly grateful conversation, Black Dragon which... Thud. There was a sound of footsteps behind us. Someone approached without any warning, suddenly making noise within 10 meters. It took me 0.5 seconds to grasp and unsheath my sword. Black Dragon which... I agree.
Instant téléportation.
It took Anastasia 1.5 seconds to grab my sleeve, seek agreement, and activate the skill. Master, please step back. Oh my, to come unannounced to our family head. What kind of uncivilized intruder might this be? Estelle and the demon lords descended from the top of the palm trees, emerged from the dark bushes, and came out from the shadows of the rocks, all within 2 seconds. Who? Shem. Then Anastasia and I completed our teleportation to a safe distance. By this time, my holy sword was already drawn. Hundreds of my guards began to perfectly surround the area. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, we had perfectly responded to the intrusion of an unidentified intruder. The intruder stroked his beard. His face was masked. His voice was altered with aura, making it difficult to discern his expression or identity. His body was covered with a robe, concealing his identity. A true intruder. However, it was clear from the atmosphere that the intruder was quite surprised. Even though I intended to test how much your skills had improved as a joke, this is a failed prank. Could be shrugged off as a personal embarrassment, but what I've witnessed is astonishing. The protection you have is near perfect. Yet, there was a rhythm in the altered voice that was hard to disguise. I gauged the intruder's physique, posture, and the intensity of his aura. And, in a dumbfounded voice, I called out the intruder's name. Could it be Sword Saint? It's been a while. The intruder removed his mask. Before our eyes was a familiar face. A smile graced the face of an aged man, his wrinkles adding to his dignified appearance. I met the heretic questioner on my way here. We had a brief chat. He swore allegiance to you, and the black dragon which has become your friend. Hasn't she? Up to that point, I understand, having lived a considerable life myself. I know that sometimes incredible things happen to us. I can accept that. But the Sword Saint smiled slightly. Seeing the Sword Saint smile was rare, and when he did, it was with a purity like a child, leaving me no choice but to gaze at it blankly. I heard that the deputy commander of the civil militia has also become your friend. Haha. I couldn't bring myself to ask her directly, so I went to the leader of Merchants' Union and asked if it was true. She confirmed it with a refreshing smile. I was amazed. Truly, life is full of unexpected events. I relaxed and sighed. Really, was it necessary to confirm that elder? Sneaking around in disguise without our knowledge? Of course. The Sword Saint then removed the cloak covering him. It was an important event that had to be confirmed. Thump. As the straw coat fell, the Sword Saint's true attire was revealed. A suit fit for heading to an office any moment. The perfectly tailored black suit elegantly covered his thighs and forearms. It's about deciding whether I should retire or not. The refined elegance of the black coat couldn't disguise the Sword Saint's true stature. The suit followed the contours of his muscles gracefully. Only the red tie, an essential item for an office worker, hung loosely, providing a bit of relief to the otherwise tense suit. Number 1 in the hierarchy. For over 10 years, people had witnessed the Sword Saint just like that. Retire? What do you mean by that? While I was struck by the Sword Saint's appearance, the black dragon which pressed on the intriguing topic. Her gaze was sharp. Have you finally grown fond of the idea of being an old man in the back room? Congratulations. You've been like a retired old man ever since you left the civil militia. But now you'll finally realize your true place. Really? When you were chasing the Demon King with Kim Gongja, I thought maybe you had changed a bit, but after that, you've been just as lazy. I did my best in my own way. That attitude is annoying. The black dragon which frowned. You did the same this time as well. The pure race you chose had almost no impact on history. They were a race that, originally, wouldn't have been surprising if they caused great disturbances. You, as a god, must have commanded them to live in seclusion and retreat, right? The old man smiled faintly. It was an uncommon occurrence. I won't deny it. Why? Because you're considering retirement, as you said? No matter where I stood in the outside world, now I am just one hunter. My profession is a swordsman. The day a swordsman retires from the sword is only when he dies and lets go of his sword. I have been watching over you. Not surveillance, no, that's not the right word. There's a better expression. Perhaps it was just my feeling, but the tension around us seemed to intensify. It was mainly due to the black dragon which glaring at the Sword Saint with suspicion. The Sword Saint nodded once, as if understanding the black dragon witch's gaze. But that was all. The Sword Saint wiped the smile from his lips and spoke softly. I have been testing you. Testing. The black dragon witch let out a scoffing laugh. Still speaking from your high horse. Really, who is testing whom here? The Sword Saint said. If the Death King had accepted to purge from the black dragon witch, I would have used all my strength to kill the Death King. Right here, right now. At that moment, the encirclement was completed. Estelle drew his red sword, facing off against the Sword Saint. The demon lords formed a line to support Estelle. Shring, shring. The sound of swords being drawn echoed from all directions. 1,000 followers, each hidden in the shadows of the jungle and behind palm trees, formed a surrounding formation, ready to pounce at any moment. None of them uttered a word. Thousands of eyes silently watched the Sword Saint's hands, feet, waist, and eyes. Under their gaze, the Sword Saint was dissected limb by limb. Should the Sword Saint raise his aura or harbor any killing intent, 1,000 swords would strike along those lines, dismembering him. But the Sword Saint only kept his eyes on mine the whole time. I slowly sheathed my sword back into its scabbard. The black dragon which nudged my shoulder from the side. But it didn't matter. Elder. I too looked into the Sword Saint's eyes. I know you would never harm me. The eyes of the aged swordsman were clear and bright. Chapter 272. Hidden Message 2. Are you so certain that I won't kill you? Yes. I nodded affirmatively. You could have ambushed us earlier without making any noise. The black dragon which might have lost an arm, and I might have been injured too. You had the perfect timing, but you deliberately made noise to reveal your presence. Didn't you? It was a threat, a warning. If anything like a purge happens, I won't stand idly by. That's the clear message you showed to me, or rather to the black dragon witch. There's already a steel-like trust between you and me, amidst the still heavy tension surrounding us. I smiled and approached the Sword Saint. Hey!
Kim Gongya. Don't go.
Stay with me, you fool. Naturally, the black dragon witch panicked. Don't you hear me? Stay with me, so we can use instant teleportation or something. Ah, Kim Gongja. Really? This lunatic. The black dragon which raged behind me as if saying, Are you out of your mind? Interestingly, the voice of her anger was getting closer to my back. Meaning, while the black dragon which scolded me for going, she was actually actively following me. Towards a swordsman who had never lost the first place in the hierarchy for over 10 years. Ah! The Sword Saint watched me approaching. Ha-ha! A laugh escaped the wrinkled lips of the old man. Ooh-ha-ha! Ha-ha! Ha-ha-ha! We both stopped in our tracks, bewildered by the sudden burst of laughter. We exchanged glances, asking each other what was going on. But the black dragon which just shrugged. Ooh-ha-ha-ha! The old man's laughter grew, as if he had witnessed something he had never expected to see in his lifetime. The Sword Saint laughed heartily, holding his belly in a manner unbefitting his station. With each laugh, his neatly groomed white beard trembled. Has he gone senile? The black dragon which approached me with a disgusted expression. Cleared my throat. Should I contact the pharmacist and ask for some dementia medicine? Come to think of it, the pharmacist is also in your line. How do you always manage to recruit such promising talents? I think we need to establish a fine system for hoarding talent. What kind of strange system is that? As evident from the black dragon witches and my idle chat, the Sword Saint's laughter continued for quite a long time. Finally, the Sword Saint stopped laughing. What was so amusing? How could I not laugh? Young man, the once cold and decisive owner of Black Dragon Witch, known as the Black Witch who wouldn't hesitate to kill, is now so concerned about your safety. Ah! He changed the way he addressed me from Death King to young man. I preferred being called young man over Death King. Felt much more comfortable. Was it like being treated like a grandson by a grandfather? There was something pleasant about the resonance in the Sword Saint's use of young man. I was worried that you might have changed. The Sword Saint continued. You now truly belong to the highest echelons of this tower. It's natural for you to be friends with the 5 guild masters. Young man, I was worried that you might be influenced by those guild masters without realizing it, picking up their bad influences. What? The black dragon which bristled. Bad influences? How dare you say that about us? Did that upset you? Of course it would. What makes you think you're so superior? The black dragon which bared her teeth, her expression one of wanting to bite off the Sword Saint's neck. You've purged together and yet you act all high and mighty, pretending to be noble. After stepping down as the civil militia leader, you should have spent your remaining days quietly in a hermitage, not roaming around killing hunters suspected of being murderers, acting like a crazy old fool. Person should have some shame, right? What we do merely a vicious purge, and your killings are the actions of a dark hero. Why don't you get yourself a bat mask then? Even a hero wearing a bat mask doesn't kill people. The amount of pent-up feelings the black dragon which held against the Sword Saint was palpable. To anyone else, such a storm of criticism would be overwhelming, but the Sword Saint didn't even blink. He listened quietly, then casually said, "The black dragon which is a human person." Anastasia paused. What? Most residents living in the tower know the black dragon which is a ruthless ruler. A woman who secretly poisons her enemies. A tyrant who spreads spies all over, keeping an ear on everything that happens in the tower. A sovereign who coldly cuts down anyone standing in her way, no matter who it is. The black dragon which clenched her fist. Her lips trembled, not knowing whether the old man was mocking her or if there was another sinister plan, making her unable to respond. But look at the woman here. The Sword Saint let go of his sword hilt and pointed to the black dragon which with his bare hand. She is just infinitely human. She rejoices in reducing meaningless sacrifices. She cries over unavoidable sacrifices. She gets angry at corruption and incompetence, praises effort and struggle, and respects heroes who achieve results. Until now, the Sword Saint had laughed heartily. But in this moment his eyes were not smiling. His moon-like eyes glanced at the black dragon which in me, even though she is a ruler who has assassinated and purged many people. Young man, the black dragon which is a human person. That's why I had no choice but to worry about you. The old man's tone softened as he spoke to me, but the tone of his words was firm, and his white eyebrows were resolutely set. Normally, it is said that when you peel off a layer, everyone becomes human. But this old man thinks the opposite. When anyone puts on a mask, even for a moment they only appear human. I silently contemplated. From the other side of the wide rock where we stood, the sound of the festival still reached us. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud. The goblins, having prepared drums from who knows where, were passionately beating them. The fairies provided free liquor, and all the races were intoxicated. You're right. The black dragon which, the heretic questioner, the count, the venomous snake. All of them must have blood on their hands. Even the old man before me before he changed after meeting me. And Raviel. If I were to face complete death for some reason. If I were to disappear. If it becomes impossible to ever find me again. Just as she completes me, I also complete her. If one of us disappears, what remains is nothing but shattered remnants. A heart completely frozen. A person doesn't need many reasons to break. But it's okay. I looked directly into the Sword Saint's aged eyes. As long as I am alive, it's okay. Anastasia always chooses the easy path, doesn't she? Saying it can't be helped. But if I'm by her side, she'll think twice. If I ask her, she'll think 3 times. And if I say I absolutely disagree, even if she sighs, she'll relent her decision. Ah, choosing the difficult path again. It's the same with the other members. I gazed down at the festival. The tentacles of the snail race created a net to lift the heretic questioner into a swing. Ahaha, haha, this is incredible. What an amazing amusement. The heretic questioner's laughter reached us from there. I could intermittently see the count having tea with the fairy race, and the crusader swimming with the ocean race. The heretic questioner would say things like, let's kill them to prevent future troubles. Because he only knows the easiest, simplest, and most certain method. But if I ask him to think again, he will. That child. You said, Elder, that anyone can appear human by wearing a layer of a mask. If so, I am willing to be that mask for our members. Thud. I walked right up to the sword saint. Close enough that, if someone drew their sword, one of us would surely lose a life. There, I looked straight up at the sword saint. You're not an exception either, Elder. After meeting me, you stopped relying on skills to kill murderers. You said you would trust your own eyes. It's not masks, pretenses, or arrogance that make people human. Elder, what keeps a person human is always the presence of others by their side. I raised my hand to grasp something in my pocket. The lily-scented handkerchief Raviel had given me. Unseen by anyone, I held the white handkerchief tightly. I am that person for Anastasia, and she is that person for me. And I hope to be such an existence for you too. Silence followed. The distant cheers and laughter echoed faintly in our ears, especially the heretic questioner's high-pitched laughter. Ahaha! 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 Besides that, everything was quiet. No sound came from the forest surrounding us. Indeed, the old man spoke. You have already become one of those people for me. Yes. My heart was filled with joy. I smiled gently. I am glad to hear that. You taught me painfully that I could be wrong. Now, you have shown me that even a person like the Black Dragon which can change. Each time I meet you, I change once. You're not just a good friend, but also a good teacher. No, that's a bit of an exaggeration. After all, this old man always does everything excessively. Threats, warnings, emotions, compliments, everything is overdone. Wearing a suit, he may look neat, but he's actually quite emotional. But young man, there's a fatal flaw in your words. A flaw? I tilted my head in confusion. A flaw or weakness, call it what you will. The sword saint nodded. It's that if you die, everyone around you will revert to being even more monstrous beasts than before, or as they were in the past. It was a similar statement to what the lady had once told me. The Black Dragon who shares your friendship, the heretic questioner, and these hundreds of warriors holding their swords, ready to pounce at any moment, all of them, though perhaps not as much as your spouse, will go mad. They will become beasts that tear the world apart. So, thud, the sword saint lightly tapped my chest. Right where the heart is located. If we wish to remain human, young man, above all, you must value your own life the most. No matter what happens, whatever sacrifices must be made, you must protect your own life. That is the duty of one who has resolved to lead the heretic questioner down the path of humanity, who has brought the Black Dragon witch into friendship, and who has prevented me from slaughtering even a single person over these past months. Yes, I slowly nodded. It was a fact I was already aware of, but it needed reaffirmation. I will never leave. Never? I will do my utmost. Yes, that's the most honest promise you can make. The sword saint then smiled playfully. I'm sorry, but I trust people less than the Black Dragon witch. From a young age, I found humans unreliable and sometimes contemptible, and I often heard McAllister asking me why I had such a lack of faith in humanity. Young man, the promise you've just made, it seems unlikely to be kept. No, rather, I have a premonition that it will definitely be broken. I don't like to brag, but predicting such ominous premonitions is my specialty. Huh? Death King. Yes? Rustle. The sound of grass being softly crushed was heard. The sword saint knelt on one knee in front of me. I wish to become your bodyguard. What? To be your bodyguard, to protect your life, and to forever preserve the humanity of those around you. The elderly gentleman winked with his left eye. Despite his advanced age, it was a remarkably fitting gesture. He must have been quite the heartbreaker in his youth. I may have well surpassed the average retirement age for a bodyguard. But would you employ this pitiable old man?
No, Elder.
You're a former corporate chairman and the current top-ranked swordsman. Why would someone like you want to be my bodyguard? Chapter 273. Hidden message. 3. Me, you're going to protect me? The elder? Sword Saint nodded vigorously. Don't think for a moment that my age makes me unfit to guard someone. No, it's not about age that's absurd. Considering his robust physique barely concealed by his shirt, one could hardly argue that physical age was a limiting factor for him. Don't be alarmed. Didn't you say it yourself? As long as your life is spared, the Black Dragon Witch and others want regress to their former chaotic state. Chaotic state? Who are you calling chaotic? Perhaps you mean that old man who goes around slicing up murderers every 10 days with his blade, pretending to be some righteous avenger? Kim Gongja. As the leader of the Black Dragons, gathering information on people is my specialty. Oh my. Interestingly, the list of people this old man has killed and the circumstances of their incidents are stored in my secret vault, which only I can access. Want to have a look together later? Lucky my list isn't long enough to fill a vault. Black Dragon Witch. Your list is so long you might need to rent an entire building for it. It's all recorded on USB drives. Who do you think is old-fashioned now? You guys really have a bad relationship. Oh, perhaps the arguing voices of the two reached far. The heretic questioner, who appeared behind me at some point, was continuously exclaiming in admiration. Well, he probably teleported here using Sacred Technique Transmission, Immutable Number 1, Sword Saint, and the Unstoppable Number 2, Death King. It seems like they maintain a peaceful relationship, but the residents of the tower are interested in how this will end. A bodyguard. This is newsworthy. The heretic questioner smiled brightly, nodding his head again and again. As usual, he bore an angelic face, but just moments ago, he was being swung around by the snail race children. Swung in a tentacle swing. Following the laws of physics, the snail's sticky secretions transferred onto the heretic questioner, now dripped with slime every time he nodded his head. Drip, drip. Bambolina, I'm sorry, but could you move a little bit away? Ahaha. If Sword Saint becomes Death King's bodyguard, everyone will know. It will reveal who has gained the upper hand between the two. Thud. The heretic questioner spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. The snail's bodily fluids, or rather the snail race's aloe-like slime he had been holding, was suddenly shot out like bullets. Naturally, I was the one who got hit. Feels like an attack that could improve my skin. The time is ripe for Death King's forces to make a full appearance. Let's use number 1 becoming a bodyguard as a symbolic event and reveal it. What are you going to reveal? I slowly evaporated the slime covering my body with aura and asked. Of course, the fact that Death King has unprecedented power in this tower. After all, you are already a hero of the tower, but your image is more of a warrior largely thanks to Black Dragon Witch's image-making. But now, it's time to adopt the image of a monarch or leader. Haha, perhaps the king of the tower. No, I don't see why I need to, because it's the truth. My master. The heretic questioner beamed at me. I glanced around, feeling a strange sensation. Without realizing it, both the Black Dragon Witch and the Sword Saint had stopped arguing and were now silently observing us. Quietly, once again, when I turned my gaze, not only Estelle and the other guardians of our family but also the Count, who was drinking tea with the fairies far away, and the Crusader, who was swimming with the mermaids, caught my eye. What's with this atmosphere? Kim Gongja. This shameless old man mentioned something to you earlier. Amidst the unfamiliar silence around me, Anastasia spoke up. He said he was testing you. You might feel slighted to hear this, but it wasn't just the old man testing you. Me, and all of us. We've been observing you all along. I remember hearing something similar before. They were observing whether I was worthy of being their comrade. But I thought I had already passed that test. Why? To see if you truly have what it takes to be our leader. You bring joy as a friend. It's a fortune to have you as a comrade. But we cannot merely accept misfortune as mere accidents or fortune as mere happiness. We are leading people after all. Splat. The sound of wet footsteps echoed. Black Dragon. 10,000 Temple. Sanglian.
Chen Mumun.
Civil Militia. It was the Crusader. She stood atop the broad rock, completely drenched from swimming with the mermaids. The crusader squeezed the water from her hair, sending droplets falling onto the rock where we gathered. Under their command, including alchemist guilds, there are 13 mid-level guilds. Officially unannounced, but in fact, there are 4 guilds that are practically direct subordinates. Hundreds of guilds work for us as subcontractors, and if you trace the subcontracting chain, it can easily cover the entire city of Babylon. Becoming our business partner is easy. Becoming our comrade, harder. And becoming our friend, even more so. You've managed something difficult. So, the black dragon which picked up the conversation. As she spoke, my gaze naturally shifted to her. Maybe it's possible to achieve something even harder. I hope so. The crusader took over the conversation again. The reason we maintained the structure of the 5 major guilds after the massive purge wasn't for nothing. It's for mutual checks and balances. Almost everyone living in the tower belongs to some guild, that is, members. 5 major guilds, each with comparable power and expertise, should cooperate and compete at the same time. Furthermore, we should protect the personal safety and property rights of those belonging to the guilds. Whether to join a guild, to leave, or to rejoin, it all depends on the residents' freedom. Guilds that fail to make money will naturally decline, and those that don't share their wealth will naturally disappear. We created the tower system with such thoughts in mind. In other words, we were not confident alone. The crusader spoke softly, confident that we wouldn't become corrupt. If I had the power to subdue the Black Dragon Guild, I would have gladly thrown them in jail. Their shops, stores, and informants operating on the border of legality and illegality. I would have deemed them all as cancers of the tower and punished them. In the process of that enforcement, I wasn't sure if I could remain true to myself. I have prepared scenarios to assassinate all hunters from rank 1 to rank 10. The Black Dragon stated. Haven't implemented any since the Great Purge. If the Black Dragon had been the only sole guild instead of one of the 5, I wonder if I really wouldn't have executed it. No matter how much one thinks of themselves as a person of strong self-control, that restraint comes from the existence of others. Meow. A cat's cry echoed from behind. With the body and eyes of a cat but not the gaze of a beast, a tricolor cat spoke. As you know, we never trusted each other much. Yet, the reason we didn't descend into a total mess and internal war is probably because we didn't trust ourselves much either. That's true. Sword Saint said. In the end, we all wear a mask to appear human. Death King. I was testing to see what kind of person you are. A test. What test are they talking about? Since when? While you were away, we gathered together quite often to talk about you. When exactly? After clearing the library of all things and before entering the 30th floor. We even conducted a thorough background check on you, including your spending habits, people you meet, your behavior when encountering strangers. Almost everything was investigated and shared. Gathering information is my specialty. So said the Black Dragon Witch calmly. Isn't that an invasion of privacy? Yes. Sorry. I truly apologize for that. Digging into a comrade's past really makes me the worst, doesn't it? Deputy Commander of the Civil Militia, would you arrest me for the crime of investigating a person's background? I declare you not guilty. Look at that, Kim Gongja. I'm not guilty. Let's just say I'm sorry and move on. Oh, indeed. My comrades and friends are guild masters wielding unparalleled power in the tower.
Don't worry.
We just reconfirmed that your private life is disgustingly clean. That sentence just felt like a contradiction. We also confirmed that you write a diary every night to show to the Duke of Ivantia. Be thankful that I didn't get my hands on its contents. I really debated whether to order my subordinates to find out what's written in it. Hello? Anastasia? Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? Oh, but the first sentence is always the same, so I got to know it. My beloved. Let's end our friendship. Bring back the friendship contract. Right now. Anyway, the conclusion is that you are a person of integrity. The crusader smirked. But having integrity alone isn't enough. If we were to choose you as our leader, there are qualities needed in a leader. Convincing us to remain human is only a secondary issue. It's not about political power either. The calico cat, familiarly, clung to the crusader's calf. Then the crusader picked up the cat in her arms, and from within her embrace, the count cat spoke. After all, politics should be left to experts. Public safety to the crusader, internal affairs to the black dragon, which economy to myself, and if you occasionally need a shoulder to lean on, rely on venomous snake. For diplomacy with the outside world, bringing in sword saint to handle it is enough. He may be a stubborn old man, but he would listen if it's a request from you, Death King, right? Therefore, the last thing we need to test is just one thing. The cat narrowed her eyes. It was the count smiling with her eyes. To see how you would govern people if you were in a position of leadership, that was the real test. An example. Initially, when I received the quest from the lady who walks the mirage, I thought, aha. From the 31st floor to about the 40th. This could be useful. Stages where one becomes a god to guide an entire race. It wasn't that I immediately set up the test. Right, 10,000 Temple Master. It was entirely his own choice to rampage around for over 200 years. Ah, the heretic questioner laughed brightly. That's right. This is the first time I'm hearing this story. Well, not just you, the Chun Mumun Master also didn't join in my story. The count said. But as a result, the impulsive actions of the 10,000 Temple Master gave me a lot of inspiration. In a time of absolute crisis where every race was enslaved, I was able to watch up close as you rallied us all together to start a rebellion. The cat gently stroked the crusader's cheek with its paw. In short, you have the qualities of a revolutionary. A revolutionary. Not bad at all. I don't dislike it. But the leader we need is not a revolutionary, but a ruler of the tower. Countless refugees who fled from numerous countries. Someone who could soothingly govern the tower's residents who are busy hating, despising, mocking, and ridiculing each other. I needed a little more information. For instance, the count spoke up. How would you handle different races under your rule? Different races, you mean? I briefly thought of the Dakibi race, but changed my mind after seeing the count's smiling eyes. Don't tell me the fairy race? Correct, Death King. It's good that you catch on quickly. My eyes widened. The count looked at me and let out a cat's purr. The heretic questioner was the first to be eliminated, followed by me. I remember your baffled face when the lady who walks the mirage announced my elimination. Back then. Wait a minute. That makes no sense. Why am I being eliminated? The fairy race has given up their hegemony. Certainly. The content whispered by the fairy race elders in the video shown by the lady was, let's surrender. We can't win this fight, and there's nothing to gain from winning. There's nothing to gain by investing money, and nothing good comes out of it. Whatever we do, it's a losing deal. Well, surrender our country to the Dakibi race and become a vassal state. In exchange, well, ask for protection. Yes, let's surrender. It's just becoming a vassal state, no big deal. Thank you, great cat. That's how it was. I thought it was just a farce that the count laughingly created. I opened my mouth. Did you deliberately get yourself eliminated? It's more accurate to say I induced my own elimination. The fairy race children surrendered to the Dakibi race on their own. But who raised and nurtured those children? Who were they revering as a god? With just a little prophecy, a little hint, and a little instruction in their dreams, the children would easily follow. Death King. The way you conquered the stage wasn't much different. Thinking back, the fairy race was behind the funding of the multiracial alliance. Before I met Aberka, I had discussed it with the count, who advised me to negotiate in a direction beneficial to all races. And following her suggestion, I entered Aberka's dream. From the beginning to the end, if the count big picture was to have the fairy race surrender bloodlessly to the Dakibi race without any battle or war. Why would you do such a thing? Didn't I say it? To test you. The count said. Ruling is easy when you can persecute someone simply for being from another country. Let alone when a different race comes under your command. They look different, have different habits, and even worship different gods. Wouldn't the Dakibi race discriminate against the fairy race? I was curious. How you would lead the Dakibi race is your own matter. But besides that, whether you could also effectively govern other races like ours, who had left their homelands, is a quality necessary for our leader. I fell silent. I slightly raised my eyes to look at the Crusader's face. The Crusader, holding the calico cat, had a calm expression. Patricia, the next person to be eliminated after the Countess. A comrade who voluntarily abstained from the stage. If the ferry race held the capital, the ocean race held logistics, and along with the Count race, her own race was naturally integrated under the Dakibi race. The Crusader nodded. Yes.
Kim Gongya.
I abstained on purpose. To understand who you are as a person. I realized why the goblins were able to conquer the continent with so little bloodshed. Chapter 274. Swordsman 1. The Crusader had said when she abstained on the 34th floor, "If you must choose only one, let it be me. It's okay. I'm saying this now, but I don't particularly wish for the ocean race to seize continental hegemony. Being sufficiently well off is enough. Did the Crusader lie to me? Was it all an act? I don't think so. Perhaps she agreed with the Count plan to test Kim Gongja, but I believe she participated in the test not because she doubted me, but because she trusted me. I leave the rest to you, Gongja. She just didn't tell me the whole truth." The Crusader. Patricia was almost always like that. I expected that you wouldn't fail. The Crusader stroked the cat's back in her arms. The problem was how you would handle failure. Handle failure? There's no way the Dakibi race wouldn't discriminate against the ferry race. Conflict is inevitable, and even if patched up once, it doesn't disappear.
Kim Gongya.
Even if you stitch up the wounds of conflict, they will open again as years pass. So, the Crusader smirked. I thought you would be somewhat frustrated. Who would have thought you'd introduce a new art form to the ferry race? I never imagined it. The fire painting play. Isn't that right, Count? Even we didn't think of such an idea. The Crusader's touch became slightly more intense. The Count cat, receiving the stroking divine art, meowed softly. Meow. Choosing the ferry race as the revivers of fire painting play was a brilliant move. Fire painting play is a kind of stage art, but it's not a common performance. And it's not martial arts even though it involves aura. It's both art and martial arts. Martial arts and art. Literally a martial artistry, but, Vice Chief, your touch is a bit uncomfortable. Humans discriminate and despise everything. It's impossible to completely heal that discrimination and contempt. Pat, pat. Whether or not the Crusader heard the Count complaints, she was getting excited. There are only two things where people voluntarily and unanimously stop their contempt: strength and beauty. Physical strength stops people from physically messing with others, and aesthetic beauty makes people open their hearts willingly. Vice Chief? Maybe stop stroking now. Fire painting play encompasses both. Brilliant. Who would look down on a fairy gracefully dancing and scattering powerful aura? It must have changed the perception of the fairy race. No, it must have been a turning point in softening the Dakibi race's view on different races. Completely. Mio. I understood the Crusader was praising me while being extremely excited, but it was a bit difficult to focus while watching a cat melt like ice cream in real time. Wait, could it be that the Count walking around transformed into a cat and making members of the Merchant Guild wear cat ears was not her preference? But the Crusaders? That's a dangerous thought. Surely it can't be. Even if it were true, I would definitely respect my friend's privacy. You're not listening and just imagining weird things again, aren't you? Seems like the Black Dragon, which is maxing out her skill in reading my expressions. Well, sure. I might be a great guy, but fire painting play was originally a culture held by the Dakibi race children. I just helped a bit so that their inherent talents could bloom fully. Did you hear that, Count? The Crusader got even more excited. I have a lie detector activated right now. That statement is a truth without a single speck of deceit. Even when he said, I might be a great guy, the lie detector didn't go off. Isn't that amazing? Count, when you speak, the detector beeps noisily for 8 out of 10 seconds. It's a whole different level. Mio. Is that so? You think the same as me, Count? That's great. There's no need for further testing.
Kim Gong-ya.
You not only passed the Count test, but also solved the most difficult problem in the most effective way. If you become our leader, I will gladly follow you. Leader. Of course, I agree. The heretic questioner chimed in. Some of you might not know this, but I had already sworn allegiance to the Death King right after clearing the 32nd floor. I guess I was a bit faster than the rest of you. Talking about loyalty is irrelevant here, but yeah, it's pointless explaining to him. The Black Dragon, which side? I agree too. Anastasia. I know you don't need the position of a leader. Her eyes, reflecting the night sky, looked at me. But we need you. Not me, not the Crusader, not the heretic questioner or the Count, but someone to call the guild leaders who operate independently as us.
Kim Gong-ya.
We need you. And you need us too. The Black Dragon, which nodded. Was it an unconscious gesture showing she was convinced of something? Or was it connecting this conversation to some other thought? The answer to my question came from the Black Dragon Witch herself. We've been together for quite a while now, haven't we? Yes. I've never heard a single joke about Ukraine from you. I tilted my head in confusion. I didn't understand what she meant. Ukraine. My homeland.
Ukraine?
I know that's your homeland, but a joke? What do you mean? Aren't I quite pretty? Is Anastasia sick? I looked at my respected friend with a worried face, but she just bluntly asked for an answer, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I am pretty, aren't I? You are certainly beautiful. It's not for nothing that you and the heretic questioner frequently grace the covers of magazines. But why haven't you ever joked about it? Like, you're beautiful because you're from Ukraine. What is she talking about? Is this more serious than a cold or flu? Has she become obsessed with her appearance from fighting with 6 or 7 mirrors? Was there a warning in the skill description like, note, may cause slight addiction to one's own appearance? Yes, that's the look. You look like you think I'm treating you like a fool, but anyway, it reveals your way of thinking quite clearly. I'm still not quite sure what you're talking about. I've heard that joke over 300 times in my life. I've been asked if I'm a communist more than 200 times, and about my thoughts on the Nazis at least 50 times. I've been asked countless times which side I supported in the Civil War. Really? Yes. The Black Dragon, which turned her head to look at the Crusader. The Crusader nodded and moved his jaw slightly. Kim Gong-ja never joked with me about Venezuela to me either. Even though I sometimes use beauty jokes or oil jokes to lighten the mood, I've never heard them from Kim Gong-ja. It's just that I don't know much about those topics. I don't have any either. The heretic questioner laughed. Since the beginning, even when talking about my past, the Death King just listened and never delved deeper into my past. Even out of curiosity, he never asked more. Never heard a curry joke either. The Count Cat managed to speak while enduring the Crusader's onslaught. Aren't you curious about our religions? Whether we are atheists or not? Didn't you want to ask? Did you even think about it? I hadn't. Meow. The Count laughed. You're utterly uninterested in those matters. Absolutely. I'm not. Your indifference is comfortable to us. It's not that you're indifferent to us. On the contrary, you're very passionate about knowing us. You know almost fervently about what we've said, what we've done, and the mistakes we've made. Frankly, you like us. But interestingly, your areas of interest are quite limited, aren't they? Black Dragon, Witch, and others think of you as a virtuous person. Finally, the Count leaped out of the Crusader's embrace. When she was falling through the air, she was a cat. But by the time she landed, she had transformed back into a human. Her beautiful emerald-colored sari fluttered like a cloak. Whoosh! The sari concealed the Count's shadow between the air and the ground. I don't care whether you are a saint or a sinner. The sari slowly settled. There, the Count stood holding a fan with a cunning smile. Your personality could simply be a manifestation of a desire to not be disliked by others. Deep down, there might be a strong desire to be acknowledged by others, so perhaps your behavior towards us is all flattery and fawning. But that doesn't matter to me. What I care about is not where a person's personality originated from, but where it is going and where it has arrived. The destination you've chosen is quite comfortable for us. Isn't that an overestimation? Of course, I want to look good in front of these people. But suddenly I worried. What if my wish to be liked succeeded too well, to the point that I couldn't handle their affection? Can I always live up to their expectations, my comrades' trust, my friends' faith? Was my success too excessive? Won't I disappoint them? Nisha. That's my real name. You must have heard the Crusader call me that. That's right. I knew the Count's real name. Certainly, when we were fighting against the Evangelist of Everlasting Happiness, the Crusader shouted her name. Although the Count never told me her name directly, it was remembered in the back of my mind. But you never mentioned my name. Not even a hint that you knew it. That's because naturally. Exactly. You've just behaved with common courtesy, as you're thinking right now. The Count fanned herself. That's precisely why I want to establish you as our leader. Become a natural part of our existence.
Kim Gongya.
The moment the Countess grinned. Quest progress. The pure race's voting begins. I looked at Sword Saint. The aggressive demeanor he initially approached us with had completely vanished. Sword Saint was simply watching us, faintly smiling with his wrinkled face. Before coming here, I told them to start voting on their own if they didn't hear any sounds of battle after 30 minutes of my arrival. The youngsters followed my instructions well. Elder, I have already agreed with the Count. I watched whether you all could really cooperate and progress through the stages, without my help and trying not to participate as much as possible. Counting completed. Vote result for option 2. 23.81%. Vote result for option 1. 76.19%. Not just me, but all the races who directly watched your actions through the Lady Who Walks the Mirage have been observing you. Responsibility is a heavy burden. I too once shouldered the responsibility of leading the tower's conquest from the front. And to take on even a fraction of the responsibility for the purge, I stepped back from the front lines and never again involved myself in the tower's politics. Sword Saint chuckled lightly. In a sense, what stands before you is a failure. What you are seeing now is the worst-case scenario, the outcome of a bitter failure, and the realization of the worries and fears you have. Now tell me, Death King. The old man smiled with his eyes. Does this failure look so terrible that it's unbearable? No, I replied. Elder, you are not a terrible person. Not at all. At least to me, Marcus Callenberry isn't. Good. The old man nodded. Then your failures won't be so terrible either. I might be an old man, but don't view failure too dreadfully. Perhaps you, like me, will have a second chance. Someone might appear who makes you reconsider retirement and return to active duty. Stage cleared. The 46th floor stage has been cleared. Plus, Heretic Questioner. Real name Bambolina. Responsible for the snail race. Vote percentage. 77.5%. Stage cleared. Plus, Count. Real name Nisha. Responsible for the fairy race. Vote percentage. 88.4%. Stage cleared. Plus, Crusader. Real name, Patricia. Responsible for the ocean race. Vote percentage. 98.68%. Stage cleared. Plus, Black Dragon Witch. Real name, Anastasia. Responsible for the bloodsucking race, Dream Demon race. Bloodsucking race vote percentage. 97.55%. Dream Demon race vote percentage. 100%. Stage cleared. Plus, Sword Saint. Real name Marcus Callenberry. Responsible for the pure race. Vote percentage. 76.19%. Stage cleared. Plus, Death King. Kim Gongja. Responsible for the Dakibi race. 100%. Stage cleared. Plus, hey. And then, nobody else objected except me. Is this really happening? The last voter. Everyone's too kind-hearted, that's the problem. Huh? If relationships were just, hey, I like you too, then all the psychotherapists would be out of jobs, wandering the streets. Huh? Emotions are emotions because they can't be resolved by words. Stomping through the jungle's shadows, the one-eyed swordsman approached. "Hey there." The swordsman greeted with a "hey there. I went all out in secluded training, just as you said. I feel like the protagonist of a martial arts novel right now. You know, before agreeing verbally, protagonists in martial arts novels have to talk through their swords first. That's the way of the martial world. My folks say they won't acknowledge any vote or anything until they have a rematch." Among those gathered here, excluding Sword Saint, he was the first person to reveal his real name to me. "Draw your sword." Kim Gongja. Venomous Snake. Real name, Liao Fan. Responsible for the noble race. Enough of that. Let's have a duel. Vote percentage. Undetermined. Quest progress. The voting of the noble race begins. Voting starts. Chapter 275. Swordsman 2. He's not listening. Is he too immersed in the moment? This guy is crazy, but I like it. "Hey, my name is Liao Fan. You probably can't hear me, but it doesn't matter. Back in the audience chamber, you saved my life. As the master of Chun Mumun, would I let such a debt go unacknowledged? Just keep charging straight ahead. They'll take care of the left side. This is quite the privilege, you know. No one who stood to my right has ever died before. Go forth, new star." 3. Come. Death King. I quietly observed Venomous Snake. What should I say to you? Venomous Snake had one eye. He wore an eye patch over the empty space where the other should be. Have you ever locked eyes with someone who has only one eye? It's not a common experience. Like me, you've probably gotten used to interacting only with people with two eyes throughout your life. My pupils, my gaze, the rhythm of my thoughts, they're all adapted to bilateral vision. Facing someone with only one eye is different. When looking at them, when needing to see them, my field of vision narrows down. My eyes, accustomed to the usual breadth, now focus on a narrowed path. As my view narrows, thoughts multiply, and amidst these, stray thoughts spread. That might be why. Even though I'm making eye contact with the master of Chun Mumun right now, my mind is drifting to old memories. Venomous Snake doesn't remember. It was during the battle against the monsters summoned by the Devil King of Fall Rain. For the first time, I was completely immersed in the battle with my sword. Venomous Snake helped me then. He helped me stay in a state of no mind as long as possible. A kind gesture, wasn't it? He doesn't remember. I died hundreds of times at the hands of the Devil King of Fall Rain. The time Venomous Snake helped me was just one of those hundreds of deaths. Buried and obscured by time, there's no way he could remember that particular moment. Simply impossible. But I remember. Slowly, I drew the holy sword from its sheath. Even before pulling out the blade, from the moment my palm touched the hilt, I had already started drawing in aura. A different shade of red flowed through my veins, mingling with my own blood. The faster the aura coursed through my veins, the tighter it wound around my heart, the quicker my thoughts sped up, and the slower the current of my vision became. In the instant the sword left its sheath, I thought, "You said you were jealous of me. Why do the children I care for? Then and now, Death King. Why can't the ones I look after be happy like those you care for? Even though you don't remember the moments of my death. Why only you can make the others happy? You gave the best moments to the heavenly demon. You gifted them. Despite being tormented by the pain of death, the heavenly demon could genuinely smile because of the gifts you gave. Every time I came to a realization, you were there beside me. Why couldn't the leader do that? Is it my fault? Death King. Why am I? Just as I have become a source of jealousy for you, you too have become a part of me. A sharp metallic sound. The holy sword, personifying the goddess of protection, was fully drawn from its sheath. How can I convey this to you? That you are not meaningless to me. That I know of your existence, and I still remember days you've forgotten. How can I let you know? Can I convey that? That's right. Just like that. You understand what I'm saying. With words. This might surprise you, but during my secluded training, I fully grasped the teachings of Master Namgungun. That old man did teach me something, but, I never realized it. It only started to surface when I was training alone. Perhaps it's a law that one needs to have time alone. With a bit of words and half-closed eyes? Thanks for recommending the seclusion, kid. What words should I use? By the way, why have you been silent all this time? Maybe no words at all. Did you tense up because you sensed the rise in my energy? That's disappointing. I was so happy to see you after decades that I didn't even greet the others. Even if we fight, we should at least exchange a few words. Defeating you with words would be easy. And defeating you with my sword, too, probably wouldn't be difficult. What? Don't you agree? You may have trained in seclusion for decades, but the level you've reached is beneath my perception. Your stance, the color of the aura you're emitting, I can guess all these from a glance. It would be easy to wound you with words, saying that's all you could achieve, and just as easy to prove it with a sword. Hey, Death King? Winning and inflicting wounds has always been easy. The hard part has always been winning your heart. Are you really not going to say anything? I recall my master's teachings. Looking back, my master only taught me a few things. How to infuse a heart into a wound. How to overlap a voice with the sound of a sword. Words uttered by a human tongue are just noise. But when that noise has direction and meaning, it can certainly wound the unseen heart. The sword I wield is just a lump of material, but when that lump has direction and meaning, it too can slice through an otherwise uncuttable heart. What my master aimed to cut with a mere piece of steel was the stubbornness and obsession in the heart, and what I want to cut is your stubbornness, obsession, contempt, and fixation. Really? Can I cut it? There's no need for words, then. I will cut it. If that's the case, I misspoke. I shouldn't have asked you to come at me. It's only proper for the one who challenges to rush towards the one who is challenged. With just a stroke of material and a line of matter in a sword cut. I circulate aura through my veins, wrap it around my heart, extending it to the sword blade. I'm conveying the current of life I've traversed, the warmth I've gleaned from the world, showing that my blood flows here, my heart lives here, to you. If I convey it, you will understand. Because you, a swordsman who has closed himself off from the world and endured for decades, will understand. Here I come. Shine. Shiny responds to your call. Shiny. Dot. The goddess of protection listens to your call. Idol. Dot. Compassion. Dot. Prayer. The goddess of protection responds to you as follows. Sacrifice. Yes, Death King. Salvation. I obey your command. By the time I called the swords one by one and reached the third name, Shiny had already read my intention and revealed itself in this forest. Shiny shone brightly. The light was intense. As the light increased and spread, it appeared to me as a slow sequence of photographs. The light spread in all directions. As the blade's light brightened in the air, the shadow cast by the sword on the ground also darkened. As if compressed by the light from all sides, the shadow of the sword on the ground narrowed. Narrowed and darkened further. More. A little more. The salvation sword obeys your command. Finally, the length of the sword in my palm and the shadow on the ground became the same. The sacrifice sword obeys your command. Neither were mere physical objects nor mere illusions. The prayer sword obeys your command. Twitch. Despite the intense light, the sword's shadow, which had not shrunk any further, suddenly moved as if alive. The compassion sword obeys your command. Venomous Snake, who was preparing to charge at me, hesitated. He opened his one eye wide. For just a moment, the sword's shadow writhed and then split. 1, 2, 3, 4. The single shadow cast by the sword divided into 4 paths. The sword shadows scattered in the 4 cardinal directions. East, west, north, south. But they didn't scatter randomly. The sword shadows all encircled me solemnly, as if guarding me. Like the hour, minute, and second hands of a clock winding time, the sword shadows slowly rotated, and I stood in their midst, holding the idol sword. The goddess of protection manifests, and with the tip of my sword, I aimed at Venomous Snake. Venomous Snake hesitated and lifted the corner of his mouth. I could hear it, the sound of lips curling, the breath folding along the creases, Bei Hu Ryong blinking once behind me. The sound of Sword Saint, Black Dragon Witch, Crusader watching our confrontation. Their eyes wide open, and Estelle watching our standoff with widened eyes, all echoed clearly in my ears. Hey, SSHHK. From the four directions of the sword shadows, for swords emerged. Is this for real? The swords risen from the shadows didn't lose their shade even after leaving the ground. They were dark. Instead of clear outlines, they constantly writhed. They were alive, pulsing, undulating, growling, like untamed beasts. They were alive. This is cheating, isn't it? As the aura frolicked in my body, making it a host, and turned my aura into carnage, the avatars of the goddess of protection manifested. Are you going to use 5 swords now? I barely stand a chance with one. If mere aura is called sword energy, then this was closer to sword strength. When I turned my head, the 4 swords followed. When I pointed the sword tip, the 4 tongues also moaned in unison. In perfect harmony. My salvation, my sacrifice, my prayers, my compassion. Ever since I wielded a sword, my collected and harvested experiences were in perfect sync with the idol in my hand. Fine. Bring it on. This is the realm I stand upon now. The scenery I see with my own eyes. Though I cannot yet fade the shadows like my master, if your plan is to defeat me without uttering a single word, I might not be able to slice the edge of winter, but I can certainly cut a sliver of heart hidden in your chest. I will definitely make you utter at least one word. Venomous Snake swung his sword. I recognized the sword technique he unleashed. When was it? It resembled the technique shown by Namgung-un, the Martial Alliance leader, in his battle against my master on the snowy field. Yes. As his body collapsed, flesh decayed, and bones melted, the Martial Alliance leader manipulated his muscles with internal energy, showing a technique like a puppet with stiffened joints. Death King. Perhaps the old me wouldn't have recognized it. Back then it was like that. No matter how skillfully a top expert displayed their martial arts, my ignorant eyes couldn't comprehend the depth of their martial skills. Couldn't read it. Even if I saw it, I couldn't comprehend. Even the duel between my master and Namgung-un, the 989th sparring, when I first saw it, didn't it seem just like a playful puppet show? The martial arts that Venomous Snake is displaying now are of a similar realm. My blindness. In the past, even upon seeing, I couldn't read, and it appeared to me as, no, something I didn't even regard as anything. Smoke, husk, illusion, dash. Now I know that what he is performing is a gesture with the sound of destruction of the yellow moon. I deflected Venomous Snake's sword with the sword of compassion. Silence. The sword wielded by Venomous Snake and the shadow I conjured collided, but there was no sound of their clash. Venomous Snake's sword couldn't audibly cut through my shadow. Venomous Snake swung his sword. Zhuangzi, on Waliang. Doing like of and like of needs to before, and s with to. With a biting force as venomous as a snake's fangs and as cunning as a dragon's body, one must steal the breath before the mouth opens to reveal fangs, and seize the distance before a strategy is employed to engage closely, using the opponent's power against them to strike at the throat. Master of Chun Mu Mun. Venomous Snake. Hey. Go forth, new star. My name is Liao Fan. Liao Fan. Slowly I deflected his swinging sword and struck back. I remember you. Kisword. I swung my sword. Chapter 276. Orthodox Faction. 1. I was never meant for the Orthodox faction. 2. On the 61st day of secluded training, Venomous Snake stared blankly, his mouth agape. This isn't right. A droplet of water fell from the cave ceiling. I remembered hearing Death King jokingly saying he fasted for several days as part of his training. I took those words seriously and embarked on a 60-day fasting regimen. But as the days passed, it wasn't just my stomach that felt emptier. My brain seemed to empty too. I felt more and more foolish. No, that can't be it. I can't even imagine Death King seriously undertaking fasting as a training method. This kind of training seems more like a waste of time, life, and brain cells than a way to beat him. A revelation. It was the moment of enlightenment. Damn it! That day, Venomous Snake ended his 60-day fasting training and descended to the noble race village, where he indulged in a feast. Pork feet, fried dishes, noodles. The table of the noble race was bountiful with dishes introduced by Venomous Snake. After about 5 days, completing meals worth several dozen days, Venomous Snake sat in the cave, despairing like a Dieter who couldn't overcome the yo-yo effect. How can I beat that guy? 60 days gone to waste. It's a depressing thought, but fortunately or unfortunately, Venomous Snake had a lot of time left. A lot. At least 60 years. 60 years. Just barely. How do I? The 60 days of fasting training left him with a habit of talking to himself. Venomous Snake groaned, looking at the cave wall, imagining a scene where words of absolute martial arts wisdom would be inscribed, but such fantasies didn't come true. Venomous Snake was not the protagonist. Perhaps. It wasn't Death King who should have joined the demonic cult, but himself. Yes, it was all twisted from the start. Remembering Death King's bright smile, Venomous Snake smirked. No matter how you look at it, he suits the orthodox faction. Not me. I can reluctantly accept striving for a better world, but saving the people of the tower? That's totally against my nature. I just enjoy the thrill. Venomous Snake picked up a stone and threw it at the cave wall. Thud, thud, thud. Right? For days. For days of doing nothing, thinking nothing, changing nothing, a time of nothingness, passed outside at the pace of a clock's hour hand. Time couldn't be measured inside the cave. Only the pockmarked scars on the wall, the marks of the stones thrown by Venomous Snake indicated the passage of time. I was never meant for the orthodox faction from the start. Thud. I chose to follow Namgung-un, not because I was impressed by his martial arts, but just to spend some time learning, and I accompanied Death King to make the two old elders' journey more comfortable. That was fine in its own way. Thud. But it was all quite casual compared to him. Thud. Thud. I lived casually. Thud. Wow. Did I really just live my life casually? I thought I was living earnestly. Did I just drift here without making any decisive moves? Shit. Did I casually reach the 6th rank of hunters and become the master of Chun Mumun because the world was so easy? Am I a genius? What would have happened if I hadn't lived casually? The tower would have probably collapsed. Thud. Yeah. I could have brought down the tower. Thud. Being 6th in the ranking doesn't mean my achievements will be engraved anywhere. Will they be mentioned after I die? At best for 3 years or 6 years if I try hard. After 6 years, my name or alias will all be illusions. Thud. Even as the master of Chun Mumun, it's only significant within the tower. If placed in the center of a truly formidable martial world, it would be fortunate to be considered even a medium-sized faction. I gathered everyone not to recklessly swing swords on the streets, but to train themselves with that energy instead. Thud. I've lived too casually. Thud. Damn it. Go to hell. Everyone just die. Thud. Thud. On the 260th day of secluded training, the cave wall facing Venomous Snake, where he had been meditating, was devastated by the stones he had thrown. It was cratered and pockmarked as if bombed. He had thrown those stones merely to organize his thoughts, or rather to expel them, chiseling the rock in the process. Who am I? How did I end up here? What did I miss along the way? What have I managed to hold on to? And what were those things, really? 260 days. That was how much time Venomous Snake needed to consolidate his life. He used the hour hand as the warp and the minute hand as the weft, creating a sieve of time. Through the sieve, he shook out all the useless things, random thoughts, stresses, crumbs of thoughts and emotions, the fat and excess of life. When they didn't shake off easily, he threw stones to shatter them completely. After shaking them off, only a central question remained. To defeat Kim Gongja. Merely with a sword? No. It was about overcoming the infernal heaven's demonic art, the sword imbued with the cries of the common people. Kim Gongja might modestly call himself a minor sect leader and always talk about his master with bright eyes, perhaps even twinkling eyes, but Venomous Snake saw it differently. He knew something that perhaps even Kim Gongja himself didn't realize. Defeating Kim Gongja doesn't just mean overcoming the infernal heaven's demonic art. Long ago, the nameless first Death King roamed the world and created the infernal heaven's demonic art. He heard the endless death, screams, and groans of the world. In a world where people live like this, how could the swords they make and wield be anything special? Swords detached from the world, no matter how nobly praised, can only cut illusions, futilities, and fallacies. If a sword doesn't cut reality, it's just a decoration. To cut the world, the sword must first contain the world. And nowadays, the world consists only of screams, groans, and blood. Therefore, the sword of the infernal heavens must inevitably scream, groan, and spill blood.
Kim Gongya.
He spread that infernal heavens to the entire Dakibi race. He infected them. Terrifying. The infernal heavens formation that Kim Gongja devised wasn't merely an upgrade of the infernal heavens demonic art. Although he might have started with simple, naive motivations like coming up with a new idea or how great it would be to perform the infernal heavens with others, not just by himself. It's not that simple. Distributing the burden that was once on a single Death King to hundreds of thousands of commoners. Venomous Snake's eyes darkened. The Death King was noble, but alone. The followers revered the Death King not just as their leader but almost as a deity, a living legend. The Death King's words were law and his actions history, because only the Death King could fully manifest the infernal heavens demonic art. But the formation is different. Anyone moderately familiar with the infernal heavens demonic art can participate in the formation. There's no need to encapsulate the screams of all citizens. Just be faithful to one's role, blend into the ranks like an actor, and perform just that one person. Sigh. Kim Gongja is merely the conductor of the first orchestra there. Bei Hurayong spoke for the first time since the duel began. He was watching our fight from a distance. Of course, unfortunately, his response was impossible for Venomous Snake to hear. Goddess of Protection has summoned the swords she harbors. She gives them a body of aura and fuels them to move, but the problem is these are parts of the constellation. They have a mind of their own. In other words, ego swords. They fight on their own. The sight of Kim Zombie calling 5 ego swords scattering aura and flying around. Very, very Kim Gongja-like. You crazy bastard. That's exactly what I mean. Even when you talk to yourself, sometimes your intentions get through. The world has become a better place. Both of them are rambling on their own, but it's utterly unrelated to the current battle. I just wield my sword. I can't be distracted by the surrounding voices and noise. Right now, I am solely focused on Venomous Snake, continuing my offensive. Damn it! Venomous Snake's fierce sword strike is automatically parried by the Compassion Sword. A strike aimed at the waist is blocked by the Prayer Sword. An attack trying to slice the wrist is deflected by the Sacrifice Sword. And as I rush towards the now exposed Venomous Snake, damn you! As I striked, a sharp sound of cutting flesh, resounded. It's shallow. It's not a fatal wound. Venomous Snake hastily steps back to avoid further injury. A few drops of blood stain the blade, but that's it. Just like the loud clash when the sword and blade met, the sound of hissing lingers. Again, I feel a strange sensation and frown. There was the sound of metal again. One might ask if the sound of metal is natural when a sword and blade clash, but not in this case. At least not now. Because the demon swords are made of shadows, not metal. Purely aura-made demon swords should not make a sound of metal when clashing with Venomous Snake's sword. Almost silent. At most, there should be a sound of something softly melting away or being bitten off. If the metallic sounds didn't come from my swords, then, Venomous Snake. It must be the groan emanating from the opponent's sword. What kind of training have you undergone that makes your sword cry? I quietly observed Venomous Snake standing in front of me. Hoo-hoo-ha, hoo-hoo. Venomous Snake was bleeding, gasping for breath heavily, with a smile on his lips. Chapter 277. Orthodox Faction 2. For I was never meant to be part of the righteous path. After leaving the cave, Venomous Snake roamed the world. Beautiful places, famous for their scenery, breathtaking views. He went to a place where waterfalls poured from the sky, sitting alone on a rock, getting drenched, trying to withstand the force of the waterfalls. He climbed to the highest peak, where he was closest to the sky, and gazed endlessly at the world below for days and nights. This isn't it. He felt no particular emotion. The self nestled in his heart didn't react at all. Venomous Snake scratched the back of his head, recalling the advice of the martial arts leader Namgung-un. Blew it. This is all wrong. Righteous path involves incorporating nature into the sword, but no matter how beautiful and stunning things I see, I feel nothing. Rather, watching people commuting in the city feels closer to my heart. The majestic power of the waterfall, the vastness of the world spread beneath the mountaintop, the terrifying lightning and torrential rain. I'm not impressed. It's like, oh wow, so grand, truly befitting of the leader of Chan Mu-mun. I feel absolutely nothing like that. None of it charmed this self within him. I should have gone to the demonic sect. Kim Gongja is lucky. Why did he get matched with a teacher that fits him perfectly? Damn it. Day 407 since his emergence. The self, lurking in his heart, continued to speak only of jealousy, lamentation, and sighs. A black blob, squirming and oozing sticky slime. Venomous Snake felt its outline clearly in his heart and moved on. Clang. The sound that echoed from the market streets initially went unnoticed by Venomous Snake. With his senses honed from years of training and a sharp aura, he certainly detected the metallic sound. However, while his bodous senses reacted, the self entrenched within him remained indifferent. Clang. The place he was wandering through was Guru, the homeland of the Dakibi race. Venomous Snake often visited Guru, hoping to find some insight into how to defeat Kim Gongja, and watched the fire painting plays. As a result, Venomous Snake could recite all 11 lines of dialogue that Kekurikur used to confess to Raviel, even with his eyes closed. He sometimes wondered why these people were acting so absurdly, but then realized the most absurd self was within him and he became contemplative. Clang. And then, slowly, clang. The self coiled up within him slowly raised its head. Various scents and aromas wafted through the streets. Among them, there was a sharp, metallic scent. The self twitched its nose, tracking the source of the smell. Clang. It led him to a blacksmith's forge. Located a few blocks from the main street, this area was less crowded. Smaller theater troupes huddled together here, and Dakibi with slightly tight purses wandered around. Clang. The blacksmith shop was set up in a secluded spot by the roadside. It was more like the shop was slowly sinking rather than just being established. The roof was partially collapsed. The pillars were rotting. Some had already lost their support, precariously pushing against the roof like a tilting tower. A place that would vanish if time blew on it. Clang. A burly blacksmith swung his hammer there. Clang. The red-hot iron spit sparks as it was hit, and clang. It slowly twisted and bent under each blow. There was no impressive skill, no eye-catching performance. Just a moment, master. Just, your hammering technique is quite unique. Isn't it? Who? The blacksmith wiped his face with a towel. Up close, he was indeed tiny. Much smaller than even the Dakibi, let alone the noble race. The blacksmith, not even reaching his own waist in height, was... What is it? Are you a customer from the noble race? A small fairy race member. Do you need something? Just so you know, I don't make weapons. Huh? Why no weapons? In the Dakibi blacksmith industry, weapons are the pinnacle, especially swords. Dakibi give a sword as a gift when their children reach adulthood, and if it wears out within a year, they gift another. It's a delightful custom. The fairy blacksmith finished wiping off his sweat. He seemed somewhat indifferent. Don't you find it odd? Maybe even absurd. It's great that they treat us minority races well and without prejudice, but including that, it's just too much. You know what I mean, right? Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Despite being strangers, they quickly found common ground, nodding in agreement. One was a fairy running a modest blacksmith shop, despite it being his livelihood, and the other a human hunter wandering around in the guise of a noble race. Despite their dark pasts and murky intentions, they briefly united in spirit. You understand what I mean. So what would you like to order? I'll make it cheap for you. Ah, only then did Venomous Snake remember his original purpose for coming here. His pitch-black heart urged him to speak up quickly. I didn't come to buy anything, just got curious and stopped by. Don't worry, I'm not suspicious. Anyway, I happened to hear you hammering while passing by. The sound of the hammering was incredibly consistent. I thought it was just regular hammering, but the interval and strength of each clang were exactly the same. Indeed, there was not even a 0.1 second deviation. The sound of the hammer echoed continuously. To an ordinary person, it might just seem like regular hammering, but Venomous Snake was extraordinary. He easily noticed the anomaly in the blacksmith shop. Could it be? Despite its shabby appearance, this blacksmith shop actually possesses extraordinary skills. Please don't sit on that chair. It wobbles so much that I had to fix it to the floor, and now the floor wobbles too. If you sit there for more than 15 seconds, the floor will collapse. Took me 15 seconds, but if you sit, you'll fall right through. A first-class blacksmith hiding in a modest shop? An S-rank twist or something? Venomous Snake was thrilled. His heart and his self, making nonsense noises inside, were both pounding. Venomous Snake always preferred these things over beautiful nature or grand landscapes. Things that seemed ordinary but were actually extraordinary. Hidden powers, hidden statuses, hidden setups, hidden masterminds, hidden worlds. These stories always made his heart race. Feeling overwhelmed by his bright, eager eyes, the fairy blacksmith felt uneasy. S-rank, whatever that means, but our blacksmith here is nothing special. But you must have a hidden past and special talents, right? I was born into a normal family and started blacksmithing after our fortunes declined. Sir, I have no talent. How can I compare to the Dakibi, born with built-in muscular strength in blacksmithing? You're clearly lying. Really? I have no reason to lie to a customer. It won't make me any extra money. If you're not going to order something, could you please leave? You're disturbing my work. It seemed to be true after all. Venomous Snake mumbled to himself, strange, very strange, as he lingered around the blacksmith. The fairy blacksmith sighed, bad luck, but eventually ignored Venomous Snake's presence and continued hammering. Clang, clang, clang. Watching the hammering from a distance, Venomous Snake suddenly spoke up. Still the same, isn't it? From Venomous Snake's perspective, he could only see the back of the blacksmith, the small frame of the fairy tirelessly working. Well-toned back muscles, balanced shoulders, and arms moved ceaselessly. What are you leaving? The rhythm, the interval, the force, it's all the same. There's no deviation in the hammering. It would be easy to mimic with enhanced time perception using aura, but it's clear there's no aura here. So, it's all about feeling. Huff! Who? Venomous Snake furrowed his brows. If this fairy blacksmith had walked the path of martial arts and learned to harness aura, he might have become an excellent warrior. Remarkable, but what's the point? Why insist on such hammering? Without turning, the fairy replied, it makes it a bit more interesting. Interesting? Yes, the work. Blacksmithing. Clang. How tough it is. Customers take it home, use it for cutting, chopping, hammering. It's easy to use but hard to make. If it was just a hobby, it'd be different, but this is my job. Clang. Damn, I really don't want to work. Clang. So hard. Clang. I want to die. Clang. I'm dying. Clang. As the hammering continued, the fairy blacksmith's curses became more intense. Though it seemed directed at someone else, it mostly seemed self-directed. Venomous Snake was at a loss for words. Despite not hearing due to the sharpness of the hammering, this blacksmith shop was noisier than any workshop in the city. I see. You time your curses with the hammering. The sound of the hammer conceals the curses, so they go unnoticed. Venomous Snake realized. Are you insane? Sir, you've been quite disruptive. It's time for you to leave. Realizing that all kinds of oddities abound in the city created by Kim Gongja, Regardless of race, Venomous Snake commented. So, it's fun for you. You don't look like you're having fun, though. Are you really enjoying it? Of course. There's a subtle joy in it. The blacksmith wiped his face with a towel. Work is inherently hard. It's normal to be tough. Especially since I wasn't born suited for this job. I lack talent. But while working, I ended up cursing, right? Well, if there's absolutely no joy in work, really none, I feel like dying. Clang. I find just enough fun to keep from dying. Clang. Some colleagues relax on weekends, go on trips, rest, visit new bathhouses, or talk about the latest postponed fire painting plays. I don't really understand that. Clang. Looking at high mountains, I think, why are you so tall while I'm so small? Are you challenging me? When I visit scenic spots, I feel detached, emotionless. This feeling like dying while working, it's unbearable. The despair doesn't go away. Clang.
I'm doing.
Clang. But I can't die, so. Clang. I find small bits of fun in my work. You praised it as something remarkable, but I'm just finding fun to survive. Look. Clang. See? Clang. Keeping the same rhythm makes it interesting. It's like unfinished music. Clang. Don't you think? Finally, the blacksmith turned around. The fairy was smiling broadly. His face reddened by the forge and smeared with soot. Fun, right? At that moment. It's pretty challenging, you know? Continuously matching those moments. It really ignites my competitive spirit. It's like my own personal challenge that no one else is doing. Venomous Snake, and the self he harbored within his heart, realized something. A man who already realized who he was, gained further insight from watching a small blacksmith. The rules of the game are there too. When it rains, I slow down a bit. What he finds beautiful, what feels natural to him, and what he truly wants to infuse into his sword until his arms move and his blood pulses. The master of the Chun Mumun realized. When fog rolls in, I slow the hammering to create an auditory effect. Isn't it poetic? When the sound of clang echoes distantly in a foggy city, it feels like the city, or even the fog, is crying. I find such things more interesting than famous mountains or scenic spots. It wasn't the screams of suffering people. It wasn't humans scratching their nails in hunger. It wasn't the air filled with laughter from those who shared similar scars and were healing clothes. Yet not quite there. Just enough to survive. Those who endure. Although I want to die. Those who find joy in enduring. I can survive. That joy. A fleeting moment of happiness. Insufficient to be true happiness. Every day. Enduring by breaking a part of themselves. Sighing yet smiling. Willpower. The desire to survive. Venomous Snake slowly nodded. It's easy to dismiss such happiness as a trivial trick. It's easy to say that it's not real happiness but merely a postponement. And thus, one should find their true self and talents. It's easy to say that one's life is somehow wrong. It looks quite interesting. But what does it matter? Can I try it too? Even the most meager happiness is still happiness. Even a smile that briefly lingers before fading is still a smile. Something that undoubtedly existed, exists and will exist. Proof of life and the desire to live. Are you sure? I'm an Oni, aren't I? I'm good at using my strength. It's not just about strength. I'll just give it here. I have a lot of money. I'll leave my purse here, so if anything goes wrong, let the foreman take care of it. Everyone works. Everyone suffers through work. Everyone finds joy in enduring their suffering. Therefore, this happiness is something that can envelop the world like a heaven comparable to the infernal heavens, regardless of time and place. Here we go. Venomous Snake took off his shirt and tightly gripped the hammer. All right, let's give this a try. The beauty of nature, the resonance in the heart, and the scenery he wanted to show the world seemed too far from him. The laughter of children in a wheat field, too happy to be true, seemed beyond his capacity to capture in his sword. But the happiness of ordinary people, just trying a bit harder, struggling a bit more, and finding a little joy to prevent themselves from dying instantly. That kind of happiness. I've never worked in a forge before, but I can do this. He could capture that in his sword. He wanted to capture that. Venomous Snake realized that the beauty, resonance, and landscape he had been searching for were right here, in this form of righteousness. After all, what I have in abundance is time. Clang. The sound of the hammer echoed. Clang. Again it echoed. Clang. The sound of hissing. Clang. Echoed. Clang. Echoed. Clang. Echoed. Clang. 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 Chapter 278. Orthodox Faction 3. 5. Clang. I swing my sword. Oof. Ah. He. I swing my sword again. Ouch. Damn it. It's so sly to use sword techniques like this. You have grown up so much. Don't even listen to your senior's words. Ha. I continue swinging my sword. Infernal Heaven's divine art. First form. Sword of starvation. The salvation sword fiercely dances in the air. Even if I don't control them directly, my demonic swords have walked and watched lifetimes with me. Being extensions of my body and mind, they naturally execute the Infernal Heaven's divine art just like me. Huff. Ack. Now, the swords that ran away using sword techniques are casting demonic arts on their own. Hey, Death King.
Kim Gongya.
This is seriously unfair gameplay, you know? Venomous Snake, while generously cursing, skillfully steps forward and blocks the demonic swords, calmly parrying their elaborate and dazzling swordplay. That's it. Clang. I've starved for 60 days too. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Ugh.
Ku. Ah.
It was utterly meaningless suffering. Venomous Snake kicks away the salvation sword. When his sword and my demonic sword clash, a sharp clang sound echoes unmistakably. Venomous Snake, wiping the blood trickling on his belly with his robe, chuckles.
Uai.
It's obvious he's at a disadvantage. Facing me, who has reached the realm of ghost swords, it's nearly impossible for Venomous Snake to stand a chance. Actually, if I were to attack with all 5 swords, each carrying a fragment of Infernal Heavens, he wouldn't last 3 seconds without falling. But still, that wouldn't mean I have defeated Venomous Snake. If he recovers, he would challenge me again with an unaffected face, saying, "Hey, let's have a rematch." It's not about defeating the body, but breaking the spirit. That's why it's difficult. Despite being at a disadvantage and continuing to fight, he doesn't stop smiling. At first, I suspected he might have fallen into disharmony. But no matter how closely I observed, it wasn't the case. His eyes were clear, not clouded by madness, and even his laughter contained happiness. A very small happiness which seems like it could disappear if not listened to attentively. But he looks happy. After the initial probing phase, Venomous Snake started to swing his sword joyfully. How can he be happy? Was it the result of his long seclusion? Before entering seclusion, Venomous Snake seemed tormented while wielding his sword. It all seemed painfully unbearable. In fact, didn't he lose himself in disharmony during our fights? How can a person change so much? I firmly gripped my sword hilt. A question I asked myself I already knew the answer to. Of course, people can change. And that excites me. I feel tense, but I'm so eager to understand how Venomous Snake, this human, has changed. I'm almost impatient to ask him, what happened to you? Carrying so many emotions, the burden of jealousy towards me, the obsession with the heretic questioner, the self-loathing for not being the protagonist, the guilt of not making the martial arts leader happy. With all these emotions, Venomous Snake. I swing my sword. How can you hold a sword and smile? One of my demonic swords, the sacrifice sword, vibrates deeply. Infernal Heaven's divine art. Second form. Sword of thirst. Blood bursts forth. Wow. Wow. The demonic sword wildly charges at Venomous Snake. A swift sword, like an eagle diving from the sky. The demonic sword relentlessly stabs from above, left, and right, giving no rest to Venomous Snake. He desperately parries the stabs. Hey, I'm going to die. Death King. I'm really going to die. See, huh? Oh no. Damn. Just now, it grazed my arm. Did you see it skim my arm? It really did. If it had gone any deeper, I might have gone from having one eye to one arm. Clang. The sound of metal rang out. Venomous Snake successfully repelled the Sword of Thirst. Although the wound on his arm was quite deep, causing blood to flow, and his robe was already in tatters from the numerous cuts. Kuhu damn. This is tough. Venomous Snake wiped the sweat dripping down his chin and smirked. Seriously intense. Hey, come at me with all the infernal heaven's divine arts at once. Won't I go down instantly then? Huh? Why don't you come? All right, you can't talk. You're planning to defeat me without saying a word. Anyway, you're so serious. How can you live without the joy of conversation? Eventually, you will have to speak. Sigh. After taking a light breath, Venomous Snake turned his head. There, a group of hunters were watching our duel. Hey, Heretic Questioner. The Heretic Questioner, holding a snail shell, tilted his head in curiosity. Yes, master of the Chun Mu sect. It's been decades since I last saw your face, right? Ah yes. I also chose to stay in the world and continue training. Ahaha. It's a coincidence that it's the same for me too. Aren't you happy to see me after such a long time? Yes, I'm happy. Does it really matter whether we reunite after a day or after 100 years? Yes. Both are equally delightful, right? Sigh. Venomous Snake took another moment to steady his breath. That's just the way you are, isn't it? Ahaha. Venomous Snake gripped his sword. Then, with a smile on his face, he asked, Heretic Questioner. Yes. Are you happy right now? Yes. I am. The Heretic Questioner answered without a moment's hesitation. Beside him, the black dragon which looked disapproving with an expression as if to say, what nonsense are these two talking about? But both men paid no attention to this local broadcast banter. Weren't you quite troubled in the past? The Heretic Questioner pondered, touching his chin. If you're talking about physical pain and psychological trauma, yes, I think I was quite troubled in the past. And you're still troubled now, aren't you? Considering the intensity of my work and the scope of my duties, it would be normal to feel troubled. But are you still happy despite that? The Heretic Questioner beamed brightly. Yes. Although it's very difficult, this work has its enjoyable aspects. Master of the Chun Mu sect. Recommending you an espresso is also quite fun. Silence lingered for a moment. Venomous Snake slowly opened his lips. Can you be happy despite being troubled? Of course. Yes, of course. You're a strange creature but still human after all. Right? It hurts when it hurts. It's troubling when it's troubling. And you smile when you smile. Venomous Snake turned his head back towards me. His breathing, which had been rough, had long since calmed down. Kim Gongja of the demonic sect. It's not just the strong you need to defeat in this world, nor just the weak you need to help. Venomous Snake addressed me not simply as the Death King or Kim Gongja, but specifically as Kim Gongja of the demonic sect, acknowledging that he was facing not just a hunter from the tower, not just my martial prowess, but the weight of the demonic sect and the expanse of the infernal heavens I bore. Your demonic sect took the cries of the common people as its doctrine. Those cries became revenge, and the revenge turned into bloodshed, staining the world red. Bloodthirsty avengers. The world is already soaked in blood, yet you still pretend to be the weak. I paused. This was a declaration of war from the 990th duel. It was similar to what the martial arts leader Namgung Un had said to my master, the leader of the demonic sect. Did you always cling to the heavenly demon's coat, crying endlessly, begging for someone else to perform the rites of death on your behalf? While clinging to the sleeves, you considered yourselves weak commoners, sad people. Venomous Snakes, I swept over the audience. Not only the Heretic Questioner and the Black Dragon Witch, but also Estelle, the Death King family, and followers who appeared to protect me in case of an emergency, were all hidden in the leaves of the forest, watching us. Venomous Snake nodded. Thirst. Despite his body being battered, Venomous Snakes, I shone brightly. Why do you continue to dwell on the wrongful spirits of the past when you all have feet to walk and hands to work? Huayan says that even a single tree must shed its flowers to bear fruit. What about you? Are you just flower vendors in a garden, exploiting your own pain? Is that so? Really, is that so? I need to. I couldn't keep silent. I had to break my vow of silence, my determination, my stubbornness to defeat my opponent without speaking. Because this crazy master of the Chun Mu sect had elevated this place from a mere duel between the Death King and Venomous Snake to a confrontation between the demonic sect and the orthodox faction. Kim Gongja might be silent, but the infernal heavens cannot be. I let out a laugh. I wonder if the master of the Chun Mu sect has the right to say such things. Finally, as my lips parted, Venomous Snake smirked. Why? You finally got a voice. You should check if it's still working properly. Did the martial arts leader Namgung acknowledge you as his successor? Have the masters of the 100 Paths chosen you as the representative of the orthodox faction?
Recognition.
It's good to have. But that guy Namgung, he's gotten old, right? He was heavily defeated by the heavenly demon, wasn't he? What authority or recognition does a defeated person have? As for the other masters, well, they are all resting under the snow. Let them rest in peace as is proper. So, you claim to be righteous yourself? That's right. My heart is pounding. Do you have the skill to match? I just blocked your infernal heaven's divine art with a sword technique twice in a row. Isn't that enough? What more skill do I need? Damn, it's tough playing the role of a hero. I'm not the heavenly demon, right? You're not the heavenly demon and people around don't call you that, but I want to call you that. The followers of the demonic sect have sworn allegiance to you, spread doctrines to an absurd continent to the Dakibi race, and the whole race has become demonic followers. Damn, you're not the heavenly demon, but just a little leader? Isn't that too modest? I'm already objective and scientific by nature. They'll just live as I want. The second heavenly demon, Kim Gongja. Chim. That's funny. Lightly. I smiled. Seeing that smile, Venomous Snake's face lost some of its cheerfulness. Well, I paid no mind and grasped my idle sword. I thought if you were filled with jealousy towards me like last time, I could easily defeat you, or is the jealousy still there? Your emotions towards me don't seem to have changed much. I can feel it in the way you look at me. But then I see. I gestured slightly. One of my demonic swords hovering around me as a guard reacted. Wooing. Infernal heavens, divine art. Third form. Sword of the drowned. Ambush. Venomous Snake immediately rolled on the ground. Thud. The prayer sword struck the spot where he had been standing. The prayer sword immediately raised its head, scattering dirt as it circled around Venomous Snake, striking whenever an opening appeared. Damn it! Venomous Snake quickly stepped around, avoiding the attacks. However, swish! A sword strike grazed his ankle. Blood spurted from his ankle. It wasn't a fatal injury, but it was certainly damaging. Really, clang. Like a true demon, you use any means necessary. Venomous Snake gathered his aura throughout his body to counter the demonic sword. The sword flew back into the air and then returned to circle around me, continuing to guard me. Damn it! My foot! It hurts. Another clang of metal was heard. Not an unusual sound and something that could easily be mimicked with aura, but I intuitively felt there was some connection between Venomous Snake's joyful laughter and the metallic clangs. The reason he elevated our duel to a battle between the demonic sect and the orthodox faction. Is he confident he can win? No. Perhaps. He's confident he can break me. Me too. Not just as the young master, but also the infernal heavens. Just like I came here to break everything about Venomous Snake. The Chun Mu sect lord, Liao Fan, he too has raised his sword intending to shatter everything about me. Good. My heart won't stop pounding. Good. What did the teacher say at such a time? Remembering the teacher's face, smile, breath, and the words uttered upon hearing the martial arts leader's declaration of war, I now understood it all. So I said, okay. I lifted the corners of my mouth. I accept the duel. I sheathed the idle sword for a moment, brought my fists together, and assumed a formal bowing position. Venomous Snake twitched, but soon he too composed himself and mirrored my gesture. Though I didn't know why, I couldn't stop smiling. It was enjoyable. I hope the 991st duel does not disappoint the virtuous ones watching. The battle of good and evil. Even after a world in a snowy field had perished, there were those who carried on the demonic sect and those who wished to continue the orthodox faction. So here, even after the world had been buried in snow, the 991st battle took place. I decided to consider it happiness. Just, Master, I think strong people are impressive. I support the weak. I want to make people fallen into hell happy, and I want to hold the hands of those who still insist this place is not yet hell. Okay. I dislike those who make promises they can't keep. I smiled broadly. The stronger they are, the more I dislike them. They'll cut them down if they're trivial. Liao Fan. Venomous snake swallowed. Then slowly he smiled. Okay.
Kim Gongya.
In an instant, I scattered the 4 demonic swords and swung the 1 holy sword, taking a step forward. In the tranquil forest. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of metal echoed. Chapter 279. Orthodox Faction. 4. 6. He was never meant for the Orthodox faction from the beginning. Why do you bend the iron there? No, don't use your aura to revert it. See this gentleman here? Venomous Snake swung his hammer. If you work using your aura now, that's a hobby, not work. It's just playing around. Are you here to play? Clang. Venomous Snake took a deep breath. The flames from the forge brightly lit his face. Droplets of sweat fell and sizzled on the hot iron. Did you come here to play? Clang. He was never cut out to be a blacksmith either. When striking iron, there was no sudden rhythm in his forearms. No dance in the swing of his hammer. No trembling through his body releasing pent-up frustration. None of that passion existed. Wow, damn it. Clang. This is tough. Really tough. What joy is there in work?
In doing.
Damn. Why is it so hard? You think you're dying?
Don't worry.
To me, you're far from death. When you're really close to dying, your eyes start to droop and such. Sir, can I just call you mister? Is that okay? You still look lively. It's tough. Work is always tough. Clang. Just humble yourself. So damn hard. But it's not the hardest job in the world. That's not comforting at all. What kind of comfort do you want then? Do you expect some magical spell that, upon hearing a few words, suddenly makes you feel comforted, makes hammering bearable, and turns your day refreshing and joyful? Comfort isn't really that comforting. It's given because it's even harder without it. It's tough. Clang. Clang. The sound of the hammering gradually turned the area red. The bright blue sky of the afternoon turned into a bloody evening sunset. Merchants unpacked their goods for the evening market, and now the street was filled not only with the sound of the hammer but also various noises. That's enough for today. Huff. Phew. Ha phew ha. Let's go eat. The fairy race, impeccably dressed in a suit as if they had just bathed, was ready to stroll out. Despite being able to dress casually, the blood of the fairy race couldn't lie. They always planned to stride out in style. Venomous Snake, after wiping off some sweat, followed the fairy race. Wow, mister, look over there. In a corner of the old street, several dancers were performing. Although there weren't many spectators, everyone watched their dance moves with interest, finding it entertaining. They must have hired a fire painting play troupe for promotion at that store. That must cost a pretty penny. They're really going all out to attract customers over there. Is it something like hiring a singer to perform songs? Let's go and listen too. It's free. Loving free stuff was something both the Count and the fairy race had in common. With a faint smile, Venomous Snake, weary from the day's labor, walked towards the dance. Woo! Whoa! Gur growl. The actors on the makeshift stage in front of the store seemed to belong to a modest fire painting play troupe. There were only very young or very old actors. Instead of powerful dances, they performed simple ones in rhythm, and instead of singing about the harshness of war, they sang small songs of love. The somewhat slow music flowed with the aura of the actors into the sunset. Venomous Snake took a seat in the front row, crossing his arms. The sunset, as if it had drunk the blood of people who worked all day, was unusually red. The roofs, pillars, dirt roads, and cracks in the stone pavements of the street were all bathed in red. Woo 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 gur. Toot, toot, brrrr, toot, toot. This too was quite nice. It was a strange day. Venomous Snake watched several splendid fire painting plays. He had seen many military dances performed by warriors belonging to the Fire River Council in his time. They were all intense yet magnificent, sorrowful yet beautiful. He had shed tears while watching them. But why? From his heart, his self hissed and flickered its tongue. The snake in his heart that remained silent in front of those glamorous fire painting plays.
Ah, der dancing.
Venomous Snake suddenly looked around. It was true. Other audience members, other guests who were watching the fire painting play, were rhythmically moving their shoulders, joyously dancing, or inviting their partners to dance. Red wine. Cheap. A fairy race shopkeeper came out of the store, selling red wine. The red wine was a traditional liquor from Guru, similar to beer. We have red wine cooled in the waterway. Ah, thank you. Thank you. The shopkeepers swam through the crowd like eels in a stream. On closer inspection, this store mainly sold simple food and red wine. The sounds of selling and buying red wine mixed with the actors' music, creating a lively atmosphere. You'll have 2 glasses too. Here, 2 glasses of red wine. The blacksmith jumped on the spot, reaching out his hand. Yes, 2 glasses of red wine coming up. Thank you. He. The blacksmith handed a glass of red wine to Venomous Snake with a laugh. This is the taste after hard work. You're lucky, mister. Enjoying a free fire painting play and all. Drink up. Go on. Your work today wasn't great, but I'm investing in your future. Nobody starts out being good at something, right? Venomous Snake, feeling oddly bewildered, drank the red wine. The red wine that gushed down his throat was refreshing. With a single gulp, a fresh wheat aroma burst forth from his throat. The cool, spicy scent of wheat in his mouth instantly shot to his head, making his nose twitch. KRH. Ugh. How is it? Killer, right? I come to this tavern often. The red wine here is just amazing. There are plenty of places in Guru brewing good red wine, but in terms of value for money, this place is the best. Wow, mister. You know how to enjoy your drink. Here, another beer. Beer? What's this talk about beer? If you want beer, you have to go somewhere else. Anyway, shopkeeper. Another glass of red wine here. The world turned colorful. The sunset sky was like a painted palette, red as can be, and the chattering, drinking, and dancing guests below all seemed like angels. The sounds of music and dancing nearby seemed to flow directly from himself. What's this? His body felt itchy. I usually enjoy drinking, but, this is unusual. What's really going on? What's up? I don't know. Oh, this mister is drunk. I thought he could handle his liquor seeing how he ordered so confidently. Oh dear. Knocked out by just 2 glasses of red wine? Come on, mister. Wake up. You must be tired from working. If the work was tough, the alcohol hits you harder. I'm not knocked out, just really happy. Dong dong, the music changed. His heart fluttered. Venomous Snake stood up. Or perhaps that was the wrong expression. His heart stood up first. His body and limbs moved only to support his heart, which couldn't stand up on its own. The name Venomous Snake, his head, his mind were the last to get up. Ooh-ha-ha. Wow. Mister, what shall we dance? Yes. Venomous Snake smiled brightly. Had he ever laughed so freely since he started his training? The fairy race blacksmith chuckled and then, as if used to it, took Venomous Snake's offered hand. The height difference between the noble race and the fairy race was quite significant, so Venomous Snake had to bend at the waist. But the smile on his face, bent over, was joyous. Dancing with someone from the noble race is a first for me. The song's great. Woohoo. Well, I guess that's enough. Venomous Snake led his partner in a humming dance, occasionally lifting spirits and warmly praising the fire painting play troupe. Energized by his praise, the troupe danced more vigorously. With each step, their aura kept rhythm, the beat erupted, and the music played along the threads of dispersed aura energy. Phew! Dance well. Great song. Other guests joined in with encouragement. Regardless of whether they knew how to use aura or not, guests swayed and rolled their feet, clinking their glasses. Even a child clapped along. Boom! Clap! The rhythm of the fire painting play resonated from the shopfront to the streets, spreading to the crossroads. Red wine for sale. Refreshing. Whoosh! The actor's footwork is great. The handiwork too. Smoke rose from chimneys all over the town. It was a signal to bring families home from the battlefield known as the workplace. Workers, seeing the smoke, left their jobs. In single file, in pairs, in groups. The streets were crowded with people returning home. On the edges of these paths, in dimly lit taverns, worn-out fire painting play troupes sold liquor and sang songs to less than fashionably dressed customers. They danced. Whoosh! Perhaps this place was a kind of outdoor club. No expensive tickets needed. Just a glass of confidently sold red wine from the shop. That's all it took to enjoy the performance of this old fire painting play troupe. No dress code required. Guests came in their workshop attire, some just adding a coat to look somewhat stylish, others arriving shirtless just as they were from work. All kinds of people gathered, humming with a glass in hand. They danced. Venomous Snake firmly held the fairy blacksmith's hand, as big as a rabbit's front paw, moving his face around, taking in the scenery from all sides. It's beautiful. What is? The song? The song? No, not the song. Just people drinking, laughing, singing along, everyone having fun and enjoying themselves. Wow, you're really drunk, mister. Now your words are becoming incomprehensible. It's beautiful. How can it be so beautiful? The world. Venomous Snake was crying. Not tears from his eyes, but tears shed by his self, the snake. It was blood. Tears from the heart flowed through the blood vessels, down to the tired calves from a day's work, to the knee joints, the back, the shoulder blades, the forearms, the palms, under the eyes, all over the body. It's tough because of work. It feels like dying, wanting to die. Everyone. While shedding tears in his heart and smiling broadly, Venomous Snake led his partner's hand here and there. The front of the shop had already become a small plaza. Drunk dancers surrounded the fire painting play troupe. The sounds of here, red wine, one more glass, and yes, coming right up, were not noise but seemed like a joyful part of the music. So drink to live, to have fun. Drinking, dancing, getting excited, music playing, then dancing again. Venomous Snake lifted the small-statured fairy race member. He held them in his arms and spun around. There were exclamations of wow from around, but neither Venomous Snake nor the fairy in his arms heard them. Dance again. Work. Feel like dying. Then dance again. Have fun. Beautiful. Work. Feel like dying. Then dance again. Have fun. Beautiful work. And work again. Want to die but then have fun again. Clang. I think I'm starting to understand. Venomous Snake hummed happily. Humans desperately work. Desperate work makes you want to die. So, to not die, you find fun. You have to. Yes, you have to dance. Clang. Tired from work, we sing. Tired from work, we drink. Tired from work, we come out to eat together and dance because it feels like we might die. Yes. There's no such thing as music for music's sake. Naturally. Only for those who have worked so hard they want to forget the day. For them, music is music. For those who have no such day to forget, it means nothing. What are you mumbling about, mister? Does your personality change when you're drunk? Clang. I'm happy. Hammering was damn hard. But yeah, tomorrow will be tough again. But right now, aren't you happy? Isn't life a bit fun right now? He was never meant for the orthodox faction from the beginning. Yes, he was never meant to be a blacksmith of the fairy race from the beginning. Of course it's fun. That's why I love the time when I'm not working the most. There were always many who didn't quite fit into something. In every town, in every city, tired workers returning home filled the streets of Guru. The dimly lit shops and cool red wine, the shopkeepers bustling about, those whose day's fatigue was soaked into their collars, at the corners of streets and crossroads. Their momentary luxury, a glass of liquor, delicious snacks, nonsense talks with friends, to somehow scrape away and lighten today's deathly fatigue. This damp, unshakable feeling, all to be ready to work again tomorrow. They danced. Everyone's alive. Life is tough to death, but when you get past that moment, you can breathe for a while. Venomous Snake wanted to protect that breath. Righteousness is calling the happiness of ordinary people beautiful. Righteousness is telling those who have somehow finished a day's hard work to rest now. Righteousness is loving liquor, dance, and song, but only the liquor, dance, and song of those who have worked and finished their day. Foreman. Yes? Live long. Be careful of accidents. Venomous Snake patted the blacksmith's shoulder. He staggered away from the square where music and dance flowed. Survive till the end. You too. Me too. All of us. Once he left the square, the shadow of the noble race disappeared among the crowd. Slowly, it became invisible. The fairy race blacksmith stood alone, watching the back of someone disappearing into the sunset. Right? Run. Venomous Snake was running. Maybe because I went to the fire painting play with the mindset of dressing up and listening to music politely, I never felt moved by any performance. It makes sense. He ran. Releasing the aura sealed all day, his body surged with blood. His vision brightened. Suddenly, with a leap, Venomous Snake was already stepping on the rooftops of the village. People in the streets pointed at him, shouting, but he moved too fast for their fingers to follow, disappearing quickly over the rooftops. Venomous Snake gasped for breath. Originally, it's tough working like you're about to die. Only when it feels like dying can you finally hear the music and dance. To forget, to endure. Not because we're happy to live, but to become happy in order to survive. To survive. Clang. To survive. From a certain moment, every step Venomous Snake took resonated with aura. Every swing in the air exploded with aura, and the sound of metal clanged. Clang. Day 410. Venomous Snake became a lodger at a snail race farm, living and working with the farmer's family for 2 years, tilling the land. The plow dug into the hard ground. Clang. Day 1503. Venomous Snake joined a fairy race bank, working in finance. Always hiding his origins, his supervisor, unaware that he was a noble race deity, often scolded him from behind. Clang. Day 2874. Venomous Snake entered a noble race's mine and swung his pickaxe. The conditions in the mining industry had improved considerably compared to when the snail race used slaves. However, Venomous Snake, gasping for air, soaked in sweat, swung his pickaxe with difficulty. Clang. Day 7021. Clang. Day 14,059. Clang. Day 19,856. Clang. Day 22,400. He was never meant for the Orthodox faction from the beginning. He was never meant to be the solitary but skilled swordsman type. Is this enough? He was never meant to be a protagonist. Huff. Standing atop a mountain, Venomous Snake took a deep breath. The world he inhaled became blood and circulated through his muscles, shoulders, back, waist, thighs, calves, and the soles of his feet. Then he slowly exhaled. Who? In the distance, atop the mountain, a giant turtle monster, rising from the deep sea and heading this way, appeared. It seemed formidable enough to destroy the world, but Venomous Snake paid it no mind, not even sparing it a glance, because his focus was on humanity.
Come on, Kim Gongya.
He, after a long time, shedding the guise of the noble race and inhabiting his own body, spoke with his own voice, more than anything, from the heart of his self, and thrust a righteous fist into the void. Here lies the Orthodox faction. Clang. A hissing sound echoed. Fighting is work. Clang. And work is naturally tough and arduous. Clang. Fighting you, in particular, is going to be so hard it feels like death, even among tough jobs. Clang. After this job is over. Clang. Let's go somewhere with good music, and just damn drink our hearts out. Venomous Snake laughed. In a world where the 5 great families were buried in snow, the 9 martial arts sects vanished in snowstorms, and even the Martial Alliance leader's sword was broken. Now the infernal heavens thrived beyond the boundaries of the world, and Bariah sang in this place. Here, the last of the White Path's righteous warriors, left by the world of snow, stood. The master of the Chun Mumun master was laughing. Chapter 280. The last vote won. 1. Inevitably, the infernal heavens' demonic art is a demonic art. Clang. The leader of the martial world, Namgung-un, mocked us as if we were merely florists. My master did not refute this. Now, Venomous Snake, claiming to be the descendant of the orthodox path, uttered the same mockery, but I too did not argue back. I simply smiled in response. Clang. We all know it. Those who recklessly use the sword without understanding are mere beginners who have just stepped into the world. Those who wield the sword to understand are intermediates, and those who hold the sword despite and because of their understanding are masters. We all know it. Clang. We know that there are people who, despite the hardships of life, find small joys, enduring the pain of yesterday and the fatigue of today, surviving in their everyday lives. Clang. They sometimes say they want to die, but their murderous intent has not yet led to actual killing. They sometimes scream about their hardships, but these cries have not yet turned into screams of agony. Even if their happiness does not fully extend to their entire lives, ending merely in an hour, half a day, a full day's joy, we know that there are countless people who endure their daily lives like this. Clang. The infernal heavens cannot soothe those small joys. For those small and beautiful flowers, the people of the mundane world whom I want to love, comfort, and kiss, the heavens of infernal heavens are too busy to embrace them. Still in this world. Clang. There are too many who scream in agony. Clang. Too many eyes that look up to the heavens with hatred while bleeding. Clang. Those who starve to death, those who die of dehydration, those who drown in the deep sea and cannot escape, those who have no place to flee and freeze to death in the snowstorm, those who die convulsing on the ground without a chance to utter their last words due to poison, those whose limbs are eaten away by illness with no way to save themselves, those who are beaten to death, those who burn to death, those who take their own lives. Clang. There are so many. Clang. Yes, too many. Still, there are far too many. Clang. Look. Chun Mumun leader. If you still have one eye left. Look. Clang. Do you really think these countless screams can be appeased by the happiness you bring? Infernal heavens' demonic art. Fourth form. Sword of freezing. Venomous Snake barely managed to block the sword I swung. But blocking it wasn't the end. I had not only sword of idolatry, but also a sword of compassion, sword of prayer, sword of sacrifice, sword of salvation, casting shadows and flying from every direction. Whoosh! Swish! Every time Venomous Snake showed an opening, the demonic swords rushed in, turning their blade points towards him. Damn! Crap! Clang! Venomous Snake, with almost miraculous movements, fended off the sword of compassion, targeting his neck. However, it wasn't perfect. The blade grazed his neck, and whoosh! A stream of blood spurted out. Ha huff! Huff! Hiya huff! Huff! Hoo! Hoo! Venomous Snake staggered. But even while staggering, he firmly grasped the swords in both hands. He is already in tatters. Despite constantly chattering away as if nothing is wrong, Venomous Snake was covered in wounds, seemingly without a single unharmed part on his body. Without his superhuman will, he would have already collapsed twice over. Ah, that's why I laughed. Chun Mumun leader. With that, you cannot defeat me. Do you understand? Even if you continue for 100, 1,000 years, you will never be able to defeat infernal heavens. Yes, probably so. You dare recite the phrases of the righteous and demonic Great War, calling me a heavenly demon with such outrage. It's impudent to request a duel, claiming the fight that already ended in infernal heaven's victory isn't over yet. You committed such outrage and rudeness, and yet is this all you can do? I secretly hope to see a martial art that could captivate me, if not a technique that could tear the heavens. In doing it, Venomous Snake gasped for breath. His wounds and bleeding had consumed half of his breaths, making the words he uttered sound very faint. What? I'm already doing it. What are you talking about? 1. Squeeze. Gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands, Venomous Snake raised his torso. As he lifted his head, which had been bowed in a hunched posture, the sight of his one eye became visible. I'm right now, working on it. The second heavenly demon, you bastard. Venomous Snake's eyes were fiercely ablaze. Work. A job is also karma. It's fate. A burden that weighs down life, wondering how I ended up here. But anyhow, it's the karma that clings to me. There are so many professions in this world, and each job has its own damnable karma.
Kim Gong-ya.
Yes. What do you think my job is? I frowned slightly. Your job is the leader of Chun Mu-mun, right? But that's more like a side job. You're nominally the deputy guild leader of the 5th guild, but your real job is a heavenly demon, right? Or maybe the head of that Death King family or something. Huh? I found a new job recently. Do you know what it is? Stopping you. For a moment, I couldn't understand his words. What? Enduring you. Withstanding the existence known as a heavenly demon. That's the profession I've chosen. Venomous Snake took a stance with his sword hilt raised. His ankles, thighs, waist, back, and neck, there was no place without a wound. However, the way Venomous Snake stood firm on his 2 legs and the way he held the sword in his hands were orderly. How about it? Interesting, right? What? Just as you say, Kim Gong-ja. There are too many resentments in the world. Too many silent screams buried. As long as those sounds resonate, the sky will be a faded infernal heavens, and you swinging your sword under infernal heavens will continue to be a heavenly demon. But, you see, however, thud, grains of dirt crumbled. Stepping on the ground, Venomous Snake charged towards me. There are also many who endure hardship and keep living. Clang. I controlled Sword of Sacrifice to block Venomous Snake's breakthrough. Even though Sacrifice Sword wasn't made of metal but of a shadowy demonic sword, when the 2 blades crossed, the sound of metal was sharply ringing. Venomous Snake lunged. People starve to death. Yes, I know. There are so many who die unjustly. It's sad. There are times when tears come. But you see, Kim Gong-ja, regardless of whatever damned deaths happened last night, we have to shoulder our duties and go out today. Do you know that? I summoned another demonic sword. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. 5th form. Sword of Vengeance. The sword of player quickly found an opening in Venomous Snake. Swish. Blood spurted from the back of his right hand. Venomous Snake groaned, cursing. But his hand holding the sword hilt did not even flinch. I can't just keep crying. Clang. With his unflinching hand, Venomous Snake swung his sword. The weight of a day is overwhelming. So overwhelming that sometimes it's suffocating. Before starting work, my heart races wondering if I can endure the day. And even after finishing work, my heart is crushed thinking about tomorrow's coming tasks. Do you know that? My heart is choked, beaten, and crushed every day. So tight that even setting aside a place in my heart to cry for you guys is hard. Clang.
I'm sorry.
Clang. I'm sorry for being born in this world, for not being able to live without shouldering my duty and earning my daily bread. Damn you, infernal heavens bastard.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Clang. So, stop making us apologize. Clang. How long do we have to keep apologizing? Until the day comes when no one starves to death? Until the cries of agony are no more? Should we keep apologizing until then? Should I throw away the karma that currently burdens me, plunge into your infernal heavens, follow its doctrines, and fight until the day not a single commoner dies of hunger? It's hard. I don't have the capacity. I don't have the courage. Right now, the only thing responsible for my daily bread is this hammer in my hand. I've just gotten used to hammering to make ends meet. The only theft I've learned is this much, and in barely surviving on it, I can't throw that away and rush to where your screams of infernal heavens are heard. Every day is filthy. Heavenly demon. It's terribly hard. Venomous snake swung his sword. Clang. I once helped with farm work at a farmer's house. Autumn came and each grain of wheat was like gold, making the wheat fields look like waves of gold from afar. But then I heard rumors of a typhoon coming. Clang. No matter how much we prepared and dealt with it, it was inevitable. We gave up on the wheat swept away by the typhoon and just threw a few salvaged wheat straws into the barn. Those few straws rolling in the barn were all the family had to survive the year. But isn't it fortunate? At least we saved that. The farmer awkwardly smiled, saying it was fortunate to have saved that. Then we heard news from the neighboring village. An elderly couple who couldn't evacuate in time were swept away by the typhoon. Their own roof collapsed on them and they died. Clang. It's sad. Clang. How can it not be sad when people die unjustly? If I can help, I will. There are times when tears come, but, clang. We have to work again. Clang. Going to the forge, to the fields, to the bank, to the mines, connecting yesterday to today just like the day before, fearing when this tomorrow will end, we dedicate ourselves to this karma. Finally, a gap opened up. Dodging the sword I swung, venomous snake took a step back. I did not pursue. Naturally, a small clearing formed between venomous snake and me. Many people were watching our duel. Black Dragon, Witch, Sword Saint, Heretic, Questioner, Count, Crusader, Vampires, Pure Race, Snail Race, Elf Race, Mermaid Race who had gathered following their parents, and others. The races that were enjoying the festival in the forest had quietly turned their attention to the duel of the two warriors. Estelle and Aberka, the 1,000 followers of my religion, too. Their silence was thicker than the quiet of the forest. Kim Gongja. Venomous snake's breathing was terribly disordered. He had to mix several gasps of breath to pronounce my name correctly. But he finally articulated my name correctly. Heavenly demon. Your existence threatens us. I gripped the hilt of the holy sword tightly. Is that so? Yes. We don't even have enough tears to shed for ourselves. It's tough. There are so many people who have never cried for themselves. They don't die even if they want to, don't cry even if they want to, just because they have to survive. Because they need to stay alive. But because of you, we have to shed tears even for complete strangers we don't know. It might be good at first. It's a tragedy that could happen to any of us because they are people just like us. But we can't cry forever. It's hard to keep crying. All those people, have to work. We drink to catch a breath, set up a board for Baduk, dance at festivals. We go out for walks in the streets, watch the seasons turn red, and smile foolishly. That's the happiness barely allowed to us. The happiness we scrape together just to avoid dying. How precious that happiness is. Venomous snake pointed his sword at me. Don't ruin that happiness. When you come, the world becomes chaotic. Heavenly demon. I remained silent. Yes. And I understood. Falling into disharmony is what infernal heavens does. When I see people ignoring the death of others in this place, the blood of infernal heavens boils. When I see people just passing by the death of others here, the fangs of infernal heavens sharpen. When I see people neglect the dead, ignore the neglect, and later on make excuses that they truly didn't know, and finally express sympathy as if they didn't know such a thing had happened, when I see such people, the eyes of infernal heavens turn red. Even knowing they're all ordinary humans. I want to kill them all. Killing intent. There was a time when my master fell into disharmony. Then, master laughed brightly and slaughtered all the humans in sight. Oh, assassins come to kill me? Good. Come at me. Let's see your swords. Because infernal heaven's demonic art is demonic to the core. It turns those who ignore screams into bystanders, those who don't help the dying into neglectors, and insists that no human is unrelated to the screams and deaths in this world, posing the danger of slaughtering and annihilating all humans. That possibility is always there. Yet, I open my lips. Still, I cannot stop. No, I will not stop. If there are screams forgotten by everyone, I will collect them, and I will tell those who did not hear those screams. To feel guilty, to see the world. I said, this is the world. For shadows encircled me as if guarding me. Salvation, sacrifice, prayer, compassion surrounded me. So please come with me to the tower. Estelle, the family advisor, stood behind me. Aberka, the head of the warriors, crossed his arms, and Kim Yul, the family's young, leaned against a tree. 1,000 of my followers also hid in the forest shadows, forming a formation. Slowly, Venomous Snake lifted the corners of his mouth. I will be your watcher, heavenly demon. And he said, when your infernal heavens is too vast to comfort the small petals, I will block your path and raise my hand to point out that there's a bloom here. When you draw your sword to scream in this world, I will judge and advise whether the people living there can still bear the screams, whether they have the capacity left to endure them. Whether in their lives bent and burdened by life, your screams will become an additional burden, whether you should draw the sword of infernal heavens now, and what reasons there are for not doing so. I will decide and advise. Venomous Snake, I will always be by your side working as a representative of ordinary people. I may not be the protagonist or even a main character following the protagonist, but if the day comes when you fall into disharmony and dye the world red, leader of Chun Mu Mun, I will be right beside you to strike your neck. Liao Fan, only then will I have defeated you. Understand? There's no need to rush. Until you lose, until you are devoured by infernal heavens. It's enough to just keep watching by your side. Liao Fan smiled. Kim Gongja, I will take you as my karma. The last righteous blade left by the snowy plains pointed his sword. Test me all you want, see if I'm worthy of that.